everybody, and welcome to the WePlay Academy League for this fine day of Season 6. We're going to open the day with our 7 best of ones to kick off league action. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwag as per usual. We get the honour of bringing you opening day action. Mate, it's going to be a very exciting time. Do you agree?
Yeah, you've got to imagine so. There's some new teams coming into this season, some new faces when it comes to the young individuals, and always the first few days is a great opportunity to see what these young talents are made of and who's going to catch our eye this season.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about in the Academy League, finding out who's going to catch our eye, who might be the next up to one of those main Academy call-ups. Obviously, teams like MOUZ have produced some incredible players. NAVI obviously getting Muncie into that G2 roster now, one of the current modern greats that we have right now in the CSGO space. So this is where it begins for a lot of talents involved, and with a lot of roster changes since last season, we'll be tracking all those and seeing how well the teams will be able to move along. Obviously, this week as well, we've also had some difficulty getting things off the ground when it comes to Academy League. So obviously, I just want to speak on behalf of myself while I have the platform, just to say my hearts go out to everyone right now in the Ukrainian office. I really hope you guys are doing all right, and I'm glad that you gave us the chance to step up to the fold and produce the stream on our own. So big up to all you guys. Wishing you all the best of safety, and I hope we can do you all justice. Our opening match today will be the Copenhagen Flames versus Apeks, as our Academy rosters in Flames Ascent and Apeks Rebels will be taking to the stage. And this is a very interesting one, Dwayne, because Flames, brand new organisation for this team. We know very little about the organisation and the squad that are going to be fielding today.
Yeah, we know that the lineup came together on the 30th of August, so we're only looking about just over a month's time now. There's a couple of individuals on the lineup, Speedy and Fez. Jay, I want to take you back a period when AGF was playing in a lot of the Tier 2 events, and we saw that roster got dropped for the Academy team to then replace the main roster. That's where a few of these guys have come from. AGF Academy into AGF. So that's Speedy and Fez. So we've at least seen a few of these guys in some of the events and well-known established players in the lower divisions when it comes to youngsters.
You're very far away from household names, though, you have to say. Like, definitely a case that this is probably a step up in their careers. Would you agree?
Yes. Without a doubt, they would be. I mean, you've got a new IGL in Inspire, 21-year-old, that came over from Atlanto and Link's Legacy, another one of those Danish teams. And then Hansi, the AWP player of this team, only 17 years old, one of the youngest guys that we have on this entire Danish roster.
On the other side of the board, Apeks Rebels, of course, coming in from the last couple of seasons, had a couple of little stumbles here and there. Obviously, didn't place that well in the last season, and I don't believe they've made many roster changes since last season as well, Dwayne. So they're definitely sticking to their guns on this one. How do we rate this this roster here?
I think locally they've actually been doing pretty well. I have a look at the Telegan Fall event. They're actually second in the regular season, up there with the likes of 777, Skate X. They're 6-1 in best of 3, so they're doing quite well locally. But in the Academy League, there's been some struggles. You think back to Season 4, they placed last in their group. Season 5, last in their group once again. They were able to get one more victory than Season 4 in Season 5 in the best of 1's track record. But Apeks Rebels have been one of the weaker sides here in the Academy League, and now knowing that they've had more time to develop, there's more teams coming in, this should in theory be the season where we actually see them do better than they have previously.
Well, in theory is definitely different to in practice for the Apeks Rebels, and for Flames Ascent, right? I think it's probably the right sort of matchup that you want to see if you're an Apeks Rebels, a brand new organization in the Academy League, a brand new team full of very unknown entities towards yourselves. I mean, this should be ripe for the picking for a team like Apeks Rebels, at least in theory. The question is whether it applies in practice, and next question that I pose to you in that sense is how much of that theory will apply to the practice here on our first map.
You've got to imagine quite a lot for Apeks Rebels. For the Flames side, we actually haven't seen them playing many officials at all. They're playing in the Dust 2 League event. They're currently 6th in the regular season, up there with like the Astralis Talons, your Sashis, your Trick, those sort of Danish teams. They've got a local LAN in Denmark in a few days' time, so we'll get to see where they are there. But in the very few and early stages here for Flames Ascent in the Academy League, it's difficult to give them much stature, I suppose, as being a threatening team.
Yeah, this is going to be like the pace setter for them, I think, above all else. And that's the thing you have to focus on the most. Not expecting results immediately, but to see how these first couple of days play out, see where Flame Descent will be able to place themselves. So you've got to think as well for the Flames, like very tough opening day because they're playing 3 of our 7 matches. So they're playing a lot of Counter-Strike, and a lot of their whole season could be defined in just the opening day.
That can be tough, but at the same time, think about it this way. They've had a lot of time to be able to get the preparation forward. They're going to come in looking at the teams that are going to be in the competition, trying to do as much anti-strat as possible, as much preparation, and you just bang 3 days or 3 games in one day after another. And if they can get on some good form in this opening best of one, that probably puts things in a positive note for the next couple.
Again, this is the pace setter. That's the key thing for this Flames Ascent side. Our map, of course, here will be played, of course, will be Mirage, which is the best of one between these two teams, as is the format for the group stage. And I kind of wanted to quickly prod you about the map itself. Are there any things that we should be expecting out of this one? It does feel to me like for Flames Ascent, they've gone to one of the right sort of maps. Again, not really knowing what this team are capable of in terms of a tactical basis. So you want to go to one of those more standardized maps. At least that's the theory in my side of things. So what do you make of Mirage?
I thought we would get Overpass, to be honest. Both teams have been playing Overpass quite a lot in best of ones, but we go to Mirage. Now, for Flames Ascent, they took Sashi to double OT in a qualifier best of 3 on Mirage. We've at least seen them play it. As for Apeks Rebels, we didn't see them play Mirage at all last season. We actually have to look further back and look all the way back to Season 4, where they played it 3 times in some group stage and some gauntlet games. And to be honest, Jade, they weren't that great. 0-3 for Mirage, a lot of one-sided losses on this map. The only more positive note I have about it is that was 5 months ago. That has been a considerable portion of time since they have had to play this map.
And I guess the quick question for Apeks Rebels is how far along the progression train do you think is reasonable for this team coming into this new season of Academy League?
I think a lot. I think they should at least get a few wins on the board. They got 1 win in Season 4, 2 wins in Season 5. I'm looking at 3, maybe 4 wins for Apeks Rebels this time around. All
right, well, let's take a look how far they can go in terms of those victories. We're about ready to jump into our first match of the day, our first match of the season on the WePlay Academy League. Flames Ascent versus Apeks Rebels, as we will kick things off here on Mirage. Flames Ascent on the CT side. Predictions, thoughts, feelings, Dweg?
I'm expecting it to be a close affair. Again, we've seen Flames Ascent play Mirage only a few times, and for Apeks Rebels, it's a whether they can get out of the gate and put victories on the board. This is a great opening chance for them to do that.
Right into the pistols, we'll see the Julies out for Hansi over on the Flames Ascent side. Utility in for Inspire and Sense. Apeks Rebels prodding through initially. Speedy forcing forward, flashing against him. Great kill for VHW. Bunny gets that one trade, but VHW with 2 on the trot makes it a 4-on-3, and the A site's been busted open.
You can see how quick those rotates are trying to come through from the spawn position. Apeks Rebels trying to take a lot of map control towards the top of stairs, up to connector, get themselves into jungle. Inspire trying to deny the bomb.
Swinging her out, looking for those taps on towards the stairs. Angle Sense gives away his position as well. Apeks Rebels fighting against the CT forces will pick up Fez next. So Flames Ascent falling like flies, leaving all the Hansi in a 1-on-3. Driven out towards jungle. And shouldn't really find much more breathing room on this retake. It will be the pistol for Apeks Rebels. Assuming Berserk checks this corner, and indeed he will.
Nicely done from Apeks Rebel. Just comes down to that early flash assist. You can see the way round the corner. Flash comes through from ramp. And for Flames Ascent, that is possibly them being forced into a trap situation. They try and get aggressive. They're trying to take map control away from that ramp area. And instead just being caught completely blinded. Nothing they can do about that at all. VHW coming away with 3 kills. Nicely done from Apeks Rebels to get the start. And now look into the second round where Flames are going to be force buying.
Scouts, Deagles, 5.7s, the whole gambit of the guns that you can possibly afford given the CT circumstances. Similar story for Apeks Rebels though. 4 rifles out on 4 players, 1 MAC-10 for Brave.
Hansi's trying to get as much out of the scout as possible, playing in the connector position. Has given that info up to just continuing to spam, getting closer to Tateware. You can start seeing the way that Apeks Rebels can use some of this utility, try and force out any overpeaks. And for Flames Ascent, it's all about trying to grant an opening man advantage.
Hunting around for that frag, but so far so little gain outside of that first contact. MAC-10 for Brave bursting through on Fez, catching a little bit of damage towards the MAC-10 rather than the pistol. So there's that slight start for Flames, but no kill yet.
You can start seeing the B shift coming through on the gamble for Flames Ascent, only having 2 players to defend up towards the A side. And for Apeks Rebels, they're going to try and split their way into A, both from connector and from main.
Bomb pressing forward as Tateware does take a dink, but does also take a kill on Speedy. So first man down, rotations called in by the Flames. Have got that scout still set to do some decent damage on Brave. Headshot found of all things. And looking for even more. The flashbang should catch him off, but Inspire has his back. Alongside Berserk's trade to a 3v3. At least Flames are doing a decent job of this. The Eagle of Fez brings in the advantage.
At least the bomb goes down, and Sense is still trying to keep his eyes towards jungle, but Flames are going to regroup everyone coming through from spawn right now.
Incendiary is posted up behind the triple stack. VHW Evading flashes, baiting Inspire to go deep, but Inspire still gets that kill. Sent in the 1v3, gets the first, but no more than that. Flames Ascent with a steal.
It comes down to the in-game leader of Aspire to make the damage happen. Gets a triple, gets onto that defuse, allows the round to get one. And for Apeks Rebels, I wonder whether they force it, Jay, because they're not on double eco status. They've given the round back to their opposition. They've got a bomb plant, so they can just eco and harsh it if they want to.
The decision to make here, one you have to consider. You're right about both sides of the coin. Could easily be a force invest at a similar story. Opting against it, it seems, though. Looks like it will be a harsh eco Glocks across all 5 players. Not a penny of investment here.
Apeks Rebels, can't imagine much is going to get granted in this sort of round. Some pace coming outside of the apartments. And with Flames Ascent up on a strong rifle round, you've got to imagine that this is going to be a mop-up.
Probably a given that it would be. Hard-pressed to find a way for Apeks Rebels to do much in this circumstance. Have got all 5 players stacked up, so maybe there's a way that they could isolate one player, go for a 1-on-5 face, just decimate everyone as a result. It's not going to happen at this stage, though. Just contact from the Flames being prodded out for in the mid control. Very slow and careful, and not opting to go to that underpass position.
Now, we saw the opening game for Apeks Rebels last season was a 16-2 loss against Big Academy. So trying to see if they can have a little bit more favoritism towards them this time around. Hansi just jump spotting towards top mid and to underpass. As of right now, he hasn't spotted much.
Giving away all the info to the Apeks side. Now has seen one, but only one. The rest of the T's are unknown to him. The Incendiary up here. Ascent now makes his way in through the murd hole. Does get caught off by Hansi, who makes it a double. So it looks like they will be dealt with appropriately. Apeks tried their best to hold on against the Flames. Almost got that kill on Hansi due to him running out of ammo towards the end of that sequence, but still turns out the USP. Bunny comes in with support, and Speedy's there to close out the last. All 5 alive for Flames Ascent. You want eco rounds to go like that, so effective, efficient, and now the guns come back for the T side.
And this is where Apeks Rebels can try and put some of the hurt down. Again, only 2 wins in Season 5 and 1 win in Season 4. Just trying to see if they can push some of that local success when it comes to the best of 3s in the Norwegian scene into the international scale. The lineup's been together for quite a while, and you're right about the last roster change not being for some time. The last one was in the 22nd of May.
Held on to this squad. And not opting to move for a single flame. Ascent right now in with the guns as standard again. Saved all 5 of those rifles from the previous rounds and just bolstering up cash and putting utility up towards top mid. Sense the first of all.
The Danes and the utility damage. Maybe that's something that we can expect from Flames Ascent. A double nade stack going up towards top mid. Catches Tapeware down to about half HP and then Sense to be a goner. Even Fez is thinking about an info play aggressive in the apartments.
Just pushing out for now, being very careful about it. Flashed in by a teammate. Be a little bit more reckless and aggressive. But sees nothing as of right now. Didn't round that corner, didn't look towards underpass, of course. But he'll back away in the generally safe knowledge that apartments is clear.
This is some really good prodding coming through from Flames Ascent. It looks positive with the style that they're trying to bring to the table, looking for information, trying to see if they can get on the front foot. You can see even the flash around the corner to look aggressive into the apartments. He's now got a pixel angle that as soon as he sees contact, he can put that smoke down. But for Apeks Rebels, they're setting themselves up for another split A.
VHW allowed to prod in initially, flashed in towards the ramp control on his own part. We'll take that first contact. Smokes down on the T side. Nades continue to pummel in against the Apeks Rebels. Berserk took that one. Thrown in from CT Spawn. Flashes in towards Tapeware. Will keep him blind out towards Connector. The bomb should commit and should get planted, but the keywords there are should. They're going for a really open plant, which could get denied. Hansi and Bunny picking up 2 more frags, and it's a 5-on-2, making it 1. Bomb in the open. 10 seconds of VHW. Apeks Rebels getting rolled in these rifles.
And that was very convincing, and you could just feel there for Apeks Rebels, they needed some slight further utility placement. You're trying to split in from main and from connector, and they haven't put pressure down on towards short. You don't have a smoke, you don't have a molly, and you can just see the 2 B players start swinging out into the open, looking to the connector on the wide face, and from that point onwards, just the crossfire gets established. Flames Ascent making their debut here in the Academy League, 3-1, 3 strong rounds in a row. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Positive start, and that's all we're really looking for here in this matchup. Not so positive for VHW in sense as they burn to Bunny. I guess probably to avoid the kills against the SMGs if they have any for Flames Ascent, but they've got 3 AKs. There's no reason to blind to those, and they're going to prove the point. Bunny, another good kill with a 1-tap with a Quadra. Might even hunt for the ace, clean up these pistols, get it over and done with, and again, just hold these solid anti-ecos for Flames Ascent.
Bunny coming over from Alpha Gaming, one of the other squads that we know in the Danish scene. Trying to get as much impact on this lineup as possible. I don't think they had too much choice in that one. You could see the aggression and the rush coming through from A ramp and immediately just being anti-rushed with the nades. You could see that HE and incendiary combo. Berserk trying to see if he could walk out. Speedy getting that last kill. 4-1. Apeks Rebels looking back into the rifle round. And this is perhaps soon where we start seeing a tactical timeout.
Got the guns out right now, so it might be justifiable here. Possibly to be worth it, but no, they're going to opt against going for any sort of tactical. So I'll just continue on as standard, it seems. Going to need to make some change relatively soon, though. Flames Ascent are starting to bolster themselves in the cash amounts and the rounds. Inspire, first man forward into the smokes up towards top mid. I think he's detected here, though. Bullets were flying his general direction. Either that or they were general mid sprays. Tapeware and Sense might be in for a rude awakening, depending how Inspire presses this.
They need some further utility behind this. Smoke starts to clear. Seen Tapeware out in the open, and Infire just has to fight. That's all he can do.
Tapeware hasn't seen him, so he has that element of surprise. Utility thrown, but still the AK wins the fight, and Apeks Rebels have a start in this round.
Yeah, wait for the HE placement, though. You've got to imagine that that could flow again later into the rounds, because Hansy's got a very good idea that he's still going to be around here, and Tapeware's just got to try and pull distraction. There's that HE, finally.
Lovely stuff. Wrap around from the Apeks Rebels. We'll look into the ace site here. Flames Ascent have kept the man advantage within a manageable position. Speedy and Bunny now with the 2-man crossfire, one of which does get dismantled. Kill from Sense as he peeks out pretty effectively. Bunny not in the best of positions. No smoke against that fire. Fortunately, it doesn't burn out towards that cubby corner. Meanwhile, in the back, Hansi is going to make his move in the backstab. Bunny is isolated and picked up. Fez gets his 1 kill, pulls all the attention towards CT, but now a chance to deny the bomb plant here for Hansi. Indeed, he makes that backstab work. A 2-on-2. Swing out from Brave, regains the advantage, and with enough time to get the bomb down again, it all rests in the hands of Fez.
Just got to try and play around the smoke, deal with VHW before focusing back onto the bomb. And you could just feel there for Flames Ascent, they did a good job of pulling enough distraction to deny the bomb plant a couple of times, but just to perhaps an overpeak. Yes, you get that first kill, you deny the bomb for the plant to be open towards connector, but didn't need to swing as wide from that second front. Very well capitalized there from Apeks Rebels, making sure that those overpeaks continue forward, and now there's that first tactical. Mr. One of the coaches here for the Apeks Rebels, one of the most experienced coaches we've got in the entire Academy League, can have a chat with the boys.
And right time to call it at this stage. Good chance to step up and now to turn this second round into a decent round streak. Many casualties established by Apeks Rebels in that round, though, so it won't be easy with the money game. You'll see the buy coming up. Should afford all the AKs. No AWP out for them. Same can't be said for Flames. Hansi has it in his hands, and there's still a pretty decent money float for the CT side.
Yeah, I've heard some decent things about Hansi and that big green on this lineup, so I'm going to be keen to keep an eye on him for the rest of the season, just to kind of get a gauge of where he really sits, and knowing that we're going to see them 3 times today, this is going to be a great opening boundary to just see what their whole campaign is going to be like.
It's one of the top fraggers right now for the Flames, so right to highlight him at this stage. Bunny is the other one. Gets the true top frag position by finding Sense as Tapeware breaks him back. Inspire inside of Connector. Molotov's burning him, revealing a little bit of info to the T-side line, and Tapeware will call that up towards his teammates. But where does he look for the challenge? Up against Inspire, can't see him. Flashing against the man, he's forced away.
That's a very good reposition. Knew that he had to get out of that one. Now, while that's happening with the pressure towards Connector, you can see the CT's getting aggressive, and that AWP fights forward. And think about this. They don't even know that Fez aggressed that far forward either.
And Hansi with the covering fire shot. A very hard angle to hit, by the way. For those of you who've never tried that one from deep in the apartments, it is a crack angle, to say the least. The shot brings the advantage for the Flames Ascent side. They leave Fez pushed up in apps, covering off the rotations from Inspire, so they've got the backstab accounted for, and now it's all up to the execution really to do all the work here.
Tapeware's got to try and see if he can find a peck to just muster up the split. You've got Speedy playing under Balk with some util, and the AWP standing ready again.
Nice shot on VHW, not a kill, but it is down at 18 HP, leaves it easy for the player at Dark, especially with the bomb facing him. Speedy gets that frag, and Flames Ascent might have had a bit of a hiccup in round 6, but here in round 7, they look as flawless as per usual.
And just to kind of get an idea, Jay, on some of their results recently, we saw Ray taking 12 rounds against Astralis Talent, taking 13 rounds against Masonic, taking 10 rounds against Tricked, all in best of ones, and beating Sashi 16-12. So these are all some reputable names in the tier 2 scene of Danish Counter-Strike. So the idea that they're being competitive against some of the best is good signs.
This will be the place to cut their teeth and develop that potential raw talent into true talent. Those results certainly are encouraging. You're right. Those are well-established tier 2 squads. Flames Ascent now to apply that pressure against Apeks Rebels. Set piece with the pistols inbound from the T side, trying to play a fast kind of game. Smoke's getting in the way of the AWP at least. Quick onto the side, and Hansi still catches a kill. Speedy unaccounted for. Leg damage being done. USP pulled out to even dish out the work. Bomb dropped, no plant, no round for Apeks.
This is just a rollover, and for Apeks Rebels, we haven't even seen impact being landed on some of their eco rounds, so maybe that's not so much an issue, but something that needs to be addressed after this game today is how they can make some of these eco rounds more impactful. Is it a philosophy point of view? Is it too much pace? Whatever it may be, to try and squeeze more out of it, because one thing that we do know is how impactful eco frags can be for the ecoing team, because it disrupts the economy building up, because for Flames Ascent, they've got so much money right now.
Look at this from Inspire, straight up. Zerk nades against him. The AWP will not be aware of where that man is. Flashed in now, sees the boost, will continue to wrap in, fire some bullets back against Sense, but nothing connects for the time being. The nades do a little bit of damage, but nothing major to the start.
I've been thoroughly impressed with some of these flash assists. You can see the way that Flames are trying to set themselves up for aggressive peaks. The VHW misses that opportunity of finding an opening frag outside of A. And just when you think Flames Ascent have fallen back, they've retreated sort of away from this aggressive mid stance. Look at what's happening again. Fez in the apartments, your connector play of Bunny. This is something that even Apeks Rebels have not been able to get a good read on, is Fez consistently getting aggressive.
Tapeware's going to try to press the issue in towards mid and the other side of the map. Fez will start to back off, find a better angle against VHW. That's the bomb in as the first man. Speedy starts pressing in towards Palace, but this is where the real fight's going to happen. Two to line up, spray through, gets them both.
Makes it look easy. And now this split's pretty much all over. You've got your short players trying to walk in, but the crossfire is so solid. Berserk, the last one left. And this has been a shutdown. This hasn't even been competitive.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, what a first impression to make for Flames Ascent. I know we're not even halfway through the game, but just 7-2, and a lot of these rounds have been looking unbelievably good. I'm rather excited for, again, it's only first impressions, and I understand that that could change over the course of today, let alone the rest of the league. But even so, like, what an impact they've had just to open things up here. 5 to the good, half by again for Apeks Rebels. They haven't had a look in any one of these eco or upgrade pistol rounds. Second tactical called in by them. What do they change here, Dweg?
I think for Apeks Rebels, we've just got to see more of an impact on map control to be taken across the B site, whether it be into ladder room, into window, out to the apartments. I feel like they're giving too much respect forward to Flames Ascent. They're allowing too many of these info plays. So I think they've got to fight fire with fire and look to gain more themselves, try and fight even further aggressively in the early round. It's just the knowing that there's been AK saved in consistently round after round. And what a statement this has got to be for the Flames side, considering they've just made this lineup. They've just debuting here in the Academy League. And you're going up against a squad that's now going into their 3rd season. And you're up 7-2. You've got to be so confident with that.
Apeks Rebels. Confidence missed out on their own part of things. Incendiary sent Brave. First man forward, nades from Fez. Staggering it for the moment, trying to see if he can place it correctly. And in T2, HE's down on Tapeware and VHW. Tagged low, dead to Brave's part. Fez picks up Tapeware. And if you're expecting anything out of these pistols and you haven't been watching much of the game, have you? 1 on 5 now for Sense. And this is 8-2 now for Flames Ascent.
Just seeing some good protocols coming through from Flames Ascent. Their utility with the flash assists have been impressive on the rifle rounds. And I think those anti-rush nades have also been very rock solid. You can see the way that both of the anchor players are establishing a crossfire with the HEs. They get placed down into the apartments, and it's just mass chunk damage before there's even a contact, before there's even a T to fly out of the apartments.
Don't know what sense I'm going to try to do here to try and make something up. Maybe an exit frag against the AK here of Speedy. Bunny could also get caught off. Assuming he finds the perfect shot through motor hole, which is incredibly difficult to do, as we all know. Going in, there's the kill, there's the frag. All 5 alive. And just look at the money basis for Flames Ascent. Minimum cash amount on Bunny, $10,000. Everybody else well higher than that. Apeks Rebels are in for a tough closer to the half.
And I wonder whether it's something to do with opening matches for Apeks Rebels. I think back to last season, the first 4 games that they played in the Academy League was only single digits gained by them. The series has only got more competitive towards the tail end and when they got deeper when it came to maps played.
Mid positions held by Apeks Rebels for now. Very passive from Flames Ascent. Going to try to slow things down and bait Apeks Rebels in a little bit deeper, which I don't doubt would work at this stage. A couple of missed nades in from Bunny. Not sure whether they're supposed to go towards top mid or just down towards underpass, but either way, it doesn't do much. Bomb left outside of the TV entrance for Apeks Rebels as they just try and prod out towards defaults and get picks above all else. Brave almost got one, but Fez evaded it. Nade, try and drive him back. 2 players face, and Brave actually given both those kills. B-site's opened up for once.
Finally, some success when it comes to opening amount of advantages. Brave getting so much out of this. And even his aggressive approach towards Market could get 3.
Oh, lovely shot. Hansi clotheslined out of Market. VHW picks up Speedy out to the A site. So finally, some success. Like you mentioned, the 1-on-5 for Bunny here. There's one of the 2 top fraggers for Flames Ascent. Will try press on, grab something here. AWP covering him off though. Berserk will get that pick, and suddenly it's a confident round for Apeks Rebels, Dweg.
It comes down to just good timing. You can see a little bit more of an address of pressure towards that apartments angle. And for Flames Ascent, you've missed one of those HEs. They don't quite go deep enough. And because it actually goes further forward, it masks a slight little vision for the CTs towards Van into the top of the balcony, which gives that advantage forward. The double entry comes through from Brave. And then it's what happens after that fact. Getting right up there, pressing himself towards the front side of Market, finding 3 kills, and finding Apeks Rebels their 3rd.
Flames Ascent will not go down without a fight here. Rebuy will be secured with the money that they had in plenty of savings. Hansi already picking up cents. Start out again for the Flames Ascent boys. For Apeks Rebels in with the set piece execution. Smokes up towards connector jungle and stairs. Counter incendiary immediately put up by the Flames, but that might not stop Apeks for long.
And they're going to have to go off the back of this. Rotates need to come in quickly, and Speedy's just got to try and fight.
Molotov sent down towards Dark. Speedy trying to see if he can back off into a better angle against the T side. A decent dink, but a better one for the AK. Nade doesn't finish off tape where the second one should do so, though. Back at Firebox, the bomb is dropped. It's an advantage for Flames again.
I still haven't seen an over-rotation coming through from Flames Ascent, leaving a single lurker down there on the B side. Bunny getting into connector. They're expecting another lurk, another wraparound.
Haven't got info on the bomb yet. Ooh, Brave has got info on connector control, though. Bunny about to get caught off. A big gap left in that defense. That's one more man down. A 3-on-3 as Apeks Rebels fight back hard to get back into this round with Berserk now picking up Hansi in York for your battle. Inspire evades him. Further HE's put up pretty high towards Palace position, so not quite going on there from, I believe that was Fez that threw that. 30 seconds for the bomb to get planted. Flames Ascent not looking so hot anymore.
It still could be tough to get the bomb down, though. They've got no smoke for CT or for the top of connector. Inspire to peek off both players in CT.
DB2 situation. Smoke's being sent back once again. Plant still can't be secured. Tapped once. 10 seconds, though. Berserk extending quite far out. He might have to hunt for these kills. Instead, the shot misses. He's forced to back away. Try to secure the plant at the right moment. I think it's too late for it, though. Brave swings, sees them both, and Fez just knows to escape. Get out of the way. Save the weapon. Go on to 9-3 now for Flames Ascent.
You can see some of the nerves kicking in there for Flames Ascent. First off, you can see Bunny's positioning connector. A lot of the time you have players towards the back wall in that left side corner, so your gun barrel is not seen. That was a very easy pick to be capitalized on. And even a lurk smoke that goes forward from CT Ticket, I'm wondering why that's actually gone down, but instead for Apeks Rebels, they're still not able to get the bomb plant in, and I'm still gathering the idea that we'll see double digits in this first half.
I mean, it's one away from doing so, so yeah, I respect that assessment. It's probably one of the more obvious ones given the circumstances. ENCE picks up Tapeware, kicks things off already into underpass, and Spire's hearing footsteps as well, so might put a secondary HG down a sense. Times it a little bit too early. Brave gets out of the way of the HG up in apartments, so start out for Flames Ascent. Work pretty solidly with just that opening pick.
And for Apeks Rebels, they haven't been able to catch a break. This has been 3 rounds gained on the T side without any follow-ups, all being individuals. And even ENCE, he's just been wrecking them with opening man advantages. His consistency with the AWP has been class. And for Apeks Rebels, trying to see if they can gain back the mid control. And once again, Flames Ascent making an info play towards B, this time around spotted by Brave.
4-on-4 situation. AWP held. ENCE will just hold position for now. Try and scope in, look a little bit closer forward. Incendiary centers VHW leads the charge up. Contested by one of the backside. ENCE gets another kill on Sense, looking for the triple as his teammate falls. But Apsy continues to strike. That's 3 kills for the man. Might need some backup here. 3-on-2, he switches to the AK.
Even Buddy catches off the low HP player, and now it's down to Berserk, the AWP, to try and get a clutch on. Players all around. He's got to try and get the bomb down first.
Yeah, running out of time to do so. Nades on ENCE will only do damage, and even that misses out. Swing out to the back of the site. Onto the bomb defuse, or bomb plant, I should say. Bunny will swing just ahead of that smoke, get that kill. 10-3 now for Flames Ascent. 7 to the good for the CT side. And it's a hell of a start for the Danes. Probably not the start that Apeks Rebels wanted to take here. Dweg, you mentioned that this is the kind of match you want to see from a team that have not really had the best of times in Academy League. They are not making the best of the opening game.
No, not at all. And this is the game that you can look at in an opening draw and think to yourself, Apeks Rebels can come off with an early victory, look to start their campaign on the right foot, and instead it's been anything but that. Apeks Rebels this time around with pace, very fast towards mid right now. Oof,
VHW does find that headshot as a result. Bunny down, secondary player not quite picked up. 4-on-4 Inspire. Backed up. Incendiary sent up over to the short position just to try and suppress them. Sense does pick up Speedy, so that's an advantage regained here by Apeks. And A is pretty open for it.
You can start feeling as if Flames don't have a massive amount of information, might even be gambling ever so slightly. Apeks Rebels find themselves in a great stance. They've got plenty of time left on the clock. They've got an opening man advantage. Inspire is going to be the only guy down on B. He's just got to try and waste some time and find impact.
Sees one, smoke to the site, hearing the footsteps of the second, spotting that third. At least the Incendiary gets blocked by the smoke. Brave still gets the kill though. The AWP ENCE doing so well. Almost up to 20 frags already. He's working in at least that next pick, but is it going to lead to a retake here? It might have to, or Sense will try to shut it down with a backstab instead. Fez been spotted. Sense gives away the ghost and does fall back out towards short control. Tapeware holding in the corner. Berserk gets caught. Tapeware also being pre-fired. And just like that, it's all on Sense now. In from mid. Fez sees him. ENCE gets caught. But Fez bails him out with a triple. And Flames are said, even from the back foot, secure rounds.
That should not have been possible. There should not have been any way that that round gets won. The idea that Apeks Rebels have got a post plant, they've got a strong crossfire on the site and the backstabbing individual, that should be over. Instead, it's the early trigger discipline coming through, and then you start to see the shift over towards short, the double kill coming through almost instantly onto that bomb site. 2 wide, 2 out in the open, and Flames Ascent win a round that they have no right winning.
And this is stellar stuff. To compound with what has otherwise been a very confident match from Flames Ascent. What an opening game. What an opening itself, which is unlikely given we were expecting a 12-3 half here. Quick in from the B side. Fez is trying to hold out against them. Spot for Tapeware. Bunny picks up that opener. Fez does get caught off guard for one. Bunny heard of the reload in the midst of that smoke. Meanwhile, ENCE catches off the mid lurker. Tapeware caught off dead to rights. 2v4 now.
Berserk and Brave, just the last couple of individuals to make anything happen. Try and get that bomb down once again. Lose that mid lurker sense. They've got to try and fight in quickly to the market angle.
Braves AK holding. Nades sent right past Braves' head. All four about to come in towards the pre-fight position. Gets the spray for damage, no kills. Berserk now in the 1v4. Can barely spot them past the smoke, but still can't get a pick. Finally, Speedy falls, as does Bunny. But Inspire takes it right back now for the 12-3 half. What a half for Flames Ascent.
And you've got to expect some minimal stuff, I would say, for the Danes coming into this game, but they have come out with absolutely everything. And perhaps there's more to come into the fold of how they're able to take decent amount of rounds against high-end tier 2 Danish teams. The idea that when they played Mirage last, it went to double OT against Sashi. 12-3. Plenty of good stuff from Hansi and Bunny. I think those two guys in particular, a lot of opening man advantages, multi-frag potential, and of course, staying alive in important rounds.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of Hansi or Bunny in this one, but these two players have just impressed, and they've taken over the whole game. Think about it, 15 rounds, 20 kills within that. A lot of them come from a lot of the early half, like ridiculous stuff for Hansi. And the end result is the 12-3 going into the T side. Flames Ascent only need a pistol conversions to get to match point. And then from there, it probably is taken over entirely.
Apeks Rebels desperate for a start. Now, you go into the pistol and they're running a 3-1-1, and Flames Ascent running into B. This is the perfect read.
Flashes out Fez to lead in with the charge. Onto the site they'll go. Brave just jump facing that USP in hand. Berserk now with it all to do. Backed up by two other players now here in the market controls. The bomb is down. It's a retake on for Apeks Rebels. They have the kit in on Sense, but Speedy's hunting for frags. Does get spotted. Quick burst through. Can't quite get the killing tab. Does look for the headshot in the end and get it. Continues fighting on tape, whereas Bunny sees the crossfire. Got VHW leading in. Speedy with a double. Sense gets two back of his own. 3-on-2. Goose to 55. Hansi now down. Fez with two. Caught off by Brave as Apeks Rebels get the pistol.
Absolute manic going down into that pistol round. You could see the way the Apeks Rebels are hoping for some over-aggression towards market. A lot of over-peaks going into that round, and it goes back and forth with the trades. Sense with 3 from that market position makes that doable for Brave. Sets himself up for the round. Apeks Rebels find their 4th, but you got to remember, bomb plant, you're expecting here for the Flames to force.
Or are you? Upgrade pistols. Kevlar.
Keep it light.
Keep it light. Okay. I mean, look, normal logic would dictate, yeah, go for the force, reset them, get 15 to 4, and probably limit the economy for the actual rifle buy. A lot of bonuses to gain out of this one, and Flames Ascent, you wouldn't count them out of winning a round like this. Bomb plant bonus not being abused in that sense, though. Deagle Fez jump facing, seeing where Brave is, unable to get the shot.
You could just see Brave now jiggling further back, doesn't want to give up his life to anything over-aggressive in the apartment, but as I say that, Speedy domes him.
Imagine they win this round. Imagine they win this round! 5-on-3. Buddy's been tagged. Sense at least gets one back. Take where burns. Sense, or Berserk I should say, is engaged upon back here towards the market entrance, but finally Sense is restored, or is it? Hansi still hangs in there. 1-on-1 now against Sense.
Even though he doesn't have armor, it's the idea of the HP advantage.
Yeah.
Sense down to 37. This is a super tough clutch for Sense to come through successfully in.
With an M4 in the hands of Hansi as well. Sense has got to rely on aim punch and a quick headshot. And Hansi just waits. Sits back, ready to receive. Slow walks in, footsteps heard. Sense will check the corner and will get the kill. But you saw how low that got. 11 points of health towards the end. Flames Ascent did a ton of work.
Apeks Rebels can't be happy with that at all. The idea that you're up against a few upgraded pistols and a little bit of armor on an eco, you lose so much, and that now sets themselves up for mass negativity going into the next rifle round. You consider the idea of the scoreline of a minimum of 7 to the difference. This is Flames Ascent perhaps winning this round, forcing double eco, and getting yourself ever so close to that match point.
XM and SMG in for Apeks Rebels to really highlight how awkward the buy is going to look for them. That damage being done by Flames. Only a couple upgrades in the Deagles off the AKs come up in Fez and find Brave straight through the smoke. Had very little info to his position, but that's an opening start.
Even Tateware just focusing that attention towards the top of Palace and into Connector. You've got another info play, aggressive to the apartments, probably trying to see if they can find a counteraction.
Flashing to check that mid control. The AWP is forced opposition. watching in that connector angle, so Apeks Rebels will know, having not seen him, that it's safe to enter. At least look towards top mid. The bottom of mid is the big concern for them. Berserk has caught Bunny though, slight gap in that smoke. There's the start for the Apeks side.
And they still will lurk outside of Palace, which they don't know about. Spinny trying to see if he can catch off Sens, the headshot being bipped up, and instead, it's now starting to turn in favor of Apeks.
Advantage CT. Flames take that advantage right back out of their hands and get one of their own. VHW makes it a 2-on-2, dropping that bomb more crucially though. They've got to go back for it. Howl's complete dominion over it. Sense catches Inspire. Fez engaged upon the SMG, still wins the fight. And in the half switch, Apeks Rebels look like a brand new team. It is a struggle to get themselves these rounds, but Flames Ascent have not won any so far.
I don't know about saying a brand new team, Jay. I mean, it came down to a 1v1 in both the pistol round and the anti-eco. But the rounds are what counts. I'll give them that much. And you could just see there for VHW, down to the bottom of Connector, smoking off while he's being blinded in that engage, still giving himself that credibility to work around the util with that MP9. Flames are sent back onto the Ego. I'm expecting damage again.
And given the last eco we saw, I couldn't be shocked if they stole the round itself. Damage might be a minimum here for Flames Ascent. Hansy's got the Glock. Berserk doesn't see him. Hansy certainly sees him though. 2 burst shots onto the headshot. Sense is there to back him up though. Get that trade. Ensure the SMG does not fall into T's hands.
You thought for a moment Bunny might start that walkout from Palace just with the distraction out from A main. Misses that timing. Now there's a slight regroup outside of A right now. Come through from the T spawn position. For Apeks Rebels, it's about trying to get these Deegs into some advantageous positions. Sense backing off ever so slightly. There is only one towards A, so you can see the likelihood for the quick trade in a bomb plant.
Sense spots the flashes go over. Smoke sent down as Tateware picks up the kill on Bunny. For a bit more against Fez and gets that kill as well. Flame Descent. Now they're the ones feeling the wipeout potential. Tateware to close that last and close the gap to 5 rounds now.
And this is where, for Apeks Rebels, you just got to start charging. Doesn't matter how close these rounds are, it's about the late round. Applying that pressure, applying the experience that these guys have. The lineup's been together for a very long portion of time. Even your in-game leader of Sense has been a part of the Apeks Rebels organization for over a year now. On previous iterations of the lineup, trying to see if they can bring them forward and to be more successful. And tactical timeout for Flames Ascent. Just trying to see what they can muster up from Hansy now that he's got the AWP back on T side.
The first tactical being called in by Flames here. Because yes, these rounds are close, but we're also looking at a situation where they haven't won one in the second half. And I want to call back to the Mirage statistics, Dwayne, because you were mentioning that you've seen some matches from Flames Ascent in that Danish scene. And when it comes to Mirage, is their T side something to be scared of?
It's I wouldn't say 50-50, but it's on an average floater for me. Nothing too special, but also nothing too underwhelming when we've seen it.
Hopefully they don't underwhelm here today. Berserk straight in with the AWP, scope in, shot connects. And that's Apeks again with a start on Fez.
Hansy trying to see if he can walk forward, try and catch off a jump spotter out from that van position. I'm surprised Berserk has actually not backed off here. He's still holding super aggressively.
Expecting something to come his way. Flames can walk into the B site from here though. Brave, unawares of how many players might be pushed up in the apartments. Have to fall back eventually when the mid control gets conceded. Flashes in from one, going to indicate that's what the case is. The underpass position going to be dominated, and Brave will see nothing of the crossfire. Meanwhile, Flames will see nothing in the B defense, so they can commit and get the bomb down.
It's what they could do in the post plant, though, is going to be the next struggle. Bunny clearing out a lot of the side. Has no inkling of this short presence immediately. 2 players close to that ladder room area. And for Apeks Rebels, you think about the idea that Brave could pull distraction and get the AWP to be in the backstab. That could be something they're not expecting with this AWP.
Slow walks in from Apeks Rebels, giving away as little info as possible. Inspire pushing in towards Market, where only one player will be approaching from a re-smoke down from the T side. He can sandwich himself between those 2 smokes. Incendiary sent Apeks Rebels to set up the retake. Now they've got to go in real quick. Hansi, his AWP pick finds one. Berserk comes in with that backstab. Inspire unknown! But Sense comes out of market window, decimates two. Bunny there holding the back line, could only get a single frag for it. They're on the defuse here. Should have enough time with the kit as Apeks Rebels take 8.
Just a patient retake coming through from Apeks Rebels. They slow it right down. You've got the AWP in the backstab, and Berserk ends up fighting 3. So that initial stance of him getting the underpass pick has actually turned into so much more into that round. Flames Ascent, you had a boost up coming through from the Ninja box. You had Bunny towards the back of bench, but just not establishing enough time wasting in that post plan allows Apeks Rebels to get yet another round. And you consider the idea that the first few rounds of this half were very competitive, not many players staying alive. You can't say that about the last couple.
I think as well, one mistake might have made the difference there between Flames taking that round and not. Spraying from that market doorway, had it held, maybe it could have been able to equalize the man advantage and hold on from there. Small differences, that's all this game is made of right now. Particularly in the scoreline now, 4 to the good. When we were about 9 rounds up from the turn of the half of Flames Ascent, Apeks Rebels not letting this one die so easily. Flames have kept these rounds close, but probably need to get some rounds on the board now. And struggling all half with that.
And just knowing that they can smell the double digits starts getting the idea that you could taste the victory and taste the upset to just get round after round. Sense, info play, slowly walking forward in from the Palace angle. Now there's a bit more of a shift to stack up B. They've got 3 on B with a single mid player.
45 seconds and the rotations start to come through from Flames. Being very careful about it. Sense up in Palace is so ready to receive Hansi. Hansi better get this shot off real quick. Top fragger in server and he loses the fight. Great start for the CT side now.
That off angle just finding so much success. And even Tate, where might be able to catch off these connector players, they are being silent.
Bunny checks it, gets the headshot, doubles up as well. The HW with a responsive makes it a 3-on-3, but Flames are forced out the A side and they're aware of at least 2.
Bunny's actually made this winnable. He's given them a chance. Now, the Flames still know that there's a backstabbing entity out there from Palace. It's how much distraction comes through here from Sense.
Incendiary on towards Dark will drive them back. Flashes in over towards CT will drive the main retaking force away. Sense trying to flash his way out. Speedy sees one top of ticket booth. We'll call that in. Fez is going to wait, as will Inspire. Back over towards Connector. Sense dives in. Fez gets caught. Inspire with 2 kills though. Sense alone now to quadra clutch. Kits on him. No more utility and no more time. He's out of there to save the AK and give Flames their first on the T side.
And the Danes have got to be thinking to themselves, it was only a matter of time. Only that 1 round we needed to be able to break that streak. And Sense trying to look for an exit frag. Not to be. Does not get dropped by that AWP. And look at Bunny's impact in that round. The way in which he's able to play from jungle with that multi-frag. Because I'm looking at that and thinking if Bunny only gets 1, I don't think that round goes the way of the Danes.
Yes, certainly. When you saw that double come in, you thought this is on now. This is Flames with a chance. A chance that they took wholeheartedly, forcing out the 3rd tactical from Apeks Rebels. Because at the scoreline that we were at, any rounds against them will be a massive knock to their position in this game. 3 rounds for Ascent to get to the map victory. And they should know it here. Took a fair amount of damage in that previous round, but can still afford to rebuy. Utility limit on Inspire, but that should be more than fine.
Just imagining here for Flames Ascent, using that pressure that's applied up against them into the good fold. For Apeks Rebels, I've got to be honest and say I didn't think we'd see this much of a charge in the second half, but they're working well to keep it competitive. That's exactly what we want to see from the Norwegians. Competitive affairs in this season of the Academy League. Ascent bringing quite a few players aggressive towards top mid on a lurk, but the majority of impact seems to be outside of A.
Or Hansi. Prod out towards the A site, but being very careful about it here. Palace Control's going to wait. The T's will press on. Speedy spots 1 player over a ticket boot, puts that Incendiary out immediately, force that player away. Counter nades will do some damage early to the T side, but the A site has mostly been gains here.
And they still need to put some more pressure towards top of connector and into jungle, try and take some of that map control away. What out for this backstab here from Brave? This could be set up nicely for the late round.
The bomb's gone in very early in the rounds. The backstab's going to take a few to get here. Meanwhile, Flames so heavily focused on connector and CT, particularly connector and jungle. Re-smoke's on for the third time on that top con position. Now the backstab will be counteracted by another backstab here from the Flames side. HNC gets only the leg shot. Brave comes up good. Meanwhile, on the side, Bunny and Speedy have caught two alongside Inspire's kill. And just like that, the main force capitulates. Berserk is on the side. Inspire can get the trade and hold on to number 14.
Just when you thought, oh no, the NWP hasn't quite got the frag, the riflers just step up mentally. That is everyone finding impact, shutting it down, establishing that good crossfire. And again, good products to come through when the utility usage is there from Flames Ascent. I think you mentioned it, Jay. What was it, the third time that top connector got re-smoked? There's just so much time stalling for Apeks Rebels. You have to hide behind that util. You just can't go through it.
And Apeks Rebels, back's broken, maybe permanently here. Deagles on the force invest to try and deny a match victory from here, because they lose this one. They got nothing to buy for the 15-8. Tough times for Apeks and Flames, they know it.
Flames Ascent, all about picking up an opening kill, working the information in this sort of round. Now the stack into ladder, we haven't seen many short aggressive moves coming through from Flames Ascent. We've seen a lot of the time that they try and show presence towards top mid and regroup over to A. You've got Speedy still out here in Palace. He hasn't seen anything on a jiggle or any person trying to make an info play. And knowing that it is more of a heavy stack towards B, this is not helping out for Apeks Rebels to defend A.
Not at all. Sense and Berserk are about to feel a lot of pressure against them. Utility thrown as they try and send something towards the site. Fez, AK watching out from the mid position. Inspire leans in. Sense is caught first. Easy frag to start things off. 5 on 4. Berserk trying to make it 4 on 4, but does get forced away. So backed up to position. Bomb will go down. Retake. I mean, it kind of has to be on here, right? Tapeware will get that one frag on Inspire, but Hansy's so quick to trade it. Fez knows about 2, gets them both, and that's the round done.
Well, I was going to ask, and probably even state, Jay, after you asked that question of, I actually would have minded to have seen a save. You've got to consider the idea that you're not working with a lot of nades, you don't have a kit to work with, and you've gambled more towards B. What chances do you really have with the retake? They're going to be minimal. They end up sending themselves in after a kill gets presented. 15-8, and this is not a massive upset, but it is an upset to start the day. Yes, we can consider the facts that Apeks Rebels have been dead last in their group for the last 2 seasons, but this is a brand new Flames team with not a lot of experience behind them. Apeks Rebels, you thought they would have the advantage in this opening best of 1.
Just from Academy League experience alone, you give them that credit, but Flames Ascent, with 3 matches to go in the day, they definitely want to make the best first impression as possible, so the counteraction is positive for their own side of things. What a way to kick off the league for the Danes. Because surely, with the bye being where it is for Apeks, this should be an over affair, Dwag.
You've got to imagine so. Bunny trying to see if he can work some of that mid-control again. And it's very similar to the last round that there's a little bit more of a lean and a stack out towards that B side. Inspire trying to keep it down towards windows so there's no overpeak. Even Bunny's got himself up to top con. You've got Tapeware close towards that right-hand side.
It's Hansi with a kill on Scent, starts things off. Bunny ready against Tapeware. Berserk's going to burn out to the B site. It is a piece-by-piece dismantle for the Flames. Ascent, at least VHW gets 1 back. But he's one of 2 players versus 4 T-side members, which are going to lean towards that A site. Fez will rotate back in to support the split. And no matter what defensive they throw at them for the Apeks Rebels, this should be a done deal for Flames Ascent. Swing forward from 1. AK picked up by VHW, gets nothing for it. Brave now got to stand Brave in the 1-on-4 scenario. Bomb should go down. He'll try for the swing. Doesn't see anything. Does catch Speedy at last. Second headshot from Hansi comes in difficult. Looks out for the connector. Nade sent. Damage will be done. Engagements. Finding the man. Second HE. Dishes out the damage. 16-8. It's not Copenhagen Flames, but Flames Ascent there with the all-important win. One that will set themselves up for victory in the opening day of the WePlay Academy League.
I'm very impressed coming through from Flames Ascent. I thought Hansi and Bunny showed us a lot of good signs over the course of that entire best of one. And just consistency. You even think about late portion of this map, which is actually the start of the second half. Yes, it was 5 rounds in a row, but it came down to a 1v1 clutch in the first round of the pistol, a 1v1 clutch on the anti-eco. This was Flames in complete control across the entire best of one.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, these guys just looked fantastic overall. Like, I have to say it, particularly Hansi and Bunny, they looked particularly good to me. Those were the guys that stood out the most. And when we're talking about Academy League, we're obviously looking at this tournament as the big way to sort of like, you know, show off the potential talents in the next generation of Counter-Strike. So seeing those guys come to the fold and do as well as they did, I've got high hopes for their careers overall. And for Flames Ascent, look, it's a very solid start. There's a few more matches for them to play over the course of the day, though, Dwayne. So we're going to have to come back to them in a little bit of a moment's time. In a bit of a moment's time, we'll have to take a look at fnatic Rising versus OG Academy as our second match of the day. So do stick with us as we return with even more Academy League action. Welcome back to the Academy League. We're getting into our second match of the day here between OG Academy and fnatic Rising. We've just seen the Flames Ascent do damage onto Apeks Rebels and take their first victory in the day. We're going to see a lot more of them over the course of today, and we'll be seeing a lot more of these two teams over the course of the season, OG and fnatic. fnatic especially walking into this one as heavy favourites to a current reigning and defending champions of the Academy League.
And they've been thoroughly impressive for a little while now. The idea that you come back, you were first in your group last season, you go all the way in the playoffs, in the upper bracket, that be, without losing a single best of 3 to take the whole thing. You've got to imagine, come this season, Season 6, they're looking to do the same thing again.
You got to think as well for fnatic Rising, the rise that they've had in the last 3 seasons overall. They went from last place in Season 3 to first place in Season 5, had their top 4 finish as well during Season 4. So they've been doing pretty well. They've been hanging in there as one of the better Academy sides overall. I don't think a lot of people looked at Season 5 and thought that fnatic Rising were going to be the champions overall, Dwayne. So how much pressure have they got on them now to try and continue that run of form?
I don't think a massive amount of pressure. I mean, you've got to consider the idea that there has had some pieces taken away from them. They had Depression being their main star AWPer come the last season. Now at the moment they're playing with Wolfie. Even their coach has just gotten picked up by Heroic. So there's not the exact same pieces here from fnatic Rising. So I think with that in mind, I don't think there's a massive amount of pressure on them, even though they still will be a very strong team in this event.
Well, they certainly will be a team that you'll be watching out for to do some decent work in the group stage, at least. It was first place for them during group stage last season, so I'm excited to see whether they can replicate that and go on to do bigger things here in this season of Academy League. Of course, OG Academy is the other team on the other side of the board, and they'll be the next big thing to watch out for because they've only been in for a couple of seasons, but they haven't exactly been all that fantastic. I think you mentioned it during the earlier during the show, a mid-table team more than anything else here for OG.
It's very true, but at the same time, they typically do quite well against fnatic Rising. I remember both of their games being Inferno last time around in the best-of-1 group stages, and it went to overtime on one of them and 16-13 on the other. So even though OG Academy aren't maybe one of the highest placement teams, they do have a decent track record against fnatic Rising.
Yeah, they certainly are a team that have had their history when it comes to beating out this particular squad, and obviously, you know, the history in terms of the Academy League has been able to replicate. In the last couple of seasons, we have seen them constantly take victories on the fnatic Rising side, though. It has been one of those cases where those matches have been close, but at the same time, I also have considerations of who fnatic Rising are, what they've been able to do in the Academy Leagues, and what they've been able to achieve as a team overall. And, you know, we've been seeing them around the place as well. They're not just playing in Academy League, they take themselves outside of the league and do things in the Tier 2 space, and I think that experience in Tier 2 is going to feed itself back into the habits and the talents in the Academy League itself. So for fnatic, they've got a lot riding on them today.
Yeah, they do. I think back to when even Volt was in the UK scene, having that incredible run in ESEA Advanced, not quite making that next step forward. Now moving over to fnatic Rising, look at what happened this Advanced season. They were able to place 3rd in the group stage, had a very good run in the playoffs, going all the way down to Eklot in the 5th place decider. So they're still awaiting their spot in the relegations for next season to see if they can get that promotion forward. We know that they've been playing in a couple of the closed qualifiers for Rotterdam only very recently too. So both of these teams are trying to see if they can give themselves more Tier 2 experience, which will only benefit here in the Academy League.
And we'll see whether that will benefit. That beneficiary will come out here in the Academy League itself. In this particular matchup, obviously, it's going to be a common head-to-head that we see quite often. And for OG Academy, the understanding that they've got history against fnatic Rising, they're going to want to get one of those victories on the board. In terms of the map that we'll be playing here, it will be Inferno as the map played out for this one. How do we feel about this map in the match?
Well, again, look back at the last 2 head-to-heads. They've always been Inferno. fnatic Rising played so much Inferno over the course of last season of the group stage, so there's no surprises it goes down this sort of way. Again, it's the middle of the map pool for fnatic. Maybe not the same for OG Academy. They're actually 0 for 6 in the last 3 months, 6-map losing streak of Inferno, where for fnatic Rising, 10 wins, 5 losses, even a map that they don't mind picking in best of 3s.
And the thing to consider as well about this whole map up and the situation between the head-to-heads is the fact that it has always produced those close head-to-heads. We're talking 16-13s, 19-15s last season. So we've had a couple of good maps out of Inferno between OG and fnatic Rising. So in that sense, you look at this map up thinking that there could still be a chance that OG could steal it away, at least for this one best of one, even if you don't count on it necessarily.
And we know that for OG Academy, they've made a recent roster change. You had Shrike being the Bulgarian AWPer last season for the Academy side. This time around, they've picked up another Bulgarian AWPer. Awaken saw him on Endangered, playing with Kick with guys like Spellin and Victor J. So we know that he's been able to get some experience with some of the higher-end Bulgarian players. And now moving into this OG Academy roster, he's got another Bulgarian by his side of Oxygen.
Yeah, and Oxygen himself has obviously been historically significant in the Tier 2 space, especially last year. He was part of what I like to call the Tier 2 Bulgarian War, when it was Fiend and Skade that constantly battled each other for Bulgarian supremacy and even took some of those titles in the international Tier 2 space. So he's internationally recognized. And in that sense, OG Academy have done some significant strengthening of the roster, and I'm excited to see whether that improves itself in this particular season of Academy League. But you got to look at fnatic Rising and pick them as the favorites in this matchup day.
Yeah, you do have to. You've got a very strong core behind them. I think MOUZ, the in-game leader, is one of the highest fragging in-game leaders we have in the entire Academy League. And just knowing you've got strong potential with Volt and Wolfie around them, they're going to be another deadly team this season.
Well, waste no time jumping into this pistol round and seeing how far OG can take it up against a fnatic Rising camp. We've got utility on MOUZ and Banjo as we kick things off with the pistol round. Awaken has the double flash and smoke, and Dementor is the man with the defuse kit over on the OG defense.
You can see fnatic Rising trying to see if they can show some presence down here towards the bottom of Banana. OG Academy trying to spot for information. You've got Oxygen and Co looking in towards Boiler into that balcony angle, and that's going to start driving the T's forward because of it.
Smoke sent, HG's down. Should try to block them off here for the CTs. It's Sound the man that takes the early damage. 17 points of health for his own part. It's Demented with the first blood drawn. Volt picked up through that smoke. Just taps on initially with a headshot. Bit blind, bit lucky. Overall works out for OG. fnatic, however, they gain the bomb site.
Get that bomb plant in, and now it's about the post plant. I'm liking this setup coming through from Wolfie. We saw him down towards the bottom of Banana. He's now going to be lurking in spawn.
Marix hears him though. Swing. He missed the headshot. That's not ideal. Wolfie will now be allowed to apply pressure to the CT side as he gets that kill back in. 4-on-4. Backstab's worked out. Damage has been done. Oxygen picks up one on the site itself. The kills start pouring in for OG Academy. Suddenly, this backstab player is all alone, and fnatic get overwhelmed by the pistol of OG.
And just see how quickly that retake comes through and pressure down onto the post-planning players on B. Yes, Wolfie's able to waste some time, do some damage onto that backstab, but when you lose all of your teammates on the site directly, there's not much that you can expect from that Raptor play to come in. Now, fnatic Rising are going to force the issue. They only managed a single pick in that round, but they got a bomb plant, and they can see the potential in trying to get that reset.
Quick force forward of the force buy. Galil's in, Mac 10 out for Volt, of course, for fnatic Rising. Standard buys up for the OG Academy side, featuring 3 SMGs, which will be a little bit useless here. There's a lot of helmets involved for fnatic Rising.
I'm going to be very keen to see what Wolfie's like this season as well. Yes, he's 23 and one of the older guys in the Academy League and in here for fnatic Rising, but you've got to say he could be the most experienced player that we have in the Academy League. The idea that for the last year or so, he's been playing in the top 30, even top 20 competition of Lingby Vikings and Ecstatic. They were at the height of Tier 2 for a very long portion of time.
I don't think he's an official part of the team, though, is he?
No. So at the moment, he's just filling in. Whether that becomes an official move is something that we're going to have to wait and see. But he has been playing with them for a little while now.
I imagine that at some point it might become official, given how things are going for fnatic Rising. For now, though, his future might be a little bit unpredictable thanks to that little factor. One to watch out for in this particular matchup, though, for the time being, as he kicks things off for fnatic Rising. A 1-for-1 trade against Sound. And the rest of the T's press onto the B side. It's only Dementor standing here for the defense, so he might be in a little bit of trouble. Rotations from Marix will be a little bit late. Mac 10 wraps the corner, does drop to the MP9, so advantage gained. Banjo trades it back.
Nice flash assist coming through from that city spawn area. Wolfie trying to see if he can regain that side control. Marix even being spammed down. You've got 2 players close to the smokes that can continue to put fire on.
Decent sprays through the smoke, not quite getting the kill from Marix. At least does some damage and tries to force Wolfie back. He still continues to press out towards CT and gets Awaken. 3v2 now. fnatic Rising working inland as Marix gets it back to an even standing, continues to hold at the coffins and continues to look in towards Banana, who swing forward from Oxygen, look to the back site, see where Banjo is. Banjo still gets his kill at half HP, does get overwhelmed. Quick 180 for Marix, gets no damage. 12 HP for him, kits on the man. Gotta hold the full 5 seconds, what he'll do. May's got to swing in real quick. He might get here a little bit late. No, he gets the kill and holds the round for fnatic.
Nicely done there from MOUZ, the in-game leader, stepping up when it matters most. Now, for OG Academy, they're forced on double eco status. They have to buy it down. For Fnatic Rising's point of view, even their money in the reserve is going to be limited because, yes, they won the round. They didn't have anyone staying alive. There could be quite a lot on the line here in the third round.
Both teams in with the force invest. Guns out, Deagles, P250s, SMGs in for 3 players on the OG side. Wolfie has his AK set in an underpass. Be watching out for players to pop out from the mid control. Not real aggression here from OG Academy. On the sites, they'll hold their positions, particularly over on B with a 3-man stack and 2 players up at long. Apartments could be exploited by Fnatic if they play that in the default.
MOUZ and co trying to see if they can gain this top banana presence. Now, keep in mind the way that Fnatic Rising are taking map control without using a crazy amount of nades. This is very defensive, very much stack heavy outside of B, and OG Academy are trying to see if they can draw them into the bait.
Took there with the SMGs. All 3 of them back towards B. Fnatic don't know what to expect on this one. The MAC-10 of Pepsol might get a bit of info as to what's going on. But the hit seems like it will be the B site again.
Got to imagine so. And without a crazy amount of utility, it will be dry on the approach. Sound has got to try and get a first engagement, get a kill, and try and fall back. Try and draw them in even further to the crossfire.
Smoke sent. Flashes at the ready. Pepsor about to lean in. Molotovs and HE sent. Sound burning quite significantly low and does get overwhelmed by Banjo's lineup. Marix can only get 1 trade with Dementor's initial kill. 3 on 2. Oxygen and Awaken now left as the rotators from the A site back into B with their Deagles and the P250. Desperate to catch anything here past this smoke as it fades. Pepsor will hunt the man down. Almost gets picked up for it, but the kills going for Fnatic Rising as they take the lead.
That was an impeccable molly. You've got to consider the idea in that round. They only had 1 molly, so they had 3 places it could go. Now, most commonly is Nubox. I'd say the second most common is going to be Dark, and then the third one is your first and second oranges, and they put that down with precision. That 1 molly breaks that setup apart. Because I tell you, Jay, if that molly goes to Dark or Nubox, I reckon OG Academy win that round with that sort of setup.
USP's picked up OG Academy. Sitting their positions for round 4. Stacking towards the A site, which is the wrong stack to make considering Fnatic have hit B every single round so far. Let's get a free bomb site and get the plant down here, Dweg.
Have to imagine so. I'd like to see Pepsor perhaps going towards City Spawn, bottom of Banana. Just try and do some hunting, get some money on the board because he is with the MAC-10 and farming up cash against this sort of buy is your perfect opportunity.
And might as well. We'll be losing a whole lot here for Fnatic Rising in the grand scale of things. Obviously for the short term it might cause some problems if the MAC-10 drops. Other than that, formality situation for this Fnatic side. Again, OG on the eco. Might lean into Pepsol's position here in mids. Checking Awaken and Sounds. Yeah, gets the kill alongside Banjo. Nicely done. Very nicely done indeed. 2 MAC-10 frags. Lots of cash. Fnatic. Oh, get even more out for Pepsol. That's a lot of money now being gained. He immediately bolstered himself from $0 to almost 6,000.
The true OG member of this lineup, Pepsor, been here since the absolute start. Joined right back over a year ago now, which is kind of crazy to think about when MOUZ and Volt only joined about 5 months. Consider the fact that Pepsor and Banjo have been a part of the iteration of the lineup that dates back to last year. One of the stronger riflers that Fnatic Rising have to their camp themselves. 3-1, OG Academy bringing Awaken with the glass cannon orb. Now I'm keen to see what he's like because this is going to be a new challenge for him. New lineup, hasn't played many games with OG Academy.
A heavy invest in for OG in this round. Of course, first guns on the board. Still rocking the SMG for Dementor. One big concern for them. Awaken. It's posted out towards the B site here. Fnatic Rising. I guess it kind of makes sense that they would go towards this position for the first AWP of the game, mostly because Fnatic have gone here so many times. So post up, get that first frag with the AWP. Force Fnatic to second guess their strategy here. But so far, so little gained. Flashing for Sounds, sees Pepsor, gets the kill, adjusts towards Volt and doubles up.
Couldn't have asked for a better timing on that one. No one playing anti-flash. Fnatic Rising actually starting to retreat from that top of banana gain. Now start putting some pressure with the nades into brackets, looking for a pickback.
Marek's watching and ready to receive. Banjo with the Galil swing from Wolfie, gets the frag back. Banjo return, 4-on-2 situation. OG still losing players as Wolfie gets that trade. Demento SMG against the man at long range, still wins that fight. And now MOUZ is alone here. AK dropped at his feet, going to swap out for one of those here. See one man, the AWP, that glass cannon forced away from the sheer presence of MOUZ alone. Awaken down to the back of the site. The scope has been heard, and MOUZ are going to try isolate him, get a shoulder shot, take a leg back of his own right though. Now on 15 HP for this 1-on-3. Clutch won't walk past the spawn. Demento gets the second round for OG.
A good repositioning coming through from Awaken just to back off, allow himself to even get a tag with the AWP, and then just play defensive, wait for the crossfire to be established from CT spawn. And we can always create the storylines of Bulgarian AWPers because typically they've been some of the strongest in international teams. You think about Cirque back in his past, Poison as well, Han, you could probably even throw Denny into the mix. We've always seen how strong these Bulgarian AWPers can be, and especially when they get the chance of moving into EU lineups.
Guns in for both sides for now. Awaken back on the AWP, of course. Rifles for fnatic, not quite bolstered by the bomb plant bonus, but still out here for round 6. Passive default in from the T side here.
Wolfie, one of the strongest AWPers that we're going to have in the entire competition. One of the reasons of so much success that came through from that ecstatic roster. Of course, the Lyngby Vikings core Danish of the European lot. MOUZ being boosted up towards a half wall. Feels like OG Academy aren't that keen on taking banana control. They always seem to be quite passive on B.
Allow him to lean in for the time being. Very, very quiet here in round 6. Adjustments from OG will be made towards that B site once again because how many times the fnatic tried to hit it here. Bombs on its way in, rotations out of the apartment. Of course, noise has been made there on the default, at least to draw attention away from the B site. But one player on quick rotations towards either site will be able to bolster up the crossfire between Sound and Demento. Sound will see the utility spray through, does only a little bit of damage by comparison against Pepzor. AK swing back for the kills, transfers to the double, looks for the triple, and that is a Sound play.
Just makes so much happen off of the back of it. You've got that distraction down from Nubox, just allows the attention to be drawn over, and even for Banjo, trying to get that long walk, perhaps get himself in towards CT spawn, get into the back lines. This round's been finished. That's an incredible 3K spray down coming through from Sound.
What a sequence. What a way to put himself on the map as well, even with a quadra on Wolfie. 4K for him. What a play to equal up for OG Academy. And for people watching at home that might not be as in tune with the Tier 2 scene, I think Sound will be the one player that they know the least about, right, Dwight?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he's been in the Romanian scene for quite a while. When we think back to Game Agents, Nexus, All-Stars, made that leap of faith like some of the others did. And we've seen only very recently 2 Romanians qualifying to the major in IM and Lawnix as well. So there is a lot of talent that's leaving Romania to try and see if they can progress their career even further.
Sound is the latest of that call-up. Top frag of OG Academy at this moment, thanks to that 4K. Usurping everybody on the CT side and forcing fnatic down to a hero AK buy. Massive impact on the economy. As Banjo had to save that from the previous round, so just eco pistols around it. fnatic rising. Finally start to prod the A site here.
Oxygen been seen. Banjo's done a fair amount of damage. That's good info to work with. And now Awaken's been spotted towards long too.
It's in the area, was sent towards that. It's a long entrance. Banjo does find Oxygen. That's a decent start. Sound to wrap in as well. Banjo's AK is going massive. A double up found. Marrow's going to get flanked in as Banjo makes it a triple. At least Sound could block the bomb from getting on the site for the time being. But Banjo's hunting for his quadra. And you can imagine he might just get it here. Sound to be pressured. Bomb will cross and will get planted. And MOUZ picks up an AWP. So apply it to the CT side. It was all down to the hero. And the hero he was.
That hero found so much impact and great distraction from the pistols out towards long, but Banjo just comes into his own, finds so much impact. And remember, he had to call up a couple of times actually to the main fnatic roster, helped them out on LAN in a couple of events.
Here and there whenever necessary. You can see why they called upon him. Think about prior to this point, he wasn't really anything of any major sort of note in the Finnish scene. So coming out and doing work here in this particular lineup and in this particular round. What a way to start things off to regain the lead for Fnatic Rising. 4-3 now. And this game is being about as blow for blow as we hoped it would be, Dweg.
Got to imagine so. OG Academy going 4th in their group last time around in Season 5. A lot of competitive games. A lot of overpass got played, actually. I think back to even their first stage of the gauntlet going up against Spirit Academy in that round 1, being eliminated very quickly on. So for their sakes, trying to see if they can progress ever so further, because it has been hurting them. That 7th to 8th place 2 seasons in a row now.
Try and avoid that if possible. Obviously, a long way to try and make up that difference. It's only the first day of the Academy League. But a victory would go quite a long way against your reigning champions. Starting things off against Awaken for Fnatic Rising, though. Volt picking up that frag. Off the back of that, it again goes relatively quiet. Utility is thrown down, but when it comes to contact, they're very far away from each other on both OG and Fnatic.
Fnatic Rising just slowing the tempo, making sure that they gain this top of banana control. That's a little bit more of a gamble. You've got Oxygen trying to make an info play on the short side. He's peeked in towards mid, hasn't seen a massive amount, so they're going to keep 3 on B and actually retake top banana.
Swing in, spray through, MOUZ catching Dementor, Marek's trades, Wolfie responds right back. Sound with another trade for the OG Academy side, but the lone player holding the B side. Low HP for him, but at least his presence has funneled Fnatic back into the A play, where Oxygen stands on 100 points of health, ready to receive them in the 1 versus 3. AK swinging in, Banjo caught, dead. Volt next to drop, now left towards one of MOUZ, and Oxygen might explode out into this round, but unable to grab the last frag. Suddenly it turns back to Fnatic's favor. MOUZ on 48, Sound on 15 HP. Bomb should go down, the retake should be on.
And MOUZ was one of the best players in the competition last season around. Now let's get to see what he's like in a clutch situation. This is a tough one from Sound. He's going to have to use his util well, just off of the basis that he's so low on HP.
Backed up, ready and raring to receive. Nade sent in towards the short position, which will give away info as to where he looks to go. MOUZ hears those footsteps. Incendiary Scent will give away the game for Sound. From here, MOUZ should not lose this. Just hold his nerve. Pre-fires from Sound, trying to see if he can grab the man. Caught off on the flank anyway. That's a 3K. That's a 5th for Fnatic.
Now that's an excellent round coming through from MOUZ, and just the way that he positions himself off of the information. Here's that HE towards short, so he gives himself an off angle. He waits, he waits, he waits. He's got so much patience, and finally he starts to slowly strafe to that left-hand side, catch the last player out. And for OG Academy, that was an all-important round, because now they've been reset. They're forced down into an eco, and that's one of those swing rounds, isn't it, Jay? Because now you can feel as if Fnatic Rising can start storming forward, really extending this lead forward.
Especially with an eco inbound from OG. Oxygen's at least posted with the Zeus. Might find a kill against one player. But so many more around that corner means he doesn't hold onto the rifle here. There's the kill. Banjo picked up, and Pepsor gets the trade back. So a nice little bit of Zeus action in that one. Marek does not have the Zeus, so his USP is going to get overwhelmed very quickly. Awaken does catch Volt looking the wrong way, so the USPs are doing some amount of impact. Fnatic are not quite getting away as clean as they'd like to, but this round will still go their direction.
And that used to be a Skade special, didn't it? Oxygen's past team, they used to love the Zeus's on the anti-eco. So there's no surprise that on a lot of those light eco rounds, we're going to see Zeus's come through from Oxygen. Dementor and Sound, I mean, even if they get one more pick onto Pepsor, that's got to be a massive round from them.
I mean, even then, Dementor's got an AK. He could just fall back and save from here. Don't know if the other one's in the... oh, there it is right there. Dementor look for MOUZ. MOUZ catches the headshot instead, and now Sound will just hold on to the AK from here. Continue fighting instead. Okay, well, now he's been revealed, and he couldn't get another kill for it. He will back off. Being chased by Fnatic, though. See, Wolfie's got a Glock pulled out because he knows that he can win this fight with no Kevlar on Sound's part of things. Yeah, they will escape. Keep those 5 players alive. 3 players alive, rather. Limit to 6 rounds for Fnatic. Sound... high back in the corner of the bomb site. Maybe hold on to himself from there. Actually run back into the hands of MOUZ. Isn't coming in, but will not find the player. So that's 1 AK for an eco here for OG Academy, and that's at least something decent.
It's whether they can put it into good effect. They haven't been able to muster up a massive amount of impact from Awaken just yet. And you can understand it to an extent. We haven't seen much out to the B site in these last couple of rounds, and that's obviously where the AWP has been playing from. There's also been a few rounds that when it's been in play, he's been glass cannon, so maybe more defensive than what he's used to. But this is the time. The time to strike at an opening man advantage could be a juicy one.
Quick up and in. Awaken jump facing Marix. Caught tagged early. Those HEs landing very close to CT lines, but still not quite landing as much damage up towards the top banana position. AWP posted on a half wall. Sees one, but looks away at the wrong moment. Awaken not allowed to get the opening frag.
Fnatic Rising are doing an excellent job of baiting nades. You're seeing OG Academy not having a massive amount of incendiaries or smoke in the late round. Even the retaking nades towards the top of the banana have just been exploited by a walk timing. Awaken repositioning that AWP, trying to see if he can get a pick back into brackets.
Lean in, Pepzor and MOUZ. First two players to grab that corner. Smokes are in. Bit of an awkward one. I think that missed out to the cross. That's not ideal. Mentor's going to wait and actually assist the CT side here. Walk forward and re-smoke goes on towards that cross. Dementor is flashed off blinded as well, but Sound holds the back of the site. Gets only one kill for it. The HP compounds. It's a 4-on-4 for the retake.
Dementor trying to see if he can span through, deny the bomb if at all possible. He's done a fair amount of damage onto Pepzor, just not enough to even drop him.
Banjo took a little bit of it as well. But the HP returns from Fnatic are so much better. Marix on 48, Dementor on 40. Now they make their way into the retake. A re-smoke down from the CT side. Wolfie's watching. I think a HE just landed pretty close towards some players on the T side line. Either way, flashes to stall for time. And OG Academy might start to fall away. Yeah, taking too long to get set up on the retake, so they'll save the weapons. Fnatic will lose several here on the exit frag positions, but they'll get away with 7 rounds. We'll make it as expensive as possible, at least for the CT side. Volt almost escapes with that one, but not to be. Wolfie's AWP stays in. Is the only player alive for Fnatic. And again, 7 to the board.
And what did I just say in that round, Jay? Fnatic Rising doing a good job of baiting nades. OG Academy had a HE and a smoke. That's all they had for that retake. The HE went towards dark, the smoke went to top banana. How are you supposed to retake? How are you meant to get a 4-on-4 retake towards that B site without any nades? You can't. And that's what ended up happening. Because they don't have the incendiaries or they don't have the flashes, they're not driving jewels in the open. You can see the way that Fnatic Rising are just hiding in the corner, holding a lot of those close gimmicky angles, because without that counter utility, they can hold safe. They don't need to peek. The
success in doing so for Fnatic is forcing tacticals now from OG. 4 rounds in the difference. The T's hold their own. The AK's AWP can come right back in for the rebuy. OG. A little bit of cash in hand, of course. Save weapons. Get what little they lost. Bring it into round 11. Of course, the damage compounding for Fnatic Rising leaves us at a very awkward position when it comes to their economy state. Potential resets on the table for OG in the next couple of rounds. For this next one, they should be okay when it comes to Wolfie and Pepzor's high roll float. Fnatic ideally want to win the round here. Into the apartments, they'll look very careful on their default spread.
A little bit quicker this time around. Pepzor's got a flash for them to peek out from Boiler. Might just be a charge down towards short.
One man in oxygen is demand a receiver and re-smokes and flashes on towards the apartments. He'll drop down into pit. Get the kill on Volt somehow. Marix also finds Banjo. Adjustments are there for both M4s. A 5-on-3 rotations are getting called in. Pepzor does find one back towards Long, and now 3 more to get around him. In from the arches and from Library. Dementor gets that kill. Now the bomb's forced to rotate away from MOUZ. They'll hear those footsteps. They might just adjust towards it anyway.
Try and see if they could double bluff them, force a mistake and overpeak. That was actually fairly well done from Fnatic Rising. You had that 1v1 duel down towards mini pit, just didn't go that way. And then even Marix, you thought he was going to get caught off guard in the backside quarter. He somehow adjusts towards that right-hand side to the cold zero box and still lands the kill.
Wolfie getting one, Dementor with a return. Bomb in the open now. Wolfie 1-on-3 situation. Trying to see if he can escape with the AWP, reposition towards the apartments. But surely there's no way for him to clutch this round.
Nah, I don't believe in it. Knowing that the money is slightly skewed, that Banjo doesn't have anything, Wolfie's just looking for an exit frag, but his main potential is going to be saving this big green.
Clean up. Or sees one. The adjustment isn't there. The fix to a little bit overcooked. Wolfie's out of there. Weapon save for OG. They must realize that he's going to fall away. This will be a 4th round of the CT board. Half denied for the time being for fnatic Rising. And again, that damage of the money can start to compound. Banjo's going to have to get drop weapons. Volt, similar story. See, the buy will be coming in from MOUZ at least. So there's going to be that much. They will force the issue.
And this is another one of those swing rounds. OG Academy know to themselves, our economy isn't great with money in the reserve. fnatic Rising's economy isn't great with the money in the reserve. So let's try and get as much out of this as possible. Banjo's going to be down to probably just a Tech 9 or a Deeg. So you've got one pistol. Everybody else is on rifles, though.
Guns in for the AWP. Tech 9 of Banjo, as you mentioned. Main concern for fnatic Rising. The big concern for OG Academy is the utility damage coming in against them. Sounds on 1 point of health and is taking point on the defensive. They're considering flashing him in here towards Banana. That would be a bad call to make.
But that's what they wanted to do when he was on 100 points of health. Flash around the corner, get in there towards the top of Banana and the half wall. He's been quite successful with the multi-frags when they've started to take map control away. He needs more assistance, and that's why the AWP is around him now of Awaken.
He takes point on the defensive. Sound is going to sit on top of the sandbags. Thought hiding behind the sandbags would be the best place for him. Be as sneaky as possible. Boost up, and MOUZ gets the kill immediately. Finds Sound in an instant to follow up. 5 on 3. Into the site, into the plant. This is a round for fnatic Rising.
Into the 8-4, this is pretty much over. And Dementa might be able to look for an exit frag. Even Banjo could be left around to see if he can find an exit, do some follow-on damage when it comes to the lurk here on mid. Being seen though from Marek, so nothing else will get granted. fnatic Rising in a very similar boat as the Flames in the last best of one, where you can see the potential of double digits in the first half for him.
You're right about this one being over here, Dwayne. Only a Tech 9 drop. fnatic will mean won't be sweating that for certain. Decide where they go from here. OG Academy. Being the 4-round deficit and of course conceding the half itself. fnatic have faced resistance, have faced a lot of great defense, but this is not one of those rounds. You talk about utility baiting initially for fnatic Rising, then utility damage to follow on when they stop baiting the utility from OG. Buy here might not be as sound as they hope it would be.
I wonder what Marek is feeling right now. Again, you think back to only a few months ago, left the Sprout team to join up with OG Academy. A lot of question marks at the time, whether that was the right move. Sprout have just made the major. Marek's trying to see if he can perhaps be on a stronger team with more potential. That might have been what he was thinking at the time.
Regardless of those thoughts, he's thinking about the matchup itself. Assisting with flashes against the Mentors, trades back. You're leaning against Pepsol, get that secondary frag. And OG Academy certainly will be looking in for the man advantage here. fnatic Rising, find the sprays through the smokes, and Volt takes it right back out of play. So no advantage gained for OG at the end of it. Marek is still in play out towards the B site as the lone defender. He's got no support around him.
You could just see how positive that looked from OG Academy. One of the first times they're taking banana control. You're getting flashes set up for Dementa to get right in there, to start keeping it busy. And it comes back to a 3v3. Awakens alone on A without armor. If there's a single swing from this boiler control and he drops, that could be the round finished.
Banjo's just watching.
Do you know what? They've actually heard the scope of that AWP, and I think that's drawn them back in. Maybe getting a read that there's only one towards A with that scope.
Outside of the scope, they haven't had a lot of information. It's been so quiet from OG. Awaken about to receive them. Court's running out or moving out to the arch side and into the archway here, trying to escape towards the B site. Look for a different angle, but just out in the open. Accuracy affected by the walk, so couldn't stabilize the shot, couldn't hit it. And from here, this would be a bomb plant and most likely a round for fnatic Rising. I would be stunned if OG Academy thought about going for the retake here with a single, well, now 2 flashes. But a man advantage for Fnatic and a respoke onto Moto.
Just pick up that big green from Oxygen's POV and just save. I think that's got to be the best counteraction here. Down to 22 points of health. There's nothing that they can find forward. Marek's going to chuck the AK back so they can save the AWP and that AK. Even in saying that, Oxygen's just getting out of there, so they won't be able to get the AK.
Wants the M4?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, to be honest.
I know the M4A1S is overpowered now, but like, come on, it's an AK we're talking about, guys. Come on. Like, even the buffed M4 isn't as good as an AK.
I do feel for Awaken, because obviously he's making his debut here for OG Academy in the Academy League, and we haven't seen much from him. He's been pressured quite a lot. We've seen so many rounds. He's even had that AWP glass cannon down to just 2 kills at 8 deaths, and you could feel the pressure building on him. Desperately looking to find impact. He's been AWPing at the half wall. He's been AWPing directly on B, over at long, over at short. He's tried to change it up, but the success is just not coming.
And the AWP is such an important role in modern Counter-Strike. You expect it to have some amount of impact. That's why all the big players and the ones that you know are so famous for their AWPing skills. Sound trying to press forward here in Banana, trying to hold his own. Oxygen picks up Banjo as he's the opening frag to start off this particular one. Sound sent right down towards Banana. Seeing nothing of Fnatic. No one past that smoke at Arch.
So Banjo on the lurk, aggressive towards A, gets caught off very early. OG Academy have taken this bottom of Banana control. Now, rather than falling back off of it, they're actually holding it for a decent amount of time. You've got Dementor and Sound to play off one another. Seems like they want to keep jiggling or at least holding from Car, and then when there's contact to be established, they could put another incendiary down.
Smoke and Molly sent AWP falling away ahead of the smoke coming up. Long blocked out of position. No vision available for OG Academy. Fnatic Rising, similar story. Prodding out towards Brackets. Going to try draw the 3-man stack into the A play. And now challenge Sound and Dementor. The 2 defenders of the B site. Smokes ahead of the incendiaries, but the crossfire locks for the M4. And they mow down 3 for 1.
You've got to say that Dementor's been quite impressive with these multi-frags around the half wall, putting on a lot of damage here towards B. You've even got a backstab coming through from Oxygen, aggressing down from the apartments, trying to see if he can drop that AWP if it comes back into the mid-control. Dementor's now up at 13 kills and only 6 deaths. A lot of people would have remembered his time on NASA, been known for sort of the Kosovo scene, in there with the Middle East, and now an opportunity in an international squad.
OG locking out against Fnatic Rising have finally found a formula to deal with that Banana take. So many times they pressed up there and gained control of the B site as a result. Been such a great successful side of the map for Fnatic Rising and everything. So shutting that down takes away a huge element of their game plan here in Inferno. It's coming up to the rifles that are doing all the main work here. MOUZ, especially on Fnatic Rising. 12 kills, the only man on this T side who's hit double digits.
OG Academy, even though they've started to get a read on how they want to try and take this Banana control and put the pressure on, it's very late in this first half. Awaken taking that opening pop shot. A lot of damage being done by the nades. Sound might drop even lower.
HG to the ready, and they continue putting them up for OG Academy. They try to get something to return on sandbags. It's way too late on that front. Deeper HEs will land on Sound. They'll sponge that damage. But it's not a kill yet for Fnatic.
You can see the way that Dementor and Sound can play off one another. They've just got a re-smoke down towards the top of Banana. Got another incendiary and a boost up to Nubox. This is the first time that we're going to see it for OG Academy.
So where the Sound can hold his own. He'll be out up high in the open. Very little cover that might affect his position. Like we can do with the gun. Smokes down towards Coffins and Cross, indicating there's a B hit on the table. Still got 2 smokes here for a double pump setup here for Fnatic Rising, so they're going to wait out OG Academy and put the second wave in and go off the back of that.
Even Oxygen's trying to make an info play towards the apartment side. He's going to see nothing. Sound has got to fight, and even Dementor's got to try and pull some distraction away. Sound's
evading the incendiaries. They catch Dementor in the backside. Will they be ready for Sound here? Top of new box. Spotted on MOUZ's part, but the kill goes the way of the CT side. Sound can't escape as Banjo gets the trade. 3-on-3, the bomb will get planted.
Gonna try and get denied as Marix gets spotted out in the open. Wolfie with the NWP looking to follow up, and now Oxygen's the last one left. Down there towards CT spawn, they know exactly where he is because that flash popped out into the open, and Wolfie ends it. Do you know what I'm thinking at the end of that round, Jay? Disappointing behold. When you think about Dementor and Sound with a man advantage, they get one kill. One kill between them. That's not good enough if you want to take the fight to a team like Fnatic Rising. Especially
for Dementor, right? He was the high HP player in that exchange, and as soon as the Flames came in, he just panicked, ran out into the open, tried to find some harder cover in the backside, and just got wrecked. And from there, you can't really blame the man up top. Very difficult situation for Sound to be in at low HP, so take it on the chin. 10-5 for Fnatic Rising to close out the half. B hits were constantly part of their whole offensive line. Let's see whether B defenses will be part of the defensive over their own side of the second half, Dweg. Pistol round set for now. Small tech pause before we go further here.
And I do wonder to myself, is this going to be anything similar to what we've seen previously with those last head-to-heads being competitive, being close between the two teams? That now we come into the new season, it's a slightly new time period. We're looking at a difference of about 4-5 months since those last two head-to-heads, and how time can be a massive factor. 10-5 at the half doesn't give a lot of leverage forward to OG Academy. I mean, you could even see for their sakes, they win the pistol, they lose that second round, never had a chance of getting going. And with Awaken still down at 2 kills, you've got to hope that he's got more behind him come the second half.
Bottom of the board now for the entire server. And again, the AWP impact is the big concern for him. Can he fix it up? Can he change the position? Can he change the narrative on his own performances? While in the T side, be his to grasp. Pistol round, utility on Marix. Nothing in the utility or kit department for Fnatic Rising. The Suicide Squad dive out towards mid. Marix caught first. The crossfire locked between two. Volt and MOUZ get those opening jewels, and now the teasers are pressed out of the apartment's entrance. At least Awaken can get one back, so that's at least his start here in the half. But now they make their way into the ace site, and they've got one player in the corner. Dementor diving in towards short, gets 2. Wolfie on site, reduces it to 2v2. Goose down to 5 HP, and now dead to the right to Sound. All left on Volt. 2 low HP players on the T side, but they get those shots to connect to the headshot. And OG Academy will find the pistol.
And Fnatic Rising are going to be disappointed in themselves. The idea that they get aggressive down from mid, they take the fight right to OG Academy, you're winning out some opening jewels, you've got a massive amount of advantages with even the HP differential, but they just don't come into the fold. Volt trying to see if he can siphon off those last 2 individuals does not happen, and Fnatic Rising are opting not to force buy, or are they? Wolfie's brought down for a hero by the looks of it.
I think this one might... Oh, it looked like it wasn't going to be live. I saw a pause getting called up. Scouts in for Wolfie will take the fight, so I think we are going to commit towards this round. 3 HP for the man. It's away from those HGs as he got goosed up very, very early in that mid phase. Only player that forced the issue, Hero Scout involved. Mac 10 catches him jumping. Sound and Marix finding him, finding Volt. Damage done towards Pit. They are walking into the stack of the CT side, but just the firepower differential is so ridiculous that it's not going to last long from anybody here for Fnatic. Lots of Mac 10 frags for Sound. 10-7, Fnatic Rising still in control for the time being, but their first tactical just got called. That's what that pause was all about.
Well, yes, you are right about it, Jade. They called the tac just after freeze time. So they meant to call the tactical for the last round, but they got it in too late. So that's why there was a bit of confusion. You had Wolfie buying down, but then everybody else not. So they're going to have a tac call here because they've called it anyway. And everyone else is going to be on a decent buy. You're going to have M4s across the board. Wolfie's probably down to a pistol. I was going to say maybe a scout again if he wanted to go down that sort of avenue. And for OG Academy, think back to what happened in the second round. One pistol, they lost the next. You wonder, and it's slightly different this time around, can they respond consistently with rounds in a row? Or is it going to be the same idea that as soon as they have leverage, they lose it and they can't turn more into a streak?
Well, it's 4 M4s in Wolfie with just the 5-7 hit. 5 and useful to hold on to the eco in that past round, of course. Can't do much about that from here, this position. They're aware of that. Oxygen, Mac 10 up in the apartments will lean in. The M4 taking damage from his teammate right behind him. That's not ideal. Not that too much, though. It's the apartments, they'll lean against Fnatic Rising.
Oh, what a resmoke that was. That was going to be an apps pop attempt very early into the round for OG Academy, but because there was a resmoke from one of the side players, it actually slowed it down, and now it's going to be halted for the second time.
M4 holds, Oxygen forced away, smokes up to suppress from Banjo, swing spray, finds Oxygen next to Mentor, trades it back alongside Pepzor's double Banjo with a follow-up. 4 versus 2 scenario, Awaken and Sound. Overwhelmed, now it's all Awaken. Be woken up from the nightmare, that is fnatic Rising taking 11. OG Academy in for more difficulties though, it's not going to end with just this round.
It's going to have to be a buy here for OG Academy, and you'll be able to get AKs for Dementor, Marex, and Awaken. You'll probably get Sound on a Galil, maybe even an SMG in for Oxygen. It's going to be some limitations for a couple of individuals, and he just felt there for OG Academy you needed more. Anytime you're going for an apps pop on Inferno, you need those entries to be immediate, as soon as you fly out the gate, and instead there was a lot of time stalling. There was a lot of impact from Pepzor on the site, and of course MOUZ that was playing there at Pit.
Force invest for OG. Deagles and Mac 10 set. Volt thinking there might be some sort of aggression into Banana. Do back away from this position and leave one man towards the B defense. Very passive B defense. The 4-man stack comes in towards the A play, and OG Academy not indicated they're going to go to either site yet. They're just prodding and peeking. Poking away on the defaults here.
Banjo and Wolfie to establish the crossfire off one another. MOUZ and Pepzor from the long angle. And for OG Academy, it's all about this initial entry. You can see some util trying to go down towards short. Info play for MOUZ sees quite a lot towards bottom mid.
Sticks around for too long, and Oxygen and Awaken can trade back him and a teammate. Low HP across 2 players to the T side. Wolfie knows that Oxygen is somewhere close. Meanwhile, Volt now up against it with the main T side force pressing into the B side. Mac 10 and Sound will be the first thing forward. Flash and smoke to suppress. Backup is on the way, but Volt has got to deal with the most part on his own. Face on the first man, adjusted a second. Flashbang catches in blind Sound with that kill. Upgrading to the M4, the bomb will get planted. 2v3 for the retake.
It's whether fnatic Rising want to go for it or not. They do have the opportunity of just saving the 1900 in the bonus. Pepzor aggressive, looking to try and see if he can get into Sound. Does not capitalize on the kill all the way.
And that kill should send it back for Wolfie. He knows that players are low, but facing into the high HP man, and Marek still get his pick. He'll get the 8th for OG.
What do fnatic Rising do now? Because you consider the idea, 2 M4 saved, you've got a full rifle round. You've got a couple of drops, you've got Volt being out of by himself, but now you're in a position where it might just be a half. I wouldn't mind seeing a hero for a certain individual, you know, get someone up for a decent upgrade, but I don't think you buy here.
I'm with you to a certain extent. Upgrades on the 5.7 is what they're going to go for here, which I think is probably the more acceptable situation for Fnatic. Take a bit of a upgrade eco pistol round. Nice nades on Banjo and Wolfie doing their damage. No kills as of right now.
Very light on the investment, if I'm going to be honest, considering that they've got 2,400 in the next round. They've got a gamble stack into brackets. It's all about trying to get OG to commit to this.
Smokes up from Dementor, swing out Oxygen, and Awaken, rip apart everybody. Nice and effective, very little damage being done there by fnatic Rising. 2 rounds to the good, and fnatic but only gained a single round of the CT half.
Yeah, that's true, but I mean, context is also very important. The idea that you're losing pistol, losing the second, win the third on your third round, and then you're going to get reset once again. So for OG Academy, they've got the swing of the early momentum with the economy game for the first 5 rounds of the second half. It's whether they could hold it, because you look back to that first half, once we got the majority of rifle rounds forward, that's where we saw fnatic Rising at full strength.
See them press up here. Fnatic. Positions held as Oxygen leans in. M4 looking for Wolfie. AWP barely been seen, barely been heard. But gets away without a shot, without a kill, and without damage.
Even Volt just jump spotting towards the top of car. Out there towards that banana control. He's got a teammate with him. Wolfie going to try and reposition the AWP once again. Gets smoked off. He's going to have to probably move. Instead, trying to boost up a teammate of Pepzor above the smoke.
Doesn't see anything as of right now. Definitely hears those footsteps in from mid. Oxygen will rotate back and try to join the B offensive. Volt flashed off, jump face, saw some. MIBR to do damage as OG press forward and Volt almost gets caught by it. Mac 10 wraps the corner, Awaken gets that headshot. MIBR gives up his position and falls away. Jump around the corner, Awaken finally gets dealt with. MIBR still on high HP, gets a double as he swings back for the second time. Now one crossing past two out towards this banana position. They peek in alongside Wolfie and Pepsor, and those two players combine to rip apart OG Academy, bringing in number 12 of fnatic with sheer confidence.
That was actually very clever there from Volt. So you might look at it and say, well, he stayed around too long. Yes, he did, but there was a reason behind that. The idea that he stays around there from long and just dip in towards CT, you want to drive that distraction. You want to get as many of those entry players looking into that spawn angle through that smoke, and then just the counter flashes. So much information and support from the rotators that MOUZ is so comfortable from the back of new box.
Looked like it and everything. AK upgrade for him and Pepsor in this round. Oxygen taking the first tag of round 22 fnatic. To maintain this control, get that one follow-up round that would set things up pretty nicely for them. HG's missed out on Banjo, that's not ideal. Allowing OG Academy to start to take brackets.
Banjo's probably going to have to put the smoke down as soon as that molly goes out towards pit. Now, you've got two defenders up here on A to help out. Wolfie going to peek on the contact aggressively at short.
Oh, flashing against him, he still finds Sound. Gets away with Banjo's lineup with support. Dementor burning and dead. Oxygen now alone, and he's overwhelmed by all sorts from the fnatic Rising side. Wow, what a sequence there from Banjo, especially to bail out Wolfie, to give him that breathing room to stay alive. Only one player falling. That's a hell of a round.
Yeah, are we too surprised, though? Because, again, we can go off the conversation. Yes, it was 4 out of the first 5 rounds being won from OG Academy, but you have to take it with a grain of salt. It's still very early on in the half. We haven't seen the majority of rifle rounds. These last 2 have been convincing and have shown us so many of the parallels of what we saw in the first half from fnatic Rising.
CT's rifles against the pistols. Look at MIBR forcing forward into that top of banana position, caught off by Sound. Not the ideal angle to take here. And the second AK now in the hands of OG Academy. Looking forward to Marek's dead. Sound swings dead. Volt with the weapon advantage as well as the Kevlar advantage. They don't have a lot of that here for OG Academy, so aim punch is going to hurt them. Burning alive, USP for Pepsor enough to take the frag back. Now Oxygen just caught off there as the last man standing alongside Dementor with the USP, in fact, getting those kills on Pepsor, so triple for him. 14-9, fnatic Rising. Now up against the, well, might be the final gun buy, in fact, from OG Academy. Second tactical called in.
Have a chat with Crispy, the coach of OG Academy, signed to the organization before they even fielded a team. Now, I remember him having a coaching role in America over with Strife, but also a very well-established player in the Tier 2 atmosphere very early on in his career, playing with MOUZ, Penta, alternate attacks, and then only sort of towards the tail end, Euronics and Unicorns of Love. So definitely a guy that's got a lot of experience at this sort of level and can hopefully try and transfer that knowledge down to the youngsters.
Find out how much will get transferred. OG Academy for now. In with their weapons. We'll transfer this round into a mini comeback. 5 in a row is what's required to equalize against fnatic Rising. 1 round to go to map and match points for the fnatic side. Sound leading the charge up into long. MIBR are going to hear all these footsteps. They don't check copy until it's far too late. Double spray, 5 on 3.
Oh, even Volt's here for the support, and now the crossfire is being set. Marek's and Oxygen just begging that they can find a response, but not to be. You've taken a tactical. The idea is quick. You want the pace. You want that charge up of acceleration into the long control, but the first guy is not checking that long cubby corner. And then how quickly is Volt to establish that bait setup? As soon as they know that MIBR is in the corner, everyone's going to be focused there. And then Volt is able to swing from the other side of Arch. That is played to perfection from fnatic Rising. And what a rollover instantly there from OG Academy.
This will be a match point. You're right about the rollover. If only they checked a little bit earlier, maybe things might have been a bit different. Instead, Oxygen now just got to try and find some sort of clutch, some sort of way back, which I highly doubt he's going to be able to do. Swing spray, gets ripped. 6 match points now for Fnatic. Rising might have struggled in the early part of this half, but as of right now, they are looking golden. There's not really much that OG can do about that here. No bomb plant, no bonus. This will be a broken investment for the match point round. Tactical taking, because at this point they might as well. But what do they do to bring this back?
You can't imagine a massive amount without even a bomb plant, without that cash injection. You're going to be limited on the buy. So getting as much out of an opening man advantage is going to be important in a round like this. But for Fnatic Rising, this has been another strong performance to an early start of the season. And you think back to Season 5, 8 wins, 4 losses, topping the group in Group A. And now coming here into Season 6 and showing us exactly the same signs. I think you have a look at the kill distribution. It's quite clean between everyone. MOUZ having a good performance. We always know that's going to be the case. One of their best players and, of course, the in-game leader. Wolfie, I think we've seen an average performance with him on the AWP, but it's been the tactical side of Fnatic Rising that's been thoroughly impressive.
Firepower certainly is bolstered up and makes it look far better than the numbers indicate as a result of that. Volt gets involved against Awaken first and foremost. Marix is the trade back and Wolfie's Orb, whom we alongside MOUZ, the real top fragger of Fnatic Rising. He himself has been the star of the server thus far. Orb set with smokes being sent down, flashes over Marix, trying to lean in incendiaries against their position. OG Academy hold their nerve.
MOUZ getting boosted up towards this new box angle. Try and get a bait and switch. Get the attention driven away from the Orb. This is going to be a full commit for OG Academy.
Worked across. Wolfie leaning in with the Orb. Gets picked up by Oxygen. Incendiary burst in the middle of the air. He lines up so much damage. Gets a kill for it as well. But Oxygen trades it back to the advantage of OG Academy. Bomb plant secured. Fnatic Rising rotating in from CT. But do they have their eyes on a retake?
They might as well. They've got plenty of cash in the reserve. At least attempt to go for it. Try and strangle the economy for the next round.
Pepsor and Banjo. Fire can be sent up. They can make the press forward. Incendiaries also put down. AWP burning, dead to Banjo. Pepsor leans in, sees exactly where Oxygen is. Low HP. Banjo in a one-on-one, going to chase him down. Knows exactly where he is in the cubby corner. Gets his kill. Diffuse kit in. I think he's got a little bit too little time. Yes, he's out of there. OG Academy sacrifice everything to stay alive in this matchup.
But even that, this is what Fnatic Rising have got to be thinking about in that 2v3. Whether we win the round or not, it doesn't matter. Just put a pin on that economy management, because how many AKs are we going to see from OG Academy come this next round? Maybe 1 or 2 at most. We probably have to see Galils and even SMGs just to get utility out.
It's 1 out of 6 that they need at least. Right about the Galils in the MAC 10 though. 4 of them in play. 1 AK for Oxygen. Serious potential now for Fnatic to try and close. MOUZ, especially with the AK save, gets only 1 frag for it. Galil facing around the corner for Dementa now. Flashback in. And smokes towards the cross will suppress the T side.
You can start seeing the stall, allows Pepsor to come over there. Now the HE placement comes in. There hasn't been a full commit, but it seems like it's got to be the double pump here for OG Academy. You've got a couple of smokes to work with. They've got plenty of util with the flashes and even some mollies. Pepsor's going to start backing off, so you've got to think here for Volt, just stay alive for as long as possible. And now Banjo's making the info play. You'd imagine Pepsor's going to go back to B.
4-on-4 scenario. Incendiary sent. T-side players making their way in, at least is what you think. So Preston felled away. I got the backstab in from Banjo. Also inbound blind sprays to the CT side. Behind those smokes, the best they can do is hope for the best. Flashing against Volt, dealt with by Dementa before the flash even explodes there from the CT forces. Again, advantage for OG. Backstab's got to be accounted for.
Another round where Fnatic Rising could look for the exit frags, try and put some pressure on these last couple of individuals. Banjo spots him 3v3. They can send it in.
Sees the headshot of the next player of Marix. What an adjustment that is. Banjo with 2, and now OG are reduced to 2. What a shot from Wolfie with the bait jump from the first man. Awaken alone, dealt with to die alone. 16-10. It's Fnatic Rising taking their first win in the WePlay Academy League.
And while it might be double digits coming through from OG Academy, that was a strong performance. That was a good leg up there from Fnatic Rising, maintaining control in that first half, going into the second. And for Fnatic Rising, 1-0, it's the expected result.
Yeah, look, they looked fantastic over that one. You mentioned the team play being so significant for them because for the most part, there was like a decent like float and average between 4 of the 5 players. The key man for me in that matchup has got to be MOUZ, though, Dweg.
Always is. Again, one of the strongest players, and you wonder who on the scouting team found him. Was playing down on Ambush, wasn't a player that was known very much at all. Got the opportunity on Fnatic Rising, and instantly you could see the potential. One of the MVPs for this season, again, to be looked up at of one of the guys that is going to strike the server and always be towards the higher end of the board.
Whichever scout got him, they definitely deserve a raise for Fnatic Academy. Certainly a great situation for the Rising team, and it's a great result. Again, another victory for them. Not quite as close as it was in the past on this Inferno against OG Academy, but a win's a win, and that is the bottom line. Second match over and done with, and we continue to roll on throughout the day here in the Academy League. We move on to Big versus MIBR as our third match in the Presidium. So do not go anywhere as we roll on with even more matches. Welcome back to the Academy League here for our next match between MIBR Academy and Big Omen Academy themselves. So, Germany versus Brazil in this particular case, as the brand new team in the Academy League is set to take to the stage. MIBR yet to field a season so far, so one of our new additions for the season, Dwayga, much like the Flames side of things, it's going to be a bit more of a period of expectation and measurement above all else to see how far they can go and how well they can do in terms of Academy League to start things off.
Perhaps so. The one advantage that MIBR Academy have is they've actually been playing quite a lot when it comes to local events back in South America. They're doing quite well over there, getting that taste of the next level of experience. But coming to EU is going to be a new challenge for them. And I guess one of their coaches we've seen previously coaching the Young Gods, one of the teams that we've seen in previous seasons of the Academy League. So there's a few known pieces here or there, but overall it's going to be some new faces for the lot of us.
Yeah, that's the key thing, right? The newer addition more than anything else at MIBR Academy. Like you mentioned, they've been playing in South American tournaments like Clutch, like the CCT, but nothing of this kind of a scale, and certainly a tough opposition to face off against. I mean, it's definitely fitting the fact that you would have a brand new team taking on a 5-season veteran in Big Academy. Have been there since the first edition, and generally they've been a very solid team across Academy League.
And they've always been strong. And even when you consider some of the earlier additions in the Academy League, they had completely different lineups to the one we're looking at today. But their building process has always been very consistent. They're one of the teams that typically top the groups. I think the last 3 seasons in a row, they've always come first in the group stage.
Yeah, and that's obviously like a big expectation for them to have in this sort of sense, obviously, with their position overall being as solid as it is in this particular start of the tournament. Like, you could expect them to have at least a decent run and go pretty deep in this tournament, just basically from the word go. And, of course, against the MIBR Academy, it feels like for Big, it might end up just being a bit more of a feeder team.
Yeah, you'd imagine. So, I mean, for Big Academy, they have recently lost, Sin, their best rifler, to the main squad that's obviously played with them at the RMR, going to be playing with them at the Major. So, I would imagine for a few games here or there, we won't see Sin coming through. Maybe towards the tail end of the season, we will. And you wonder how Big Academy are going to be able to work around that, knowing that they don't have Sin.
You got to think for Sin as well, like, obviously been one of the success stories out of the Academy League and out of the Academy team here, like, you know, coming into the big side, the main big team, and making it all the way towards the Major from the RMR. Like, I don't know if he's going to be fielded. I imagine he probably will be for the Major itself. Like, that's such a big step up to happen in such a short period of time for this player. So just going from that position, I'm not certain whether or not he'll you know, be back in the server for this Academy League. It definitely is a possibility, like you mentioned, maybe later on in the season. For now, though, having newer guys coming up is certainly a bit more of an experimental period for Big themselves, right?
Well, you talk about the newer guys. I mean, you've got Tizian that's going to be standing in at the moment here for the Big Academy side. And we all remember what Keto was like coming back to Big Academy, was farming, was towards the higher end of the board. And I think for Tizian, knowing that you've recently been benched by Big, this is a great opportunity for him to come down to the lower divisions, to give them all of that experience, and to be one of the star players and one of the more impactful players over the course of their entire tournament.
Not only that, to be the guiding hand of the Big Academy side overall, obviously. Like, that's one of the big things we see with a lot of Academy teams throughout the course of not only this season, but also in previous seasons, how they have a big veteran who's well known and well established and has been around the block and has that potential to give experience off to the younger guys and make them into a solidified team. I think that, you know, that's been a guiding factor for a lot of Academy sides. And for Big, this could be the next big step for their Omen Academy squad. For Tizian himself, obviously, you expect him to have this decent level of tier 1 experience to give him the top frag position in a lot of these matches. But it's more about the team overall that I'm really focusing on what his role is going to be with this particular squad. You can expect him to be top of the board most certainly. That doesn't necessarily mean that for him overall it means he's going to transition back into tier 1 as a solid player per se.
It's just about the here and now. And for Big Academy, they're going to be one of the strongest teams here in the Academy League, especially when we look at just this group stage as a whole before we even think about the best of 3 contexts. Aqua, Prosus, Hyped have been around there for a very long period of time. Even Sky, one of the newer guys coming over from Alternate Attacks a few months ago, he's starting to bed himself into the roster too. So there's a lot of strong pieces here for Big Academy, and this will be the first start to see, okay, fresh season, fresh start. There's a couple of different faces. Let's see what it's going to be like again.
Well, of course, for MIBR Academy, it's their inaugural season in the Academy League and a very unknown entity in that sort of sense. So what do we know? What little do we know about MIBR here?
Well, I know Card. I saw him on Daytona being the main AWP player, and then Lub was also on that team. Played with Keed Stars for a little bit in recent times. Maybe not the Keed Stars that people remember years ago, but there's a few people that we know of. Even the coach, again, being part of SWS and Young Gods, so known for some of the lower level Brazilian squads. For MIBR Academy, it is going to be the test of European competition. Again, a lot of their results that we've seen have all been locally. So this is going to be a huge challenge for them, and it's very difficult to set expectations for this team.
I think my key concern with Big Academy is the fact that, yes, a lot of their results have been local. Not all of them have been really all that amazing. I'd mentioned the CCTs and things like that. It's only, at best, a top 16 placement in those kind of tournaments. They came 9th to 11th in a clutch season 4. So it's like just nothing of really like major note for the MIBR Academy side. So knowing they're not exactly a top team within the Brazilian scene or like within that tier 2 of the Brazilian scene does indicate to me that, you know, coming into Europe is going to be a completely different beast. Even at the Academy level, it's going to be a tough season for MIBR here.
It might be. And again, it's nice to get a little bit more worldwide representation. You think back to previous seasons, we've seen Fury Academy, we've seen the Young Gods, we see a couple of these teams coming over to Europe. I know that they're boot camping at the moment, so just trying to get as much out of this whole experience as possible, because this is a very young roster. The oldest player is 20, the youngest player is 18, so it's only a couple of years between all 5 of them to the chance to play some of the top Academy teams in the world and to play in Europe. This has got to be a dream come true for the majority of them.
Yeah, certainly an opportunity to improve their careers in the long term, but like you said earlier, Dwayne, it's about the here and now, and the here and now Mirage does indicate that Big probably are the favourite team in this match, right?
Well, I would say Mirage gets picked a hell of a lot for MIBR Academy locally, but then again, there's that whole conversation of how do you translate results locally here into Europe. It's a map that they're comfortable with, so I want to give the idea that MIBR can show us a couple of nice gimmicks, show us some competitive rounds, but I think Big Academy are going to be the favourites by far.
Let's see how much that comfortability will play into things. Like, as we jump into the pistol round, MIBR will be on the CT side. Start of things, Big Academy with the utility over on Sky, the P254M as well. So there is a little bit of firepower to play with as we jump straight into our match of the day.
We've got Card with the kit, a couple of flashes to work with. You can see the way that Big Academy is starting to try and gain some of that top mid control. You've got a couple of players outside of the apartments that can work in towards underpass, and Card just jiggle peeking in from window to catch some early info.
Hunting for the headshots initially, but not seeing anything as of right now. Just like hunting for the information above all else. With the knife pulled out, just to spot vision and get out of the way. Allow mid control to be taken by Big. Lub takes the engagement and draws out first blood. There's Tizian. First the four. Sky and Hype lean in, running out of ammo on that USP. Both players face, and still Lub can deal with another good player alongside Spinny support, who gets a double of his own right. Headshots found on process, and Sky in a 1 versus 4.
Just trying to get as much out of this as possible. What a shutdown that was coming through from Lub. And while it may have been slightly awkward from both sides in that engagement, it's a lot of time stalling. Brings rotations over to the B site quickly, and Sky is in an impossible task. The best that he could hope for is just some further damage.
Bomb on his back. Trying to look down into the sniper's nest. Being very cautious about how he makes noise here. Back will be turned towards 1 CT, and as he turns around, he realizes the mistake he's made. And it's Card to close it with a pistol for MIBR Academy. Good start.
Yeah, got to think here for Big Academy what the options are going to be like come the second round. Not a lot of damage was done. Bomb plant, of course, did not get achieved, so probably a light eco. For MIBR Academy, a chance to start farming up some money if they put some SMGs down onto the table.
Nothing brought in by Big at all here. The Glocks. We get mowed through on the SMG part of Big Odd. M4s and for Masters also have a pretty easy time around this round, at least in theory. Big certainly spread out, going to cut themselves even thinner for the rifles and SMG to rip through them. See how much damage they can get done in this round. If they can get a bomb plant, that'd be nice. Big's main focus will be the guns in the next one.
They're just trying to pull distraction in underpass and out towards A to hope to filter that bomb out to the apartments to an open B bomb side. B-God with his MP9s, just farming up the cash. And you can see that the over-rotation has not come through at all. Spinny is still out there towards the B side. 2-0 start for MIBR Academy. It's whether they can keep this consistent lead going into the rifle round, because like you mentioned, that's where the main focus is.
AK's in for them. Limited utility on a couple of individuals. Process is the key example of that. Tizian, similar story. But again, AK firepower. We look to get the true game matchup started here for Big Academy. 2-0 for MIBR as of right now. And Lob's going to try and extend it. Early aggression into the mid control. M4 extends out of Sniper's Nest and sees nothing, but gets into the harder cover of the connector control. b1 evading the shots in from Process as Achilles heel peeking out. No damage has been done, at least to the big side. Sky strikes in an underpass.
Yeah, Lob's able to get out of there alive, which is kind of wild when you think about the idea that damage was done in underpass and you have top mid players. He must have just caught a timing to get out of that one. It's what he can do for the rest of the round, though. Being on 11 points of health is going to be tough to find any further damage. You can see a little bit more of a further lean towards mid in that jungle and window control up with A, leaving B fairly undefended right now with Spinny being the only man.
Noise being made down there. Sky's already a known entity. Teammates less so, and they've been as silent as ever down here towards the mid position. Aqua boosted to look into Sniper's Nest, but just not gaining any info, not seeing anything of MIBR.
Aqua silent on the jump down, so not making any noise. Big Academy, very strong when it comes to the slow, the passive defaults on T side, working their way up towards top of connector. MIBR are hiding passively on the side.
In from Aqua, backs turned, SMG in, Process down, Aqua turns it around, Sky and Tizian with the trades, 3 on 3, and they've still got Love being such low HP here. AKs are recovered, but b1 goes falling to Sky, so the advantage turns true to the favor of Big. Tizian getting out of the way of the spray in from CT, Love on the backstab should be accounted for by Sky. Or not here, he's looking onto the center of the site, so that might be one way back in if he doesn't turn around in time. FAMAS up against it. Sky does get caught. So 2 on 2 now, making it 1 as Hype stands as the last player left for Big. Bomb in the open, sees where Spinny is, engages with the spray, knows exactly where Lub is and will fall away to defend against him.
There's nothing that Lub could do about this. Needs to hit that immediate headshot, try and draw Hype down to the open. It would have been commed over that he's low on HP, and now it's just time stalling. This is excellently played for Hype. Peek back up onto the bomb. That's a masterclass. And even for Big Academy, when you consider the idea that they're down 3v5, they've got to try and really fight hard to win that side. Even Tizian, the bait that he does with the bomb, I love the way in how he maneuvers around that site to plant open for connector.
Probably could have gotten a little bit closer. Big overall. Got the round itself and now focus on the follow-up with the limited buy thanks to losing 4 out of 5 players. Galil's on Process and Sky here. All pinned for card. Lean ahead in towards the apartments. Ice set ready to reveal Aqua. Neither player looks to extend against each other here. It's a very passive default from Big. The only real aggression comes in towards that apartments angle. So maybe Card might catch him after the fact. Nothing special going on here for now.
We saw very recently Big Academy had the chance of going over to America to play in Philadelphia, beating Apeks in a best of 3. And going all the way to the grand final, try and use that international experience for the young squad. That is a nice AWP pick, though, from Cardam, and maybe we'll see more from him. We saw some good stuff coming through from the Flame side when it comes of Handsy on that AWP on Mirage, only just earlier.
Was that the main Apeks team or the Apeks Rebels?
Main Apeks team, mate.
All right. Doesn't show many great things for the Academy side when they come up against Big later on this season, but, you know. For now, Process focusing entirely on MIBR alongside Sky, finding Card tagged up. Spinny got caught in the kill, and Process presses the issue here. b1 back passive in the back of the site, finds the one man, swings on a second. Tizian, however, high HP, high differential, and now Sky in at the murder hole. Spots players crossing, struggles to deal with him, takes a leg shot back, so he's just stalling the wraparound rotations, gets a kill on Lub. That's important here. If he gets nothing else, he's set up his teammates for the post plant, and he's still hanging around here for time, so MIBR are forced to fall away.
That was played to perfection coming through from Sky. So much time stalling. And then just the idea that if they're not pressing him in for murder hold, that there could be a backstab coming in. Jeez, he nearly almost gets another kill in that.
Yeah, Sky's had ridiculous impact in this round. Setting up Tizian for an easy frag against the FAMAS. Card missing the AWP shot. Reeve peeks, does land the flick. That's pretty good. So again, an expensive round for Big, going for the hunt. This will be 2-all to the board of the T side. MIBR. Not a lot of cash to reinvest themselves, and while Big can buy up in a broken situation, the money's just not there for the CT side.
So we're seeing some good signs coming through from Card, the 18-year-old with the big green, but it's whether they can turn that into rounds. And I think where Big Academy are really going to strike in this Academy League is just patience, and in the mid-round, they've got a very good T side behind them. I think back to even last season, they went 9-1 in Group B, dropping a single best of 1, and even their round difference being positive 50.
Very one-sided affairs for them. Warp of Card trying to find an angle to play with here, but just doesn't seem to spot them. Again, the defaults are very careful from Big. They know that AWP is in there somewhere, they just don't know exactly where.
You can see the boost coming through from Love, being checked immediately there from Tizian. Start working that connector control. You've still got the AWP in window, so Card might be able to try and siphon the split into A.
Good kill at the start. Now Aqua leads the charge in. Card, great shot. He's not missing any of these bullets. AWP accuracy is right there for him. Sky, however, found a trade on a teammate, so advantage still sits with Big. They go hunting for trying to take this rifle away from the hands of the CT side. He's still prodding at the bomb site here. Aqua could get caught. Card has landed a second kill. Very tight crack angle. Sky again forced to maintain the man advantage. And from here, Card should fall back into CT.
Yeah, one thing that South America can produce is some young, talented AWPers, and I think we've seen that very recently. Another one that comes to my mind is NQZ, one of the guys, the newer additions onto the 9Z roster. Can always start feeling as if these young, talented AWPers are going to be able to shine. And when you get the opportunity of playing in the Academy League, you've got plenty of best of ones in the group stage to show and experience exactly what you can offer. Even B-God getting back into the site, saving that AK. So while that was a light eco round, that is very successful. And they've kept the economy low for Big Academy. You can sense the resets coming soon.
MIBR have found a tactical timeout to use here, losing the lead despite gaining the first 2. And the key thing about this tactical is the fact that they don't even have to do much adjusting to try and, you know, cripple the Big side, because a lot of these rounds have still been close. The money is still a wreck here for the T side. Even Tizian, $3,900 without the investment yet. Another Galilian perhaps here for the T side. Passed off one by Sky. MIBR have their own guns to play with, so 3-2 for now. Big hold the advantage.
And we always talk about the transfers, right? The idea that these academy squads get players promoted to the main team. Crimbo was one of them, Sin's now the second. Which one's going to be the next?
Any one of these guys fast rush in to promote themselves to a 4th round here on the T side. B-God has other ideas though, gets his first, no more than that. Insanity able to trade it right back immediately on double up, looking for the triple, runs out of ammo. The USP pulled out as Process is forced to swing and trade. Try and dive down into dark, but struggles with the ladder a little bit. 3-on-2, and MIBR have the backstab as well, inbound from ramp. Cards AWP continues to frag with Lub there to support.
Yeah, you could just see how much impact was found initially on those site defenders. You got B-God playing around the under-back position, gets away with one, tries to draw more information towards Tetris, and then Insanity swings wide from the top of con around that bench position, doubles up, multi-frags. You've got a backstab potential, the CT AWP of Card playing out in spawn. 3-3, and that's the reset. That's what we were talking about with the economy being low. Big Academy, no buy on the table. They're down to a light eco now.
Working towards the apartments, it seems. Pistols pulled, Kevlar lacking, 2 Deagles, 3 Glocks. Hey, some spinny, ooh, almost thrown right there. Perfect timing. Only lands on Tizian though. 1 player tag. Spinny has seen them though. Try and hold out with the AK. Backup's going to be a little bit late. So if he gets taken down here, the bomb will just commit. But Big back away.
Now, Spinny just trying to get more info on this to see if it's a double pump, if he's just trying to draw out further nades. You can see the way that he's still holding onto that smoke, doesn't want to give it up early. Now the crossfire in from mid is going to come into the fold.
1-man set here in connector. 1 watching back at underpass. Eagle facing, footsteps heard, engagement from Lub. Only gets 1 kill for it. AWP forced to move back in to engage. Tizian picked up, M4 forced back, and still Aqua turns that AK into a frag. So 3-on-2 now for them. Low HP for his own part. Him and Process, last 2 players left. Working inland, AWP catches the frag and the bomb gets dropped.
I decent read there from Aqua just to try and cut the rotate, get as much out of that hero weapon as possible that he's just picked up. Not to be shut down from MIBR Academy, and now they get a streak. They've turned it into a couple in a row. They get a lead. It's how long, realistically, they're going to be able to hold on to it for. You can feel here for Big Academy that they can strike back quickly. Now, one thing that Big Academy have in their back pocket is Hype, a very capable AWPer, and then Sky, an AWPer previously in other iterations of teams that he's been a part of. Very good hybrid player, so expect to see double AWPs on City side.
Well, now just Hype taking the AWP here on T-half. Big eco dealt with, and now come the guns back in for this round. Insani gets a double spray down. Tizzy and Sky try to force forward. The flashbang did nothing. It's easy pickings for MIBR.
And that flash was for TopCon, not around the corner. Quick pace coming through, great position being held there. And even B-God tucks himself into the corner, try and see if he can hold from this sandwich angle. Spinny's even aggressed out to the apartments. Big Academy do not have much to work with in round 8.
Those two players being wrecked on their reckless kind of play. Of the bad situation here for Big. Forced to slow things down and reposition themselves, but hit towards A site seems to be the likely play, and even that carries some risk and doubts. Still 3 players on the crossfire versus the 3 inbound from the Big side, and that's the 2 players that can rotate as well for MIBR. All sorts of firepower at least. They've caught that first of love. B-God spotted as well. Swing out against the utility, and Hakwa able to trade back on one. And Sani can't hit his shots. AWP now falls back against him, and Big are forced out the site instead.
I can't believe this is turning around. And now even Card getting in towards City's board. Can't deny the bomb because it's open for Connector. Has to try and spam through that smoke. The backstab of Spinny's got to come in.
I don't think he's watching it here. Out in the open, engages Card anyway, finds the fight. He's gone massive with a 3K. How have Big pulled this off? What a sequence from Hype. A quadra for him, mostly down to him in that take. And Big even up in the most unlikely of circumstances.
And all I'm thinking at the end of that round, Jay, is welcome to EU. It's a different beast out here. Anytime you got a 5-on-3, the round should be done. But you have to be critical of overpeaks, positional advantages, because that round's not possible. There is no leverage there for Big Academy, and instead, they work off one another. The AWP has a sick sequence of Hype, and MIBR Academy are now forced down to an eco because of it.
Aqua up against Pistols here with the AK set in. B-God's right around that corner. He doesn't know it yet. He will know it soon. Big instantly put MIBR on the back foot. To think as well, it could be a very different set of circumstances had MIBR just held the line confidently. B-God undetected, and Sani has caught. He said he's to kill on towards Sky, so that's one. And one player downstairs, 4-on-4 situation. The sprays continue. The AWP's rotated, and Card has caught another kill. The hero open in exchange, only gets a single for it. Tizian responds to the 3-on-3 and leaves the Pistols all alone.
Very good spacing there coming through for Big Academy. As soon as Card's able to get one with that AWP, he's traded instantly. No way that he could repeat back into the angle. Hyped looking down towards CT Spawn. Insanity and Spinny just trying to see, can they muster up anything in this 2v3? You might as well attempt the retake. You're not wasting a massive amount.
If the AWP was in, I'd say save it, but the fact it's not means that it is just worth it to try commit, and don't just get wrecked anyway. Tizian there with the triple. 5 to the border, Big taking the lead back once again. MIBR be up on the buy as well. It will be a little bit of an awkward buy. Lub especially have to get past the weapon. The AWP passed off the Card because he has been so fantastic with it. You just see the way he's hitting his shots. He's not missing much at all. SMG in for Lub will be the weakened element here for the CT side, alongside no defuse kit to MIBR.
He is being punished for repeats though, Jay, and that's perhaps a concern for the rest of this best of one, is while he's hitting some very important shots, he's also giving up his life quite quickly, looking in for a second. Info play for Lub ends up taking a lot of damage, but Insanity gets the first kill.
Start out towards Catwalk. Lub spray doesn't quite line up. Flash keeps him blinded, and Sky gets both the headshots. Clean and crisp. Bomb plant is secured.
Insane's got to be so disappointed in that one. The idea that he gets a kill from connected towards short, that's your opening start. That's your leverage in the round to just go back and forth with the trades of B, hold the man advantage, get the retake on, cards there with the AWP, but no, just getting rolled over. Double entry coming through from Sky. One of the guys that had been on so many lineups in the lower end divisions of German CS. Berserk, Penta, No Limit Gaming, Resist, Alternate Attacks, Planet Key Dynamics. Try to see if he could find his home, and he's been on this team for coming up to 4 months now, so maybe this is the new home.
Win. 6-4 score. Big. In control. MIBR, knowing how very efficiently they got wrecked in that last round. At least they saved those 2 guns on Card and B-God, so they could probably force around them. Also, Sunny's AK. Not quite going to go for it on Lub and Spinny, not dropping weapons. I guess the money's not quite there for the full-on M4s just yet. So we'll take a weakened bonus round and see what you can do with it. In towards short control for a lot of these individuals.
Try and get that AWP set up straight away, but Tizian's ready out from the bench position. At least the pick comes back in from Lub, but that's card dealt with very early in the round. And now a walkout. Aqua's been seen. That's a good position for B-God to be in.
Aqua didn't expect that at all. Oh, wallbang shots on Spinny. He's known. Now he's dead. Incendiary forcing him out into the open. At least Lub has that AWP in, but Glass Cannon for him. B-God's now fallen towards the A side. See what Lub can do with Insanity rotating in the backstab towards top mid. The AWP really is the main focal point here. He'll lean around the corner, process, prioritize the plant. Wallbang, not attempted here. Sky looks in towards mid. We'll see that AK remove it, and Lub dealt with just the same.
How does that kill even get presented? The idea that Hype is back there in that left side corner of Connector, he's looking down for the bottom of Con, adjusts up to the high right-hand side corner, drops him. 7-4, and for MIBR Academy, I'm starting to get that feeling, Jay, that this could be a runaway game. The very early stages of this map, very competitive, very back and forth, but these last few rounds, Big Academy have proved a lot, and they've shown the discipline too.
Decent feelers out to start things off. MIBR presenting themselves and their individual talents. The Big finding their team formation, now just going to use it to wreck as much as they can. At least the trades are good again from the mid position, so again, good individual talent from MIBR, particularly for Insani and Card. 4-on-3 situation might get gained now to be reduced to 2 on B-God's part, so MIBR, not quite as runaway as they'd like it to be.
Yeah, you can see Big Academy just trying to catch a timing there. You're down by 1 in the mid control, you try and walk out process towards A. He's been very successful on finding those lurk kills. Aqua and Hyped. Anytime you still got Hyped alive, you can start believing that there's some leverage in the round.
Lean in from that AK. Card. Putting up utility. Stop whatever they can here from the T side. Swing forward of the AK. B-God caught. One more man down here. The AWP sees the head, but Hype just missed the shot. Card could be a dead man. Has provided a bit of breathing room for the bomb to get planted here. Rotations into Connector, though, coming in real quick from Spinny. He gets damage.
Oh, Love to fall, and this is another 4v2 overman advantage coming through for MIBR, and it's getting completely out of control. Card is now the last one left.
And read exactly where he is as well. AWP leaning in, does not see where Hyped is, and Hype swings out the perfect time. Oh boy, that is going to sting quite significantly as well.
And I think it's a philosophy sort of thing here for the MIBR Academy side, because this has now been 3 rounds out of the 11 that we've seen where they've had mass man advantage situations go awry. And for Big Academy, I think it just shows how much strength there is in the late rounds of punishing over peaks. 8-4, looking at double digits once again. This could be another one-sided first half.
Boost up with the Deagles. Trying to find some sort of presence here in the B side of the map on short and mid. 2 players in the ladder room. Might get something out of this if they don't check it entirely. Maybe get that 1 frag, not expect the second player to be there. Kind of relying on Big making a mistake in these circumstances. Your ability to punish as well, better be there for them. Tizian catches B-God. Second player indeed does get that trade back. AK in hand, hyped. Drops away from it. Try and cover off that short position of the 4-on-4.
Starting to work out towards A. ENCE with that scout looking up. Has not seen the Palace player just yet. Good damage onto Hype, down to 12 points of health. And now another tag. This is actually looking quite promising.
Oh, but tagged up heavy by Sky. Swing back, reduces 1 and 2. The bomb will go down for the 4v2 for Big Side this time. We have seen them recover many 2v4s. MIBR hard-pressed to do the same. Backstabs in, the Eagles are out. AK picked up by Card as well, so he'll try and work with that. But just can't seem to find anything here past the smoke, so he'll force back away. Might leave left on Spinny to get the exits, because this should be 9 for Big.
Have to imagine so. Aqua looking in to try and see if he could take another weapon out of play. Card, all about the timing on where does he look. Left-hand side, right-hand side, even Sky's behind him. Trying to swing out to the open. Crosshair placement's good. Spinny even out here towards T-Sport. Might be able to get an AWP, actually. Should get traded, though, pretty quickly from Process.
Will be a little bit late to the party. Gets the kill just in time. All right, so that holds onto the AWP for that much. Not for the T side, but it takes it away from CT hands. MIBR forced to buy it down instead. Doesn't help the economy state. 5 rounds to the good now for Big. It's starting to turn into that runaway, like you mentioned, Dweg. Tactical taken by MIBR. They're second in this game. Kind of a little bit light on taking those tacticals. I think I would have been expended like 3 or 4 by this point. They're taking their chance to stop and figure it out because they are starting to get wrecked.
Don't know about that. I mean, look, they're showing competitive signs in the mid-round and the beginning of the rounds. I'm liking the way that they're setting up Card, that they're getting opening man advantages. They're just finding struggles in the late portion of the round. And to say that they're getting wrecked, like, you got to imagine this is a team that's never played in Europe before. They're a brand new lineup to the competition of the WePlay Academy League, and Big Academy are one of the most consistent teams in this entire league. So it's understandable you're going to have a tough game in your opening draw. I mean, Big Academy top the groups pretty much every single season.
They're a pretty consistent top 4 team. I don't think they've ever finished outside of the top 4 in all of Academy League. So, yeah, I mean, it's an understandable position to be at. But still, 9-4 nonetheless, and possibly an 11-4 half. I want to say pretty likely 11-4 half, given how things have worked out for Big here. Aqua spotting one of Spinny. But unknown as of yet. AK will just press his position and wait for contact to come his way.
It's all about that timing on when he catches the info onto Spinny. That further jump bar, damage has been done, down to 48, but it's all a bit of more of a distraction. Aqua's just trying to sell presence over here at B.
Didn't spot Lub, so ultimately he does lose the opening frag. Incendio didn't do any damage towards Lub either, so just minimal done in that exchange. You mentioned trying to draw attention away from that, but with the noise being made in mid, they'll know that there's a bigger execution, a bigger default involved here from Big. Bomb is on short though, so B seems to be the play. The main frag might come in from Card out here towards the ramp control. Tizian forces out one fight on Love. That's a 4-on-4. Second player not known. The leg shot comes in on Process. Nicely done there from Card. Sky will burn meanwhile from B-God. And Sani with Tizian. And hyped right around the corner from him. B-God gets that next kill. AK adjustment. Needs to get the next individual as well. The M4 adjusts. As Card gets the USP shot. And then Sani keeps the 5th round.
It could just feel as if impact being applied elsewhere on the map there for Big Academy. Get your first kill out there for the Brazilians, up towards the apartments. You then have Card aggressive down in A main. You've also got the crossfire established from default and from that sandwich area to look further down into the top of connector. So just a lot of impact frags being landed across the map. And Big Academy just not being in trading positions. 5-9, double digits still possible.
So is 9-6. Best start you can gain for this stage here at MIBR. ENCE. AK up against it here of Aqua. No idea how close this individual really is. Flash in, and they don't press the issue. They do get footsteps heard. ENCE just bursting forward, hoping for a bit more out of this. The flashes come forward, and Love looks to engage, taking damage on Sky. That tag might have been heard there in mid.
It definitely would have been. This is good information from Big Academy. The idea that you've got a player towards top of connector, one out there towards window or ladder room. Insani can't do much about this top con smoke. Has to respect it.
The smoke's on towards the mid window. Rotation slowly coming in from Big. 60 seconds left. Is he going to be the man up? Taking point to look into the A hit.
You can start seeing the over-rotation come in. Card moving away from City Spawn. This could be a walk contact out on A, and the only first point of contact will be B-God.
Aqua looking above the boxes. Swing against B-God, who holds down the cinder blocks pretty well. Decent damage done to Sky, which Insani can finish off against. Aqua, however, trades him 3-on-3. Bomb plant should get picked up and committed. Card flashed off angle. Perfect placement there from Hyped and Process. Lub finds Aqua in the mix though, so a 2-on-2 still. Even man standing, the bomb plant's got to come in.
Spinny doesn't want to get too aggressive on this. Wants to wait for his teammate, play off one another. Hyped out from Palace. There's no way they can force him out into the open.
MIBR Spinny, the first man forward, bursting through the default boxes. Up shot connects from Hype. Now it's all Spinny to spin around and look for both players. Catching tags on Hyped, but Hyped finds the crack angle and makes it a 10-5 half from Big Academy. Almost 8 rounds in a row or so right there. One missed out on round 14, but remember, this was a 4-3 for 1 point for MIBR.
Yeah, they had a lead, but just not being able to hold on to it, and you could feel towards the tail end there, just some hard punishments. For MIBR Academy, we're starting to get more of a sign of them. I think for Card got a little bit quiet towards the end of that first half. But for Big Academy, very sound performance in the first half, just working off the defaults, individuals exploiting a lot of those map controls, and even bringing back man disadvantage rounds. MIBR Academy, the one thing we will give them is that they had a good and competitive start to the first half. Now, this could be the same factor here going into the second.
It's 10-5, up double digits again for Big Academy, and into the CT side as well. Julie's in for Process USPs, as is standard. MIBR swinging in, but Hyped, cutting him out. Insani first to fall. USP for Aqua sees 3 players out of apartments before that smoke starts to bloom. They know that it's got to be the B here. Try to defend against the bomb plant. They get a kill on Love. Another 5-on-3 with the bomb going down.
Things looking promising, and now Big Academy can start to move. Card's getting aggressive though.
Trying to find the headshots. The pistol pulled out such close quarters, and Process can deal with him alongside Aqua. B-God gets 2, a 3K in fact. Spinny dealt with B-God, still up with a quadrant and an ace, but no. Denied by Sky in the backstab, the headshot gain. There's such low HP as well for Big. That could have easily been a clutch for him, but it's not to be today.
And you can just see the thinnest of mistakes coming through from MIBR Academy. And when you play some of the top teams in the group, they're gonna catch you because of that. That missed molly goes down towards window, and it means that the angle can consistently be held. Your first player just drops instantly. That could have been an individual to get aggressive towards short, maybe try and fight to top of connector, just waste time on some of those rotations. And B-God does as well as he can. Out there towards that get right position, behind the archers, just pulling so much damage through with that Glock. I'm surprised we're not seeing a force-up, if I'm going to be honest, with a bomb plant and a lot of casualties, because they play it safe. They focus on the rifle round in the next.
Basic eco for the most part. The Eagle and P250 making a bit more concerning. Process up close and personal. A lot of money to gain from this. Doesn't know who exactly to focus on, but he has got Hype there to back him up. Double up, triple. Not quite the quadra. 2 dinks in from Card makes it a semi-expensive round. Then get that M4 back on the SMG. Part of Aqua. Swing forward from Sky. We'll get that kill. So I think it might be a little bit late on that front. Either way, 12-5. Big Academy extending up. MIBR, as you mentioned, focusing on the gun buy here.
Yeah, just to go back to that Philadelphia event as well, we saw that the Big Academy team took on Apeks twice, beat them 2 times in best of 3s. Mirage was actually picked once in one of those best of 3s, and then took on EG White in that grand final where they took them all the distance to 3 maps. So a competitive team outside of the Academy League, and you've got to imagine a very competitive team inside of the Academy League as well.
Apply that competitiveness right here against MIBR. Sunny looking for Sky, swing out from the M4, wins that fight, doesn't even take a lick of damage.
staying around. Might look to try and double. Spinny just a little bit too late to the marker on the timing. And Aqua's aggressed all the way forward into the apartments, try and minimize the distance with that MP9. It's still a long range onto Spinny and gets caught because of it.
4-on-4 scenario. Card. Grab that bomb. See one player in connector, but didn't quite connect the shot onto Tizian. Holds his nerve at the edge of that smoke there. Gap to the right-hand side that could be abused. In the end, he doesn't abuse it at all. Lub's allowed to walk forward of it, in fact, as Tizian focused on the backside, and now suddenly Process is alone.
Got no assistance. Those rotates out from B are going to take so long. Process got to try and waste time, deal with B-God, and then the stairs player of Lub.
Doesn't even know which one's coming in from where. No noise being made by B-God here. I set Lub not being spotted. Now he has been, but the ghost has been given up. Process revealed, and still Sky comes in with support. Checks that palace entrance as the man pops out. Lub sprays down Process, but still he gets the headshot in. AWP Card might be in trouble with Spinny, struggling to get the shots to connect on the site itself. Card's now down. It's a 1-on-3. Adjust towards the first, not to the second or the third. It's unlucky 13 for Big.
Mate, Sky has thoroughly impressed me in this best of one. The idea of just how much of a support player he can be. Because think about Process in that situation. You had the trigger discipline, you've maybe fired too early onto Lub into jungle, and you're stuck. You're out in the open. That seems to be a fairly easy kill for the Palace player, and instead, where's Sky? Down there in CT spawn, there for the crossfire. He is backing up his teammates to absolute perfection.
Tech 9s and Deagles in for MIBR, half invest. No bomb plant bonus, of course. It's going in for a quick play out towards the B side, it seems.
Does seem like that. Aqua with the incendiary. How much damage does this do? Even the spam, they haven't committed just yet. Ooh, are they going to double pump this?
Might have to here. Flashes at the ready for two individuals. Aqua spraying them down. The incendiary is going to burn out, and then they're going to make their move in. Here they come. Aqua tucks his head away. Let's one player cross back, drops that bomb in a truck. Doesn't get the second man, but Hype is there with the AWP and is back up along the way. One player in it short. Sky gets Card as B-God gets Hype. Sky doubles. Looks for the triple. Can't quite close it. Lub will be allowed access to the site. But 3 players to find means it's going to be a difficult affair for him, to say the least. Sky picks up the triple in the end. It's 14-5 now for Big.
It seemed like Card was the guy to watch out for at the beginning of this map. I think it's now becoming B-God for the side of MIBR Academy. He's into some pretty nutty multi-frags, some of those crucial trading kills that comes through from that sort of execution. MIBR Academy, you wonder when the response is going to come through, because if we're going to be honest, this second half, we haven't seen Big Academy tested.
MIBR almost found Hype and tested him. Tested his reaction time to escape the ire of the C side. Incendiary center Sky is the first man picked up in over at the short control. Lub was focusing on that. Took a lot of damage, and Hype knows that he's down there somewhere. Gap on that smoke to abuse. Hoping that he could spot Card or someone up top mid or bottom mid. Meanwhile, the push forward from Ramp will start the information players. Card finds Hyped. Maybe this could be the testing round here for MIBR.
Yeah, CTs might have to just get back towards A. The idea that you've already lost 2 players, it's not worth going for an info play because you leave A completely exposed to the mid connector stance. So re-smoke comes down, flash over the top. Process probably needs this duel onto Lub.
Looking around for it, but can't see the man. Suddenly, Tizian feels a little bit more pressured this time. Utility sent in. Lub should be allowed to move as a result of it. Smokes on jungle. B-God. Utility in hand. And Tizian at least forces out that one fight. And smart incendiary sees Lub. He's low HP. He's unknown towards it. Spinny engages and gets the frag back. Process now with a lot of work to be done. Molotov sent towards him. Finds the AWP at least. A smoke back to extinguish some of the flames. Provide a bit of cover on the site. Lub cutting rotations. The bombs should get planted from here.
Oh, the spam looks pretty good. Instead, he's taking quite a lot, but the bomb does not get denied. 2 players down low on HP, and Process is still here from City Spawn to work with Aqua.
MIBR now know exactly where the big players are and where they're going to come from. Process does find Insanity, though. That HP damage compounding. And Aqua leaning in around against Lub's position. Checking out the dark position, but got to look towards jungle first and foremost. Spinny gets caught tagged up. Aqua with the kill. Spinny now left alone, and they've completely bottled it again. Another 2v4 going the way of Big Academy.
And this is where we've got to start the tally. Coming through for Big Academy, how many rounds in mad disadvantages are they pulling through? It was a good information play. The idea that both of them are trying to spam down towards the bomb planter. There's a lot of HP differential, and then you just see it come into the fold again. That's got to be so frustrating for MIBR because it feels like they're this close, isn't it, Jay? You're down to the thinnest of margins, but you're being punished in those post plants, in those late rounds, on those retakes, whatever it may be in the first and second half. That's where they've been hit the hardest.
It's like what you said, right? It's a completely different beast coming to Europe. You're going to get punished for every single tiny mistake in some capacity. Big showing off the point. Aqua does get picked up first, but Hype there with the kill. Sky pressing on against Spinny. 2 for 1 on the responsive. Low HP for Love. B-God's dead. No gods today. This should be 16-5 for Big Academy.
All over. Just when Love was able to start off on the right foot, Card trying to see if he can catch a timing. Should catch up the stairs player at least. That's
one pick. Turn to Hype. Hype can strike back. It's all Lub. 1-on-3 situation for him. Bomb is on his back and at least has access to the short control, but swing forward to the smoke. Hype to see him. Pistols, all you need. 16-5 destination from Big Academy. We gave MIBR at least a little bit of credit, and we can forgive them, as you mentioned before, Blake. One of the top teams in Academy League history they were taking on today in their inaugural match, and it's just, what can you do in that circumstance?
And to be honest, the way that I was like looking at MIBR in this series is I wanted to see glimpses. I wanted to see players that are going to impress me throughout the rest of the group stage, because this is always going to be a tough game. Anytime you go up against Big Academy, you're not expecting it to be that competitive. But we saw some very good signs from Card in the first maybe 7-8 rounds of the map. I thought we also saw B-God be quite consistent. So there's a few individuals to keep an eye out for, but overall, this was the expected result.
Yeah, again, you can't walk into this matchup and say that there was going to be like a major opportunity for MIBR, at least from the outset. It's such a different region, a different style of game that they're playing against, and ultimately Big Academy with a team that came out on top. So you can't really, like, you know, blame them too much for it. You can't give them a lot of hell for not managing to make this happen for MIBR. So it's just a case that, listen, just take it on the chin, move to the next match, and see what you can do from tomorrow onwards. Big take their first victory in the Academy League, and we'll head towards a short break where we'll have NAVI Jr. versus Flames Ascent as our fourth match of the day. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Academy League. We're getting into our midpoint match of the day. Flames Ascent in their second match of the day themselves and their triple header day up against NAVI Junior next up on stream. Dwayne, it's going to be a tough day for Flames Ascent most certainly, but at least in the opening game of the day, they proved themselves to be quite the worthy opposition for Apeks Rebels. Is that going to apply against the NAVI Junior side today?
I think it will apply that they've got some match sharpness under their belt. The nerves have maybe disappeared, that you've done your opening game, you finally represented Flames, and you've got a win on the board. But this is going to be a tough game. NAVI Junior are a very solid team, and they proved it in the last Invitational.
Yeah, look, this is a team that obviously have produced some great talents over the course of the Academy team's run, and Monacy is the most famous example of that. And I guess maybe as a result of how great NAVI Junior have produced that talent in that sense, they probably have a lot of expectations of the players themselves. So I guess the first question for me, Dwayne, obviously myself being only so familiar with the number of the players in the roster, like who is the big gun here on the NAVI Junior camp?
It's got to be some of the youngsters. I mean, Demon, I've seen quite a lot out of, the 15-year-old. I mean, this is the younger squad in the Academy League. They picked up a Frosic, a 14-year-old player. Like, geez, the ages of some of these guys are so young.
If I recall correctly, a lot of these guys appeared on the NAVI youth team, which was like the third Academy team,
Yes.
which was even younger than NAVI Junior. If my memory serves me correctly, a number of these players were from that roster. So we are talking, yeah, quite a lot of youth involved in this one. Junior is taken quite literally from the NAVI side of things. And for these guys, obviously, like they've got massive careers ahead of them, I'd imagine. Like getting this opportunity now to play in Academy League is going to really refine them and potentially develop them for being decent players in the years to come. But obviously, being so young, being so inexperienced might throw some spanners into the works about NAVI Junior's performances overall here. And against the Flames side, I guess it is a similar story that applies. So it might just come down to a battle of firepower for me.
Possibly. I mean, NAVI Junior took on Copenhagen Flames yesterday, so they actually played the main roster and took a map against them. So the idea that they can do that against the main squad, you've got to imagine, is quite a bit of confidence going up against the Academy team now.
Well, for NAVI Junior, not only focusing on this matchup, but their overall season, the last few seasons for the organization in Academy League have been a little bit hit and miss. So we had the top 6 placement last time around, then they went down to 10th place in season 4, and that's down from like as high as season 2 second title contending position. So for them overall, I know the rosters change and chop and all that stuff, but for NAVI as an overall position, like their tenability in the Academy League is something to have to consider when it comes to what the pressure applies into this roster overall.
I think realistically we can only look from about season 3 onwards, because gone are the days of your Monacy and your Unkera and your Fear. So we are looking at a brand new lineup, and I think their results have been getting better. You compare it to season 4, they came 5th in their group. You compare it to last season, they came 2nd in their group. And I think one of the main pieces to that is the coach, Crush, an ex-pro player, played at 2 majors with Vega Squadron, one of the most experienced CIS players that they had. He was the coach of NAVI Youth, and you've got to consider the idea he got promoted with a lot of these guys. You've got 4 players from NAVI Youth now in NAVI Junior. Crush has been with them for quite some time now. And
I have a little bit of an idea of the tendencies of these players to be able to refine them even further. And so you can have a lot of encouragement that, again, in the future, it will be a case that NAVI Junior will have some very good players on their hands. In the present, it's a very unpredictable series against Flames Ascent because we've only seen so much from the Danish squad. Again, we saw them earlier take on the likes of Apeks and look pretty lights out for the most part in that match. They did have a little comeback to come there towards the end, but a 16-8 is a 16-8. And for them, like it's still a great position to be at, knowing also that you've also got some individuals that have just had an absolutely monstrous game. Like Hansi was one of the guys that I think stood out the most to me. Bunny as well had his moments over on the Flames Ascent side. So look, I have my ideas who I'm watching here for the Flames camp, but as a team, do we think what we saw earlier today is enough to match up to NAVI Junior?
I don't think so. And I'm going to use a little bit of chain logic, one of the things I don't like to use that often. But for Apeks Rebels, they came dead last 2 groups in a row, so we may be expecting them to do a little bit better. NAVI Junior nearly topped their group last Invitational. So you're working with a much higher caliber squad. Even NAVI Junior are starting to get the taste of what it's like in Tier 2. They played a game a little bit earlier on this morning. They played a game yesterday against the main Copenhagen Flames side. So being able to get some of those tendencies forward against higher end competition, you would imagine are going to bring a lot more experience and a lot more tenure in a game like this today.
I'm definitely going to use that experience. We talked a little bit about that from fnatic, for example, how good they look. Big, similar story for them, and obviously being a dominant team in Academy League as well as going to the Tier 2 space, they look fantastic against MIBR just a moment ago. So for NAVI Junior, I am definitely ranking them as the favourites, but I'm going to give Flames at least a little bit of credit. Again, it's still within the feeling out period as to where we can rate this roster overall. The map here is going to be Dust 2, and like I said earlier, it's going to be down to a firepower battle in my personal opinion as who comes out on top. And for me, Dust 2 definitely leans itself towards that. So are we looking at NAVI Junior as having the better firepower today?
To be honest, I'm not sure how Dust 2 has actually come through into this. This is one of the most highest picked maps in best of threes for NAVI Junior, and yet somehow Flames haven't banned it out. This is a great map for the Ukrainians.
And I think as a result, they might have the edge against the Flames side. So let's find out how much of an edge will be applied as we get into the pistol round. Double flash and smoke in for Frozik. And Rendy has the utility over on his part here for the NAVI Junior side. The Julie's in for Hansi to kick things off with a defuse over on Bunny. So again, those two players to highlight for having the extra firepower and utility.
Hansi really impressed me come that last best of one we saw only a few hours ago. It's whether he can capitalize once again. Upper tunnels control coming through from NAVI Junior, indicating that it will be an XE out to B. There is a quick backstab that could be presented.
Bez as his eyes set, USP tapping away, sees so many individuals, does find a kill on Demon before he burns himself. Bomb needs to get picked up and planted. There was a bit of a gap in that smoke to abuse there by the CT side, so Hansi comes in from the back lines. The backstab against Frozik. 4 versus 3. NAVI Junior going to try and challenge these fights. Nipple able to get one back onto Speedy alongside Unbroken, but Bunny trays back on Rendy on the side. Both players known towards the outside of B. One more man down, Unbroken. Now left to be broken by Inspire with the headshot gain of the 2K and a pistol for Flames Ascent.
A good pressure coming through from the Danes. You can see how quickly they want to initiate that retake, that backstabbing potential too, coming up into the fold, giving themselves man advantage, and then just not giving respect forward. You can see NAVI Junior were trying to do the same thing themselves, get up towards window, try and press the fight, get there underneath, but eventually they get into a position where they're outside of the bomb site, they can't really defend the bomb plant. Retake comes through, but also Force Fire comes out second round.
Oh, what a shot. Well done, Rendy. Beautiful stuff against Bunny. Quick kill in from the mid doors. The scout kicks things off wonderfully. Demon about to line up so much damage alongside Frozik, wrecking apart Inspire, forcing Speedy back. He also dies through the smoke. Flames have been picked apart.
Rendy started it off. The main AWPer of the side up onto the scout, the 16-year-old hitting an absolute banger to come through from T-Spawn, and then from that point onwards, you could just see the pace, the acceleration catching the CTs off guard, and for Hansi and Fez, there should not be a way back in here at all.
M4 held at elevator. Just not sure what to do with himself at this stage until Navi start feeling the lineups. 2 kills gained by Hansi before he's traded. Nipple comes back in from the back lines and deals with Fez. That's that kill back into the CT spawn from us. Can't quite get the AK. It does get it in the end. Okay, a little bit close. But ultimately a round brought back by NAVI Junior just by that sheer aggressive force again, Dwayne, all down to the firepower.
And for Flames Ascent, it's whether they're going to be able to respond. Now, Dust 2 is a map that they've only played once in the Dust 2 League event. They played it against Alpha Gaming, managed 12 rounds, and that's out of the 6 best of ones we've seen from them so far. It's not a map that gets presented very often.
Antsy finding Rendy. The mid doors again, the scout battles go down. It's the Flames Ascent side that come out to start things off. NAVI Junior forced to slow down their splits 2-2 between per bomb site. The tunnels, Fez might be in with a little bit of pressure. Nipple's thinking of moving forward. AK just held. Fez finds him. Great shot. Unbroken trades it back. And Bunny at long range is getting his damage off. Demon was also tagged meanwhile out towards the long control. So all in all, the CTs hold their own.
The problem is they're locked out of the B site. The only way they can do some further damage is if they get into the upper tunnels. I like what they're doing right now. Try and see if they can siphon the bomb.
Engagement from Frozik. Forced away in the AK. Demon's got an M4 picked up. Still trying to fight, but fights in vain. The sprayers go all over the place. And the Eagles are winning out all these engagements. Unbroken in a 1v4. Bomb in the open. And surely this should be a second for Flames.
Got to imagine so. Back and forth, scrappy affairs when it comes to the force buys. Handsy in with a couple. You can see how much impact was gained with that crossfire down there in the stairs of lower tunnels to upper. And NAVI Junior, they're not exactly double eco status. Yes, you've got Nipple down at very limited money, but everybody else is actually pretty set.
Vantage Flames. Another force back from Na'Vi. Great for Randy to bring out the scout again. Was hitting some pretty sick shots down there in the mid control. Unable to see much past the smoke though, so missed his window. Na'Vi just put emphasis upon the AK and the Galil now. 2 Deagles also in for firepower. Position held in the mid position.
Speedy waiting on that walk contact to come out from the longhouse. Inspires down there from City Spawn. Now notice the way they've dropped a lot of HE, so perhaps thinking about a HE placement to go up towards that short control. It could be dry out for the mid doors actually from the T's.
Good shot for Unbroken. Start out in mid, Bunny down. Siphoning off Fez, who might be in a bit of trouble himself. Decent nades and incendiaries to chip away the HP bars and keep Na'Vi Jr. from pressing on. Might just be a wraparound towards tunnels instead, though.
Gotta imagine Fez needs to try a multi, and he's actually been drawn out of the side. No way!
Might be to his benefit, though. They can get the kill on the player in mid and go for a 4v4 retake. It does mean the bomb plant will get gained by Na'Vi Jr. and Unbroken gets away from that mid control alive. So plant will be secure. The retake with Flames will be on.
This is going to be a tough retake, even with the weapon advantage, and they're not keen. They're backing out of there so quickly.
No.
And that's what I'm talking about, just getting drawn out of the side. That should never happen. You give them way too much respect.
Na'Vi allowed to go to evens, 2 apiece. The guns can come back, of course, for Bunny, given the fact that they saved 4 rifles here in this round, including an AK for Fez. So nothing major to worry about when it comes to Flames' economy state. I mean, outside of the fact that they're not going to build up much loss bonus or build up an economy in general if this keep going back and forth. Na'Vi Jr. more than happy with the situation, though. Forced to buy, won the round, all 5 alive. And a CT tactical is called.
And it's funny with the press release between both of these teams when it came to roster changes. When Flames Ascent brought in the new roster, it was talking about like the ages of the players, the roles, what sort of previous lineups they were a part of. When the Na'Vi Junior guys got picked up by the youth, it was just face at elo and age. Like that's all it was, because it is very different. The idea that there is very limited pro experience from Na'Vi Junior, where at least for Flames Ascent, we've seen these guys in the lower divisions of the Danish scene. We just haven't seen them play at this level.
We talk about Danish CS as being so deep, so you can always pull from those like stories and those players. Obviously, many people, when watching Academy League as being that bridge of the gap between the lower levels and the higher divisions, won't fully know who these guys are. So you're right. In that sense, it's a very different level of competition. And Na'Vi Jr. proving themselves to be one of the kings of the mountain at that level. See whether they can maintain their crown. Well, the rifles pulled out. Again, buy-ups for Flame Descent will feature 1 Deagle for Bunny, so not ideal in terms of the rifle buys, but the 3 M4s and the 1 AK save means that 4 rifles will be plenty to play with here. Leaving Fez, the lone man, playing anchor on the B site. Bunny tagged up towards the mid support. To turn his attention towards here pretty soon because the utility's coming in. Fez has been seen. High pressure, but Bunny's Deagle does strike on Demon. That's at least a decent frag of the AK. Swinging out, shots on from Frozer, get the kill on Inspire, and Bunny still got Fez on the backside, gets 2 kills, Frozer gets caught off guard, so it'll be even up to a 2-on-2.
And they've got to go for this, got to have the confidence to send themselves in. Bomb to get planted, hands in to try and set up the incendiary, draw Unbroken out.
Pushing him away rather than drawing him into the fight. Make their way in from window into the fire where they just take the early damage and Nipple gets an easy kill. Headshot seen as Speedy, but he trays back on Unbroken and Nipple catches him in the air. Advantage for Na'Vi Jr. 3-2 to the board.
And Nipple and Unbroken were the 2 players that joined this team last year, dating back all the way to just 5 days before Christmas. Demon and Frosic being some of the newer blood as well, and then obviously Rendy being the most newer addition, only coming through about 3 weeks ago, as well as Yabuko. So 6-man lineup for Na'Vi Jr. We saw him play only in the last official. You wonder if that's going to be something that we see for the next few months, perhaps.
Rotating door, picking and choosing players, possibility.
Just like AGO.
Yeah, love it. You always refer towards that as all things. USP's in towards the mid control, trying to think and stack their way in, get some rifles out of their hands, but Rendi's just ripping them apart alongside Frozik. 2 kills are found, but nothing major for NAVI Jr. Fortitude to the board. Flames Ascent now have their guns.
Well, who else would you describe other than AGO then, Jay? Can't give me one.
Well, we had the Astralis 6-7 man lineup,
Yeah,
and
but
then we
you know
had
how
Vitality.
much later that was than AGO? Like,
no,
AGO did it 2 years beforehand.
No one paid attention to AGO, though, did they?
Oh, don't
like,
give me that, man.
Only you would immediately think 6-man lineup and just go straight to AGO. The NAVI Jr. playing their AKs in Demon. Caught off by Speedy, who lines up both him and Frozik behind the man. 5-on-3 gain. Rendi, his AWP looking above the smoke and down in towards the mid doors. Hoping he can spot somebody at the CT side, but Flames are not giving up the ghost there.
And just hugging that long corner, doing very well to evade the majority of the flashes, line up quite a bit of damage, go down to only 34. Now, NAVI Jr. have been able to slow walk their way through the doors quite a few times. It does get re-smoked off for a moment, but there is a gap in there, quite a big one, actually.
Orb of Hansi leaning around, nipple. Caught. 2 left here for NAVI. Rendi follows suit on Inspire, can get 1 trade. But needs a whole lot more than just that to burst into the B site, and they've got Fez and Bunny standing ready to receive.
Unbroken is going back to CT Spawn. This is very unorthodox. I wonder if this works out, because no one might be watching Spawn, actually.
Oh. He goes for the kill, knows the second player's out there on the site. Speedy wins the trade, though. Low HP. Engagement from Unbroken. Oh my god, they've got it back. Rendi out of cut rotations. Looks back towards CT at the wrong time. Focused on long, and Unbroken knows that they can come in from both there and short.
Oh, they're going to aggress him. If he gets down into that left-hand side corner, it's all going to be a matter of timing.
Spotted. Spray could line up 2, doesn't get either of them. Unfortunately, Flames keep it together. That did get very dicey when Unbroken got to the site, though, Dweg. He looked at the potential. I thought it was going to be a bit awkward without the backup, but it worked for the bomb plant, not for the rounds.
Very unorthodox. Again, you almost never see plays in from Spawn to go up to A. The only time you might get it is if you go for a short XD and drop a player down into Spawn to then go up to the ramp area. But that was something that caught Flames Ascent completely off guard. And you feel for the timing, because if he's able to maybe get a fraction of a second there quicker and hide into that corner, I reckon he wins the round.
Utility in to set up for Rendi and co. Mid positions. Frozik going to try challenge, damage done in minimal amounts to nipple, so not much impact had against NAVI. Lean into mid. Spray suit from Bunny, not catching much.
Flash around the corner. You can see how quickly Bunny has to get off of that angle. Can't continue to hold. Brings Inspire down from Spawn so they can establish a cross. But this is where NAVI Jr. are going to get themselves set up to short now.
Start leaning in. You got Hansi and Inspire watching. Flashes through as Hansi catches nipple. All important start.
HE placement down there towards short. Does get evaded because NAVI Jr. now start to put more emphasis into a B split. Try and get Frostic out the gate. Just keep those eyes siphoned off towards CT Spawn. There is 2 on B. They need to try and see if they can force the anchors in the open.
Flashes forward, Inspire trying to look for something at the edge of the doors. Unbroken. Never mind about him. Frozik's going to get a kill on Inspire. Unbroken will start to move forward. Demon's going to get the kill on Fez. Now 1 player back at car. Bunny. Awkward sprays. Only gets 1 kill for it. And now Speedy's going to be left alone as the last player all the way out towards long with not much that he can do.
And this is where we're seeing familiar signs of what MIBR Academy were like in that last best of 1, Jay, is that the weakened squads, the newer entities to this sort of level of competition are not closing rounds with man advantages. Something that Flames Ascent have been very good at is getting opening picks, but there's been some struggles to closing those sort of rounds.
NAVI hold down their 5th round as a result. Speedy can get exits onto the hunting individual of Frozik, and I don't think they're going to get there in time to go for the other faces from Unbroken or from Rendi. Like you mentioned, Dwayne, NAVI Jr. Welcoming the new blood to the Academy League. Second tactical called in by the CT side here.
Costi, the coach of Flames Ascent, the coach of Dream, if you remember them, Jay, that opportunity with like Zabron and who else was on that team? Trying to think that there were like the lower end levels of the Danish scene, but had a chance. Gizmo as well, playing on like HLTV and getting themselves some more experience. So he came from that team and is now coaching the Flames Ascent side.
And bringing up the new blood. Getting them settled in and trying to work their way into an Academy League position. Like you mentioned before, it's not exactly a team that are experienced at this level, so... Looking forward to the AWP here of HANSE, one of only... It's a firepower here for Flames. The Eagles into the very harsh eco outside of that weapon. The kill already found against HANSE as well, so that all back in the hands of Inspire, reduced to 3 players on the Flames.
Try and get it back even further, get as much impact out of it. You can see the drop down from the CZ trying to get into spawn. Frostic has already positioned himself right up here towards the left-hand side. Get a good duel onto the CZ. Damage is done, but the kill gets rewarded.
Looking with a responsive. Inspire's doing quite an amount of work here. Now the B-side's been gained. Unbroken saw him. Challenge him. Missed the mark against the man, but either way, they can't allow any, or they won't allow any sort of rotations back in towards that mid control. Now been seeing the incendiary host down. Now he's a dead player. Decent damage done by him in the mid position, but nothing that will really have impact to the NAVI Junior side. Flames, or just to get away here for Speedy again. Keep it in for the next round. NAVI Junior with 6-3 to the board.
They're just working with that momentum. And as of right now, for Flames Ascent, it's all been individual rounds. They haven't been able to string it together, which is not going to help the economy side of things on the CT basis. That's why we're seeing so many of these half buys and the ecos. Speedy doing his best to try and hold on to the big green. Down there for another frag, but there's another duel for Unbroken. Speedy's got to try and hit another. Has seen the shadows, so has the advantage.
Slow walk. Oh, he only hits the shoulder!
Oh. Unlucky.
That sucks, because usually that would connect towards a kill. I don't know what happened there.
Just not wide enough.
Oh, that's going to be the round going the way of NAVI with nothing saved for Flames. No money to afford the AWP either. M4s across the board, still lacking in the kit department as well.
Just knowing that they've got to be on the front foot without that AWP is going to be more difficult for them. Rendy spotting a couple of players up onto the cross. Out to long, we haven't seen that many fly-throughs from NAVI Junior. Played it quite disciplined.
They are taking long control though. Speedy caught to 1 HP. Blind spray from Demon goes all the way around, and that's going to cost him his life. Overconfident by being completely blinded up there. First casualty taken by the Flames.
I would not have realized how many flashes are actually going to come through there from Inspire. Just knowing that they'd already done so much damage, you're going to be hungry to finish him off, to finalize that kill. Nipple with the tap, with the aggressive short plays. He's seen another. That's good info to work with.
I don't know if he did. He didn't react to Inspire there.
Well, he's expecting some aggression from the upper tunnels now that he's got a kill.
Backs off. CT player passive on that short position, trying to see if he can catch Nipple off guard. Meanwhile, from NAVI Junior, the walk forward comes in to the A site. Speedy, 1 point of health still. Flashed in, dead on the first face. Now just to this M4 as part of the defensive element. Fez and Bunny will know coming in towards tunnels that nobody's out here. But it doesn't look like it's going to be a retake to me. Inspires might catch Nipple. Ah, making noise in the jumper. It's going to be enough for the kill. And Nipple even turns around for the triple.
Just getting as much out of this one as possible. Bunny trying to save in T-spawn. This time around, I can imagine that a rifle will be saved, unlike some of the previous rounds. But 7-3, the scoreline is starting to get out of control. And perhaps some of the match experience that we saw from NAVI Junior in recent days is helping. Remember, 10 o'clock this morning, they played Need Doctor, one of the Bulgarian teams. And while they weren't successful in that best of 3, just getting those officials under your belt, just getting yourself more comfortable. They're showing it in the server here today.
Stacking up the rounds here for NAVI. 7-3 at this moment in time. One M4 staying in for Flames. Not enough cash to buy around it. Maybe a half invest with that M4 in tow. Yeah, just upgrade pistols with Kevlar. Max bonus should lead towards a buyback in the next round. But this means NAVI Jr. could take the half at A3. Likely to do so as well. Pushes in towards the tunnels for HyENCE and for Bunny. But not seeing anything yet.
Yeah, we're starting to see a lot of one-sided first halves over the course of the last few best of ones, and we're starting to get that glimpse once again. The slight aggression being watched. Unbroken to the first, the M4, low on HP. Bunny's just got to keep fighting here.
Wins one engagement onto Demon. Missing the second player, but Unbroken could get flanked here. He looks out for Fez, who gets the headshot anyway, so advantage gained by the Flames here.
And now they can start the exploitation, start working up long control, turn away from the flashes. They need to try and act in quickly.
Oh, Inspire, another good shot back from Frozik, returning with a one taps. 3-on-2 now for the CT side. Speedy holding his own, doing damage. Frozik forced to get the kill, but 3 points of health for his own right. Advantage sits with Flames on the HP bars, and now Rendy's a dead man. Frozik's easy to drop, and Flames have stolen the half buy.
That's an incredible steal, not something that we've seen very often. Just come through with the punishment. You could see the way that Unbroken was even watching for that aggressive approach to come through from the upper tunnels, but still getting caught off guard by the pistol. And then it's the backup. Yes, your B players have done well. You've picked up weapons, you've got man advantage, but it does rest on the A players for a moment there. So time stalling to get as much damage forward as possible to get themselves in. And the first tactical coming through, this is a chance now to speak with Crush, one of the most experienced players that we have in a coaching role this entire Academy League.
We're going to need someone like him to step up. Bring in the words of wisdom and the encouraging game plan here for NAVI Jr. It was looking like it might have been a one-sided 8-3 half. It's now turned into a bit more of a contentious point of view for Flames. 3 rounds to the good for NAVI Jr. AWP of Rendy being the highlight of the weapon buy. Of course, NAVI can afford to take this out. Flames recovered an AK and AWP also from the previous rounds. They've got that bonus firepower around their own in round 12 buy. Mid control watched by an AWP with the CT side. HyENCE picks up Rendy to start.
Looking in for a little bit more, widening up the angle, can think about the spam as soon as that notch smoke goes down, gets close to it. But an opening man advantage from Flames, we've seen this common.
Doesn't guarantee the round itself until the round actually ticks by, however. NAVI will know this, continue to press under the short control.
Think about getting the cross smokes down, try and see if they can flash off the AWP, make it uncomfortable for HyENCE to find a second.
Nade on from HyENCE, damage done to 2. Frozik caught the majority of that. They dive in against him, the feet are seen below the smoke. Inspire gets 2. And NAVI Jr. are reduced to 2 now. 1 player out, catches HyENCE above the smoke, barely for the headshots of Demon. Suddenly, this round is back on for NAVI, even if they're still down by a man.
This is very workable. Now, Unbroken is hoping for a CT over-rotation. He's going to bring that bomb out to B, while Demon keeps the fake and the attention to A. This is unorthodox, but it might just work out.
They've done something similar to this before, where they had that 1 player walking out to the A site from spawn, while his teammate distracted in CT mid. So it's just kind of like the same thing, but reversed. And now Demon's going to try and cut rotations from mid. Bomb tapped, hoping he can force CTs out of the way. Won't see anything and it spawns. The plant will be secured and Demon joins him.
I've got a good feeling about this for NAVI Jr. They've proved themselves to be very disciplined and very strong in these post plants, even in man disadvantaged scenarios. And for Flames Ascent, they are taking quite a while to get out to spawn to move over to B.
They've checked these positions back towards the long control, thinking there might still be something that they're throwing into the spanner of the works. NAVI Jr. hold the line. Here come the CT side. They've taken a fair amount of time to get here already. Incendiaries, HE sent out. Flash has come over. Unbroken's going to get caught by it. Demon won't be. Oh my goodness! He's mowed down 3 of them as they stack their way in from the doors and all capitulate to the ace.
Oh my goodness, that is an unreal round coming through from Demon. The 2 taps, the way that he's able to walk out short, make that round winnable, and then set himself up. Flames Ascent taking so long to get into that retake. Around there in the cubby corner, you could see the bait and switch, but the switch was not even needed. What an incredible round from Demon.
To think he was bottom fragger at 2 kills prior to the ace. Hansi trying to get involved here with the SMG. Bunny's Deagle standing against it. Faced upon by froZIC, and froZIC gets him down. Half buy in this round, not working out for them. Inspire has caught a Deagle back to a 3-on-3. So they're still fighting for this here, Flames. They won't hold on to any advantage.
And this is where the conversation's got to drive in forward of teams needing to close out these rounds with bad advantages. There was everything in favor there of Flames Ascent. They had a 5v2, even then to a 3v2, but not to be. The Eco trying to see if they can muster up some damage, flashed around the corner. froZIC completely blinded, just spamming through, gets that kill onto Inspire, and for Speedy, might as well throw his hand at it.
Give it a try. Oh, he's caught, sprayed down by froZIC, doing some damage, not quite the kill. Deagle also in, footsteps early, escapes or tries to do so. It's another ace, this time for froZIC on NAVI Jr. Not quite as impressive, but still one nonetheless. Getting a 9-4 half in thus far for NAVI Jr. Still with a little bit more to go as well. Flames Ascent back on the bite for round 14.
And you've got to think to yourself, for NAVI Jr., how long is it going to take until they get to those double digits? It could just be this round here. Good long spawn coming through for the AWP. So this time around, Rendy will not go for the mid pick.
In for the long pick instead. Watching. Going out towards the corner, but getting absolutely no contact from the Flames Ascent side. Flashes and smokes coming in to try and block them. Made to support it. Counter-action utility is there for the T side. Speedy sees one, gets only damage. Hansi caught the kills. Inspire strikes back from pit. Sees several of them, only gets one of them. Even with a responsive 4-on-3 for Flames.
Now, they're expecting a walk to come through from the short control, and that's just a lack of information down there at mid. Speedy's around in the corner towards Car. As soon as he gives them a jiggle and they have info, they're going to molly him out into the open. This could be a very tough spot to clear.
Smoke set towards the cross, or try so if they can face him directly. No Molotov support, flash support instead for Speedy to get the kill. Line up another triple and steal away around for Flames.
Nicely done there from Speedy. He could just feel as if all he needed was that one flash from a teammate, peek around, allow the lineup. A 5th gets gained from the Danes. And it is a very different affair when we compare what the Danes were like up against the Norwegians of Apeks Rebels just before. But one more to keep this half competitive. And looking at the buy for NAVI Jr., I don't think there's a massive amount of positivity to go into round 15 with.
They're in full control a couple of rounds ago. Now, as you mentioned, probably going to concede this one back unless the AKs go ham. They are in Rendy on Unbroken, so I can't really put much doubt into them.
Got some belief, don't you?
Yeah, some belief. How much of it will come to fruition, though, is yet to be seen. Execution basis, Fez spraying a little bit early, does catch froZIC for damage. Nipple caught off by Bunny. Damage has been done. P250 with the taps forward Fez. Provides a bit of support. Hansi's Orb also gets involved, but Demon again trying to find a way out of this situation. 2 kills at the tech line, AK in his hands, bomb plant tapped once, baiting the utility, but goes for the plant in the end.
I've seen this before. Demon and Unbroken to hold off the post plant. Smoke goes down, but Unbroken falls to the orb.
Demon gets unaffected by that HE. Backed up. Another 1v3 for Demon on the ace. Can't make it happen. Little bit panicky. Pressured by Util, pressured by CTs, and Speedy will get the kill to make it 9-6 at the half for NAVI Jr. Flames were looking down a very awkward barrel a couple rounds ago, but they have done some serious work to try and bring it back, and well, at least it keeps it close for the CT side.
It does, but you have to also think about how competitive this has been as an overall standpoint. We can look at certain rounds and think about the precision here or there. This has been a strong NAVI Junior team that has been able to put up some impressive performances of the 9-6. You now go into the second half, and you'd imagine for NAVI Junior there's enough backing with this being a strong map for them on Dust 2 to get it over the line. I think for Flames Ascent, they've got to keep it competitive from the absolute start, and that means either a pistol round, a force buy on the second, or an opening rifle. You've got to take one of those 3 chances.
It's 3 to the good as we enter the second half. NAVI Junior. CT's in the lead. Diffuse kit on Rendy. Double flash in for him as well. Flames quickly make their way into the tunnels setup. You've got Demon on the site. One player in at mid, one player at lower tunnels to watch out for the rotations. Flames might be expecting a crunch in from him. So there's the execution inbound. NAVI have Demon, who can't hit his shots this time. Damage done to Inspire and Speedy. Ultimately, the Flames have the site.
Difficult retake here for NAVI Junior. This flash is going to have to be perfect to get them into the doors.
One player does get flashed off, but it doesn't get the CTs forward. The smoke was in the way. And just like that, they fall away. Kevlar saving the pistol round, I guess. Go towards the conversion force with a bit of a bonus. But nothing in this one. You mentioned it being a difficult retake, and certainly it was. Too difficult for NAVI to even attempt. Flames Ascent get themselves up the pistol win and the 7th round.
We just compare the setup. We had only one B player there for NAVI Junior. That was Demon out to the big box, and he doesn't find anything. If it's a 1-for-1 trade, there's maybe some leverage into the round, but without it, you might as well just save, look for the force up, get those Deagles involved, allow the scout upgrade to come through, get that into the hands of Rendy as quickly as possible, because we know he can do some good work with it. Flames Ascent. I wonder how many SMGs are going to be brought forward, because they'll know that they're up against the Boar Spy, so I'd like to see maybe more rifles.
That's what you'll get. 3 AKs.
Sometimes you just got to focus on the rounds rather than the economy bonus, especially if you know a Force Spy is coming.
3 AKs, 2 Galils. Versus the 2 for MOUZes, the 2 Deagles, and the Scout over on NAVI Junior. Defaults much more carefully placed here. Flames have 1 man out towards long, hearing the footsteps on short, so he's aware of at least 2 individuals on NAVI Junior. Might call them to go away from mid, having heard that much presence, so be careful when they get towards lower tunnels and try to keep their eyes on for the CT forces.
And Nipple's HE placement could be vital in this sort of round. Jump spot, as soon as he gets contact, that's when the HE's going.
Landing a little bit deep, and Frozik's going to get no real advantage in that duel. Dead to the hands of the AK. Start again for Flames.
Rendy back out here with a flash, in towards the mid doors with an off smoke. Had a slight press forward from Nipple towards that short control, trying to get more out of the action. NAVI Junior do not have an idea about the pit player either, as Speedy. He could be the walk-up contact undetected.
Smokes in. Bomb drop, they would have heard that. Inspires tagged to 4 points of health. And Unbroken. Waiting for a shot to strike. Demon strikes instead. Hansi caught. Players exposed. The smokes clear up, and the Deagles and FAMAS can get all the kills alongside the Scout. Speedy suddenly in a 1 versus 3. Bomb dropped on shore. 25 seconds. He hasn't got time for this.
No, not at all. Even mid-legged up, he's just got to save. Nice tap coming through from Speedy. Oh, he might have to just engage into the fight. If he does that, it's winnable.
13 seconds. Got to go real quick about it. But no, backs away in the end. Saves the AK, gives up number 6. Okay, that's a good shot for Unbroken. Again, they are looking like sick taps, but nothing really is going to win in the round. 10 to the board of NAVI. Number 8 does not go the way of Flames. Muddy's also going to be in the toilet for the T side. Look at the loss bonus.
And just consider the idea. Both times, Flames Ascent 2 for 2 in pistols. Round 2, 0 and 2. They have lost the anti-force by every single time, but I will give them credit in saying we went back and forth for a little bit at the beginning of that first half. So don't count this force buy out of the equation for Flames Ascent, but it does hurt knowing that you've won both pistols, that you haven't been able to sort of exploit any further from that point.
Forced up guns coming in with the Eagles. Speedy trying to lead the charge alongside Inspire. Out to the long control, Unbroken. Has the A-site contention with that SMG. Waiting and watching and holding out for NAVI to make their move in.
Bunny rounding the corner, trying to see if they can catch anyone down towards ramp or towards the side boxes. 2 smokes for the cross have got to go down, and you've got to consider the fact they have to go with it. As soon as they use that util, you can't fall off. You can't double pump. You have to commit.
Flashes in, keeping 1 pistol blinded. The AK stays. The flash thrown up there for Frozik. Just about gets the nipple and was the second face. HG starting a little bit late. Unbroken is known and spammed down by the AKs and the pistols. So the advantage sits with Flames here. Unbroken now dead. Bomb plant will be secure. Meanwhile in mid, Fairs catches the rotations of Demon. And now we're down to a 2-player advantage.
Try and get the flash up towards the door side or out to the right-hand side. Frostic has at least been able to go on the first, and now Fez has dropped. Things are looking good.
Oh, but out towards long, having an account for Speedy, who continues to tap. Rendy caught a scout jumping, no scope, onto Bunny's head. So it's still an even man standing with short control now closing in as the player back there over at Goose. Nipple comes up with a frag back. Speedy gets his triple, but Nipple swings with the headshot. Keeps it together for NAVI Jr.
Do you know what I'm really feeling here, Jay? Is another force buy. I know it's unorthodox. I know it's a little bit risky, but I feel like you've got NAVI Jr. on the ropes here if you're the Danes. If you give them the respect of an eco, I think you lose it. I think you have to force buy here.
Yeah, like you said, it does carry some risk, though. NAVI can be up to 13-7 if Flames concede this. And they will not take that risk. Go for the guns in round 20. Deagle's on 2. I know you don't like it. It's the strategy that Flames have gone with, and that's the strategy that I have to stick with.
It's one of those where it's go big or it's go home in that sort of time, because you've got to have the understanding that you win this round and you've given yourself leverage, you've given yourself a chance to come back into it. But just knowing that you've gone back and forth with the force buys and you've almost given them a free pass in my mind. You know, you go back and forth, you're trying to reset one another, you have the opportunity of force buying again, and you just opt for the safe option.
All footsteps heard there from Unbroken. He knows that they must all be up there towards top mid. Plenty of info gained. A minute to the clock for them to play with here. Nipple's going to back away with the AK nades at the ready. Doesn't quite place it up onto Flames' position. Can do it right here towards the short entrance, and that'll be pretty good for damage. Opting to go for suppression utility instead.
Get that smoke down. Run boost over the top is going to give him the info. They've just got to get rotators up, and Nipple's got to stay alive and do damage.
Decent nade. Doesn't do a mass amount of damage itself. Spray of the AK is extremely awkward here. Finally lines up 2, only gets 1. Play back from Hansi's good with the Glock. Inspire caught a knife kill somewhere out towards CT. M4 now in his hands. Nades on Money. Money's been gained. And the shots continue to ring in from the T-side players. Demon with a kill. Inspire gets a dink back on towards 1. Rendy finds Hansi. And now Inspire is all alone. Making their way up to the bomb site. Demon is extremely low. Flash in, spray through. Rendy's down. Got to go for the jump face. Barely seen him. Demon is on the defuse. And he has absolutely no idea. Inspire can get the triple. Recover that AK. But it's another round for NAVI.
Just think about this, Jay. What would have happened if they force bought there? Probably would have been a round victory. How close does that get? Fair play to Flames Ascent, to be honest, because you've got to consider the fact that was a light eco. There was not much investment there at all. They got a bomb plant and 5 casualties. Now they've got to set themselves up because they know this is reset potential. We win this round, we're in the game. And this is probably why a tactical timeout's been called by Crush, because they know our economy's on the ropes. They've got us in a tricky position, but we can still come out positively if we win round 20.
Second tactical taken by NAVI. Because they know that their economy is in ruin. Yes, they can afford the gun buy. Yes, there are 4 M4s out. But no, there are no kits. No, there is no AWP. Only a scout for Rendy. And there is no lost bonus or savings. Harsh reset potential for Flames right here. They could take all sorts of control. This could be a massive swing to their favor. Quickly out of the gate into the long control. Unbroken does not want to challenge this. Frozik does, though, alongside Nipple, getting the kill on Speedy, isolating the AWP, but Hansi gets his pick back, and Frozik with a big old backstab will closing the pincers against Flames.
They've got no idea about the second player. This is a really smart setup. Bomb gets dropped. Frostik's on the backstab. The double frag does not quite come through. It's a lot of damage at least.
They're so worried about a third player being up here as well. They'll go back for that bomb, grab it. 3-on-3 situation is definitely been bolstered by the fact that there's a player extremely low HP here for Flames. NAVI in control. The jump from Bunny seen too. That might call him for backup or call the rotations back. Incendiary forcing him forward. Needs to win a fight or get his teammates in to do one of them. Demon gets Inspire. Bunny gets traded by Unbroken. And Fez, the low HP individual with the AWP. A 1v2. Isolates that first shot. Where does he go from here?
Rendy's expecting an over-rotation. At the same time, he can play it passively, knows that he's got the scout in mind. Now, for Fez, he's got to consider what he's going to do late round. Getting up to A might not be a chance because he doesn't have the util, he doesn't have a smoke. The best that he can do is put a molly down and try and peek behind it.
Rendy's paranoid about the B rotating. He escapes. He leaves that angle on lock. Fez will now put the Molotov. He will try peek behind it, looking for the man. Spotted with the shot, missed out. And Nath to provide a bit of cover, perhaps? No. Cancels it. Bomb goes down.
Rendy's going to be quick on that rotate, knows exactly what's going on, can reposition towards short, and for Fez, it's all about the reposition. He has to hit the shot instantly.
AK in the hands of Rendy. He knows how low this individual is. Fez has no idea where Rendy's coming from. Full set of utility on the NAVI Junior. Clutch, double flash, smoke, and Molotov. And the AWP looks the right place at the wrong time. Looks back in for the shot and he clutches it. Keeps it together for Flames, and that is the reset they're looking for.
Massive round there from Fez. That's not an easy one at all. And NAVI Junior have got to be fuming. That's a 1v2, and there's a slight overpeak, isn't there? That shot out from CT spawn, unnecessary for NAVI Junior. They could have played it together, could have held the advantage. They know better than that. They're more disciplined than what they were able to achieve in that round. And you're right about the reset, but keep in mind, this is still a strong buy with the Deegs for NAVI Junior.
Forcing best though, it's pistols v rifles. And Flames can match them on the firepower, beat them on the fire rate. Automatics in the AWP on HANSE. Flames make their way in towards the site. Rendy has caught Inspire back out towards the spawn. That's a little bit awkward. Now Nipple, joined by Demon. They are very fast to bolster up this site defensive. Incendiary sent and NAVI. And one player diving back towards CT spawn. Bunny missed his marker to catch him. Demon's also in a Gandalf. Bomb plant's got to come in safe.
And they're coming in quickly from that long control. And it's about HANSE and how he locks it down. He is watching it.
Old position for the AWP. Fez tucked in. Speedy on site. HANSE ready to receive. Shots. Misses. Reface against the AK. Picked up by the CT side. NAVI continue pushing closer and closer to the retake. HANSE known here. Damage being done to the HP bars. Fez tagged up heavy. Gets his kill alongside HANSE. Nipple with a deagle though. Strikes back with a triple. And just like that, it's all turned against them. The bomb's on the defuse. HANSE goes for the shot. I think he hit it as well, but it's the wrong player. The defuse is being held. It's still coming down. He doesn't land it. Demon, oh, he's going to escape with his life and steal it back for NAVI Junior.
Oh my goodness, there's so much happening in that round. The idea that HANSE finds 3, even finds 1 through the smoke, but it's not the diffuser. It's not the man that's going to win the entire round. Oh, even that triple from the D, where did that come from too?
That's what turned it all to their favor, and NAVI just worked into the site so quick. Just when you thought Flames caught a break with the reset, NAVI Junior are right back in it. Tactical taken for the 3rd time on the Danes.
The back and forth clutches, man.
Yeah.
Like, that's what hurts so much. The fact that you win a clutch and then you give a clutch away on the other side. Oh, that's unfortunate. I don't think you can blame HANSE, though. Like, the idea that he's down there at long, he's done the damage. He's been able to cut the rotates out from the long house. Once that bomb gets smoked, you can't imagine the AWP is going to win the round. What you need is the riflers to stay alive. And instead, that 3K from Nipple with the D just came out of nowhere.
Just think as well, the fact that he's obviously hit the shot onto the player in the back of the site when the smoke went down. He thought he got the diffuser. He was wrong.
Might have done. Yeah, might have done.
That's why he was hesitant to take another good shot. He wasn't sure if there was another player back on the bomb. He wanted to wait for a sound cue, and it just never came. That's going to be a crushing round for Flames, and of course for him as a AWPer. 13-8. 5 rounds the difference. Smoke's coming in to the notch. The mid doors being watched as Flames make their way up and out and into the default.
This is another one of these swing rounds, and you have to imagine for NAVI Junior, they win this round, they win the game. Simple as that. There's just too much of a round differential between the two of them. Both teams looking to reset one another. Flames Ascent looking to try and see if they can split into A. You've got 3 players down on short, a lurk in the lower tunnels, and the bomb outside Longhouse.
Ags up through the mid position. Frozik takes that damage in his stride. Not mass amounts being done. Flames walk into long.
Get that molly out towards that close left-hand side corner. What they don't know about is the pit angle. And for Unbroken, he's ready for the run out. He's actually giving them the respect to walk forward.
Right through Speedy's core. Inspire tap down. Bunny can at least get one trade back, but Nipple and Frozik so quick to take him and a teammate out. Hansi left alone. 1 on 4. 15 seconds. He's just got to save the AWP. This is a 14-8, and they're going hunting for him. Orpa drops, nothing to buy with. After time, even worse. 5 seconds. They're chasing him. They are on his tail. He's got to stand and fight from here. We get that one frag, and it looks like he'll get away with his life.
And that may be one of the most anticlimactic swing rounds we get all day. There
Yeah.
was so much riding on that round for both teams, and it was a rollover. You saw the pit angle being held from Unbroken. How quickly, though, does he get that flash? Like, he gets the first player, he repositions slightly down, gets the flash, and just peeks back up. It's a 5v3 pretty much instantly. And Flames Ascent are going to force by around the orb? No, they're not, actually.
Play for overtime, 7 in a row.
Without an orb next round. Interesting one.
Don't know how I feel about that, honestly.
Well, if we're going to be honest about some of their buying situations, it feels like it's always on the safe approach, isn't it? Doesn't feel like there's much risk being moved.
Peeking from Speedy, not much risk behind the smoke, but still died for it anyway. Kill found, start out, Navi. Frozik and Nipple on the crossfire at CT in mid. Smokes down, flashes will go over. Shots in from Nipple will take some damage for it, but nothing major here.
Hansi trying to get as much out of this one as possible. Frozik even working around that smoke himself. And you could just see the way that you got players getting picked apart now. Hansi, at least he's still on 100 HP and can try and see if he could do some good work with that orb. They need him up towards the site, and even Rendy is so passive, not even giving an opportunity forward.
Here's Orb having his eyes on. Incendiary sent. Rendy shot misses out. Ducks away. Catches Bunny. Fez and Hansi get those trades together, so they do have access to the site. Still a 3-on-2 that favors Navi Jr. here, and Hansi is looking to try and equalize the board.
Unbroken doesn't overpeak. I like that. Try and regroup with his teammates. Try and run the distraction. Get them quick up towards CT spawn too.
This is that angle of the player. Elevator. Frozen gets a kill. Hansi, quick scope back. Now a 1 versus 3. He's caught that first. Unbroken knows that he's scoped, and Demon catches him on the other side. I mean, no clutch for you today. 15-8 match points now for NAVI Jr.
And you've got to imagine that Hansi's frustrated in this game because he did very well against Apeks Rebels. He put up 26 frags, 13 deaths, nearly 115 ADR in that entire best of 1. And he's come out here on Dust 2, and I think he's done well again. He's put on another good performance, but he's not getting that support. We're not seeing as much from Bunny, not seeing as much impact from guys like Fez. And when you are by yourself up at 21 frags, when you're the highest in the server, you're hoping for some players around you that can play to that level too.
Seven rounds to make up for Flames. Navi Jr. Or in for Hansi. Fires a little bit too high. Dives out of the way and escapes with the AWP in his life. Goes intact for now. How long for though? 1 minute and 26. Playing out towards that mid control for the 2 players that were also in tunnels, Bunny and Fez. See and hear nothing.
Notch smoke going down. Frozik even jump spotting out towards that mid control, so Nipple's got some assistance. You can see the way that HE is going to bounce up towards the top of Xbox, do mass damage onto Bunny. That's going to help out when the short Xe finally comes through.
Chunked away at all that bar. Incendiary set to fire them forward, and an AWP of Rendy, despite being flashed off position, still gets a shot on Bunny. Man advantage for Navi here.
Unbroken could have gone slightly aggressive behind that smoke. Instead, he drops down towards City spawn. Rendy's thinking that there might be counteraction to Long, and it feels like they want to play it retake A now for NAVI Jr.
Possibility. He came for Inspire. Trying to play off the gap in that smoke there from the CT side. Just can't seem to spot anybody here. Going to lead the charge in with his teammates. Meanwhile, 2 CTs down at the tunnels. Recognise that nobody's here towards the B side. It's going to have to be the A play.
A lot of retaking nades to come through from NAVI Jr. Hansy's still alive. Inspire clearing out the majority of the site, and this could come in quickly. Hansy's going to fall. That's the orb gone.
Not for sure, and that's where the CTs are going to attack from. Nipple. Sub the flashbangs in. Inspire's going to get out of the way. Evade the flashes, look towards CT and still loses life. Fez now alone. A 1-on-5. Can't do anything with it. 16-8 for NAVI Jr. They hold their own, they hold their lives, and they hold their first victory. Flames going 1-for-1 in the Academy League groups.
And an opportunity to see more from Flames. I felt as if they had plenty of opportunities, Jay, in this map. Us too. They just couldn't win the string rounds. Those ones that were going to reset the economy, come through when it matters most. And for NAVI Jr., that was an impressive showing.
It was, you know, they had a very dominant affair, honestly. Like, you know, it looked like it was going to be close at the turn of the half, and I thought, you know, from there, maybe Flames might hold some of their own, but it seems like the CT half was definitely the better day for them, because when it came to that T side, NAVI Jr. just looked on fire, and it kind of sucks to me seeing how we saw some of those big guns out from Flames. They didn't quite have the same amount of impact in this one, shut down a lot and punished quite a lot by NAVI Jr. I think it was more of a case that NAVI did a great job rather than Flames dipping in form, because like it seemed like the game was the same. It's just that the firepower is definitely there for the CTs.
I felt one thing as well is that there was a lot of clutches in this game. One of the most clutches that we've seen in the entire best of one all day. And because of that, you're always going to be targeting the economy. And for Flames, they never got on top of the economy game. They were always getting reset themselves. The one struggle they had was following rounds up in a row. We didn't see many round streaks from the Danes at all in that best of one.
Indeed, yes. It's going to be something to concern about there for the Flames side. Of course, it is still early doors for them in Academy League, so we'll find out where they can go in the coming days and weeks. But for the time being, they've got a third match to play in a couple matches' time here today. So we'll see Flames a little bit later on. For now, though, we're going to head towards a short break and come back with NIP versus ENCE as our next match in the broadcast. So don't go anywhere, as the Academy League will roll on after this. Welcome back to the WePlay Academy League, continuing on with our day with the second half of the day. 3 more matches to go. We roll on with ENCE Academy versus Young Ninjas as our next matchup on the day's stream. A match that probably has a little bit of history of its own right, but probably more so for the Young Ninjas. Probably one of the OG Academy sides over on that Swedish organisation, Dweg. And a lot of familiar names that have become staples of Academy League and of this team overall.
Yeah, the idea that you had ZTR right from the start, Nilo as well, decided to go elsewhere and then come back. We're getting a second iteration of seeing what he's on the lineup. But for Young Ninjas, this is a household name when it comes to the Academy League. A very strong roster, one that even last season proved to be deadly in the best of ones in that group stage, finishing second in Group B. So they'll be a tough team to play in best of ones for sure. Absolutely.
Like, they're going to be a team to be reckoned with overall when it comes to the group stage. They've always had group stages that have been strong, with that second in the table, first in the table, third in the table, just across the Academy League histories. The only real big concern for Ninjas is when it gets to the later stages of the gauntlet, where they usually end up having issues in the best of 3 results, is where this team can start to fall apart. So for ENCE Academy, maybe in the later stages they could have a good time, but right now you're probably looking at them as the underdogs, right?
You'd imagine so. I mean, for ENCE Academy, they actually aren't playing very much. They played last season of the Academy League for the debut. They're playing in Alyssa Open, which is the Finnish circuit, and then they played in a local Finnish LAN as Assembly Summer. Other than that, that's all we've seen. So considering how long the lineup's been together, it is surprising that we haven't seen them play many events.
And this is a lineup as well that's mostly kind of unknown. There's a couple players here and there you definitely take a look at and you say that, right, I know these guys. Like, the one guy that stands out to me the most when it comes to ENCE Academy is MOUZ, because he's the one man that has the international experience. He played with Enterprise in the Czechoslovakian scene, and obviously part of the Czech roster of that Enterprise side, did well within that particular region. Coming into the Academy League, though, probably would be a step up for him. Would you agree?
No, not necessarily. I mean, he still played at the higher ends of Tier 2, even when he was on Enterprise. So this is a little bit more of a comfortability, I would say, for him against Academy teams. I mean, Henu played at some decent levels in the Finnish scene as well, on SJ, more like the most rounded name possible out of the majority of the teams that he was a part of. So you've got a couple of guys that have played at some higher levels, but as an overall team, we haven't seen much from ENCE Academy when it comes to playing events, of course.
No, like you mentioned, only really playing in those like Finnish Open tournaments and obviously the last season of Academy League, which was their first season of the organisation. They came 9th to 10th, which wasn't exactly the best performance in the world, obviously. Kind of lower end in terms of the group stage. Was it 5th in Group B is where they actually ended up overall. So that's obviously not enough to make your way forward into the gauntlet stage or any further than just the group stage itself. So ENCE definitely looking to have a decent group stage, and it will start here against the Young Ninjas if they can make the victory happen. And that's the key thing, right? If they can make the victory happen, because this Ninja side, very well-known names, very well-rounded and seasoned individuals at this level and above in certain cases, where they've had the promotions up to the main Ninjas Academy, main Ninja squad, I should say. So for me, I'm looking at Young Ninjas, calling them as the favourites here.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, you have to consider the idea that they've even been grinding quite a lot of Tier 2 events outside of the Academy League as well, trying to get themselves some match experience, get themselves up there against some of the higher-end squads, and just recognize that there are still a lot of young players on this team. I mean, Adam B and Maxstar came in about April time. They're still both 17, still haven't seen a massive amount from them. Era, I'm very excited about. We obviously saw him playing in the last season. He's a very reputable Tier 2 AWPer, a part of that Gamer Legion side for quite a few years. So an opportunity for him to bring that experience forward to Young Ninjas and get back into the officials in the Academy League.
Well, Young Ninjas certainly are the favourites in this best of one. The map being played will be Overpass, Dweg. Any particular ideas about how that one's going to play out?
I think we've seen Overpass quite a bit. I think back to both of the best of ones in the group stage was last season, and we saw plenty of Overpass for Young Ninjas, for ENCE Academy. We've even seen a head-to-head where Overpass was quite one-sided for the Swedes. So to go into it again, I don't think there's many surprises, because both teams don't mind playing this map in best of ones.
Yeah, I look at that head-to-head result. I think there's a lot of stock to take in it, because it is obviously the core of the Ninjas versus the full ENCE Academy side. And the thing about that last result is that I would say that the team that they had on the Ninja side was definitely bolstered in coming into this season. So that is a result that in by chain logic theory, that should mean this one might even be a bit of a bigger blowout for the Young Ninja side here against ENCE. Like, you know, considering how great that they've been in the group stages, in the best of ones, like, I think they should start this one pretty strong with a victory over the ENCE side for me.
I would imagine so. I think it's difficult to get like a scoreline prediction if we look at a 16-5 last time round, say, oh, we're going to get the same sort of thing, because time does make a huge difference. And that match was nearly 3 months ago. We are talking about a considerable portion. So for Young Ninjas, it's a good opportunity. You've played them before. You're familiar with the playstyle. Get an early win up onto the board. Allow yourself to get started on the right foot here in group.
And get started, exactly what we'll do is we're ready to go with the pistol round between ENCE Academy and Young Ninjas. We're jumping into this game. We get into the final stretch of the day as well. Utility in for Nilo and Adam B over on the T side line. ENCE Academy have the double flash and smoke in between Server and Henu. And Young Ninjas quickly into the B side, looks like.
Seems like it's just going to be a pop straight away. Get that volley down towards the barrels. It gets missed, actually, from Adam B.
Oh, Flash is in instead. Got to try to provide that support. Juicy on the site. Trying to engage against ZTO. Gets that double in. Pody, at least with one pick back. They've gone right past him, though. He's allowed to get a kill on ZTO with MILC providing support on Maxter. The advantage goes the way of ENCE Academy almost instantaneously. The bomb's in the open. Pody with another good kill. Almost makes it a quadra, but Adam B takes it back and holds his lifeline for the time being. A 1-on-2 still to win out, with the bomb is still in the open. Still yet to get planted as MILC drops in for the 2K and the pistol.
What a hold from Poddy. When you think about the idea of that quick initial site take coming through from the monster pop, you got a lot of players blinded, entry frags coming through. He's down there from the pit control and just does so well to not only stay alive, but to waste time, to reposition, to get himself up to 3 kills. And for Young Ninjas, I think missing that molly had actually made quite a big difference on how much they had to clear from that side, rather than just funneling their focus directly in.
Deagle's Tech 9 in for the Ninjas side. A force buy coming in immediately for the second round. M4s, SMGs, and a FAMAS. So we've got to play with here for ENCE. Tail towards the default. It's very much more passive from the Ninjas, from a fast style of round to a slow kind of default.
You've got to imagine here for the Young Ninjas, they want a deep run in this event. The last few seasons haven't been as deep as they have previously, and it's always the way to get started in your opening game. Miltzy struggling with that M4, takes Maxter down to only 47. That's an M4 that can get worked with now.
In the hands of ZTR, passed off to Nilo instead. Nilo, one of the more newer guys in this iteration of the team. He's been around in a Young Ninjas since like January 2021, but has been in and out since that point. Recently rejoined this past September. Solidify a permanent spot within the academy side. Solidifying the M4 in his hands up against Poddy. Engagement against 2, sprays them down, does damage, but Nilo there with a trade. Henny on the site, can't last against ZTR. These pistols doing work. It's a 4-on-2. Adam B trying to make it 1. Server caught off next. And Juicy, last man standing.
This is a tough blow. You just win the pistol round after a good start at B, and you come into the second, and it's a force by victory again. And I am wondering, is this something that we're going to see commonly in the Academy League? Because my goodness, how many second round forces have we seen successful? It feels like it's been in almost every best of 1.
Been coming in quite significantly for them. Young Ninja certainly won't be tallying them up. They just know that it's going towards their favor. Nice flash and smoke support as well to get ZT, or Maxter rather, away from the bomb blast. Leave that M4 in for the Young Ninja side. ENCE Academy overwhelmed, forced down to the reset very early on here.
And USC just holding on to that MP9, at least bringing something forward into the next round. You're going to have to force buy around it. And for Young Ninjas, you wonder what the tempo is going to be like. We saw a lot of impact towards long, Miltzy falling very quickly in that round, and then just the follow-up damage, that long pick from the Dig directly on the site, blew everything out of the equation. Even passing the MP9 off to Poddy.
Setting him up with a firepower. The Eagles on 3 other players as well with a hand cannon potential. Adam B, meanwhile, charging in with his own MP9. Straight up short, into contact, spots 1. He falls away.
You can see the way that ENCE Academy are going to start gambling up on B. You had 3 towards A early round. They're going to start bringing players over. It might be too late because they're already starting to walk out Monster.
NTR behind the smokes here, the left-hand side of the site. Boost in, incendiary Ascent. FMAS finally engages the Toxic Barrel. Server's going to get caught. ZTR pulls out the Deegan, in fact, and lands that headshot. Henu had a million days to try and get that kill, but didn't quite get it. Instead, ZTR goes in with a triple with the Incendiary on Poddy. And, well, what else do you say to that?
I don't know how that happened, if I'm going to be honest, but it did. And for Young Ninjas, they don't take many casualties at all in this third round. This has been a very successful anti-force buy for them. MIBR trying to see if he could look for an exit frag, try and present as much in the round as possible. But a 2-1 start here for Young Ninjas after ENCE Academy won the pistol. They'll be frustrated with that on the fins.
Advantage, Young Ninjas. Take the 2-1 start, converting upon the conversion round. Following suit. Only one player falling for Adam as well, so they can really build up the economy from here.
ENCE Academy have got an interesting story, to say the least. The idea that they are a full Finnish team, but yet with a British coach, Jay. I mean, what do you think about that one? Because as far as I've been reading, they communicate in Finnish, but then also sometimes in practice and certain officials, they communicate in English.
Yeah, it's...
I guess they're getting ready for the main squad, like, if they need to, right?
I reckon that probably is the thing, because obviously ENCE have an international team, and then they've got the Finnish Academy side, so...
If they need a sub, they can bring someone in, so communicating in English would help. But it's also meaning that a full Finnish team has times where they are communicating in English. So it's not the most normal sort of situation, but it's one that they're taking.
Those are details that might have to speculate on a little bit longer, honestly. The ENCE Academy side focusing still with their team player. The coordination isn't questioned here in this eco, but unfortunately the firepower is. So Henu might get that first frag. Nyla will get two back. Jesse, he'll try to get the trade back against the man. Now he's been seen at the edge of the Vider, so spray through the wallbangs. Damage done. Flanked from two different sides. ZTR with the kill.
Even MIBR with that dig, just trying to see if he can find some impact. Server can relay the information that they're coming up from the banana side, but that dig is still going to have to be here to high power. Here, trying to see if he can create some space, try to take that jewel directly, taking a lot of damage in the response down to 26, but overall dealing with the eco and that last round fairly effectively.
Not much the server can do here. Hold position, just maybe get an exit frag back here towards the connector control. I don't think Nyla spotted him. He will do now. There's the kill. 3-1 to the board of the Young Ninjas. Control established, continuing to stack on round after round. The guns come back from the ENCE Academy side as they try to return fire and gain something here with the first true rifle round of the game.
You got to imagine for ENCE Academy just being able to put up some decent performances on Overpass. Again, it was a map that they played quite a lot of when I think back to the previous season. And funny enough, actually, the two opening games they played against OG Academy and Apeks Rebels featured Overpass. So definitely came into the mix early on.
ENCE taking the early damage here, and Henu just 25 HP early on. MIBR, however, wins that fight. Manic spray from Nilo, trying his best to get the trade on ZTR, and we'll grab him. Continue the wallbang sprays, but not get anything more than this.
And knowing that Henu is down low, this is actually looking quite promising for Young Ninjas. Adam B's here as he steps outside a monster. Didn't need to over-peek, was hoping to try and catch a timing of a nade out in the open. Instead, loses the fight to the M4.
Advantage for ENCE now. Young Ninjas working their way out the B site to the A defensive for two individuals. Third man of a server holds position back with the FMAS. Wait for contact to establish itself here. 45 seconds before the quick execution has got to come in.
Just commit off of the back of it. Just silly up there towards that garbage position has been seen. Maxter trying to see if he can engage into the fight. He does fall eventually, but the crossfire still here. Nilo with the double entry. Have they spotted Henu? Surely they have. No, they haven't, but he still goes down. Oh, you thought he was at least going to get one.
The era of the savior. What a play from him. Coming in to support Nilo at the right moment. You thought that Nilo, yeah, he didn't spot him. He was looking back there, a truck ran right past him, knife pulled out and everything. The kill was found, as now it's left to all to the rotator. M4, Era spots him, does damage, 59 HP. And I imagine from here the save will be called in. He's dipping in for a second time. Here's the footsteps, making some noise of his own right, but it's over. There's no kit, no time, no round, no retake. 4-1 to the Young Ninjas board.
That should not have been the case. That should have been a lockout round for ENCE Academy, just off of the basis of not only man advantage, but positional advantage. They had a triple crossfire down there towards the A site, and it just does not come through. That is got to be frustrating when they set themselves up so nicely. And for Young Ninjas, they pull through successfully. They have a very nice kill coming through from Era, who, of course, is a very experienced player, one that's very capable with the big green. We haven't even seen him AWPing yet.
All in the rifle where he did his greatest work. So far in this matchup, at least. Poddy set with a scout in for the ENCE Academy side. Going to the half investment bonus round for ENCE. 5-1 should be the score for Young Ninjas. The Eagles, M4, Scout have yet to show much threat here with these weapons. A couple opportunities where the rifles have done a lot of damage, but yet to gain a true round outside of that pistol.
The pre-fire comes through from ZTR. That's just good information placement. As soon as you realize the smoke goes down, you've got a decent understanding. ENCE Academy losing that rifle pretty much instantly in the round when you compare where they are aggressive.
Flashes in. Young Ninjas to start to look over to the monster entrance. Got one player in the corner and one more with the crossfire. Utility in from ZTR will try to drive them back. A bit of noise towards it, but that should throw Henu off position. Stick around in the fight for a little bit longer than he really should have done. 4 HP on the engagement. And USC is going to get caught for it as well. Henu also down. 5 on 2. We'll see. Doesn't last long. And Poddy. Scout could find some tags up against ZTR and Nilo, get the kills against those players if he can find them. But he won't.
Young Ninjas doing some good work when it comes to the early starts here on the T side. Poddy trying to get as much out of the Scout as possible. It's only a single kill. 5-1. And I mean, even the conversation with the idea that Young Ninjas players have had the opportunity of going up to the main team. I look at ZTR, I look at LNZ, and I look at ENCE Academy and think, even in times where ENCE have had a stand-in, let's say Snacks as an example, they haven't even looked to the Academy team. And I wonder if that's because the lineup is so fresh, Jay.
Well, I mean, by comparison to a lot of the other Academy teams, it is still very, very new. Like, they haven't had an Academy set up for a while. Like, it's only been in Season 5 where they started things off with an Academy team. Certainly, if performances in this match are to go off, right now there's no reason to call upon anyone from the Academy side to go into the main squad.
Calling the DAC, mate?
Possibly, yeah. Speak to the coach. Is it Whitey, right? I believe he's on the coach spot.
I meant the DAC. Like the DAC, mate.
I thought he said calling the TAC. I was like, all right, fair enough.
The DAC.
Well, calling the DAC, sure. Yes, absolutely. Server set out towards Monster. Not seeing anything yet, and they'll avoid him with everything that they can here for the Young Ninja side. ZTR, as soon as he peeks in for a rude awakening, or vice versa. Flash is so perfect from Adam B.
And that is an expensive weapon to get dropped as the first kill. That is not what ENCE Academy were hoping for at all. Young Ninjas, just with the flash assist, make it look easy. Now, there's a slight info play from Poddy getting aggressive towards the top of long. He might be able to catch off the bomb, if we're going to be honest.
Spray through, drops it. 4-on-4 scenario. He is being hunted by several other T-side players in the bathrooms. The flashbang doesn't catch anybody. He still wins the fight, but not against the second player, so... 3-on-3 situation has been gained. Young Ninjas are at least keeping pace here against ENCE.
Even Joessi's getting slightly aggressive, trying to make an info play out towards the short water. Might be able to catch off Adam B. If this bomb rotates back down to Connector into B, he could be the man of the hour.
Noise being made, though. Joessi hears it. Maxter inbound. 12 seconds. Oh, yeah, he wins this easy. They just don't check the corner. Spray through, catches one, almost gets the second, but now he's got it. Now it definitely seals it. Young Ninjas, a little bit too long in this round, a little bit overzealous with their position, and ultimately leaving too little time for the execution.
I don't think that was the wrong call at all. Have a look at that from Adam B's perspective. He's out there in short water. He's gone into short sandbags. He sees an open B bomb side. It's just an unlucky timing. The idea that the M4 starts aggressing in from Monster when Adam B starts doing that. So for Young Ninjas, they're thinking to themselves, okay, it's probably an A stack. They've probably gambled here in a 3-on-3. They're going to rotate everyone up. Let's dive that bomb into connector, get it over to B. The round's finished. And instead, it's that slight timing where the M4 is able to get into such a position that when the time is low, as soon as you drop that bomb for the first time, that's it. That's the round done.
Second round on the board for ENCE Academy at last as well. Did have a lot of expense in that round, though. You mentioned the Dak, the auto sniper. That's been lost. Rifles will come back, seeing limitations on Silver as a result. For MOUZ, for him, AWPing for both sides, Poddy and Era. You mentioned Era's AWPing ability. We're going to see that out now for the Ninjas. Flashed off, blinded for the first contact to Poddy. And the tower boost in from Era, so he's nothing up at heaven. So no kill to get gained early here.
Have to break it apart. Now, while that's happened, you can see the way that Server and Jasili have gone aggressive, try and see if they can take some of this short water control, as well with Poddy and MIBR in connector.
Server in a short corner, undetected, gets a kill, doubles up for it from us, catching them off guard for what is ultimately a 3-for-1 trade.
So much damage being found off of the back of that, and now expecting the monster walk to continue further forward. Era's hoping for a trade back for someone to get aggressive, but not to be. ENCE Academy now starting to turn this into 2 competitive rounds in a row. There's not much that Young Ninjas can work with in this 2v4 at all.
The AWP I set up to monster angle, Poddy leaning forward. The flashes will all come in for the CT side. Suppress them just a little bit. Stop any real aggression from the Young Ninjas camp here. Maxed up. Still walk forward anyway. Try look for a kill to try get some sort of plant position. Force out a bit of breathing room. MIBR caught off for it. Nice action. AWP next to face.
Smoke going down towards that short position as well with the incendiary. Maxton looking to try and see if he can cut those rotates off quickly. Poddy's just trying to pull distraction.
Decent nade damage onto Era, but still at 64. Henu not spotted. AWP not sure where to look. Short uncontested. The scope will be heard. The engagement for Henu goes well. Era known as Henu swings and his other teammates don't bother until contact has been established. So there's the third round for ENCE. Awkward start. The Ninjas were in control, but now the CTs have come into their own. They're fighting back.
Yeah, the first best of 3 that we saw Young Ninjas play in the last season was back in the gauntlet against Spirit Academy. They ended up picking Overpass, actually, in that best of 3 context. Had a rough time on T side. So to already see them 5-3 ups kind of shows some positive signs from what happened last time around. And for ENCE Academy's point of view, every single time they played Overpass in the group stage, they got 29 rounds, like that's how long the game was going, or it was a map victory for them. The only game that was super one-sided on Overpass was the one against Young Ninjas.
ENCE evading that closeness or that one-sidedness at this particular stage. Only 2 rounds separate the 2 teams. Still very early doors, that could still change. But for now, signs are pretty good that ENCE will keep this one close. Young Ninjas have their positions held. The M4's up, the flash is forward. ZTR spotting Server. Server gets the kill. Man advantage for ENCE.
Server's been very impressive on this B site. Just his ability to hold, give man advantages forward. Start thinking about a slight over jiggle. Adam B catches it just off of the basis of a timing. Good patience there from Adam B.
All importance that a 4-on-4. Catching one player behind him though. Jarisi might find a big old backstab unless Adam checks the backstab himself. He's going to continue on Monster. This could be big.
And now Nilo's been able to get a pick up there towards A, or him falling to Poddy. It probably slows this round down and allows further time for the backstab to be presented, but they might be able to cancel it off and go in towards B from Connector.
Have to go quick for it though. Adam B's fallen. Backstab from Jarisi sees nothing else inbound from mid. Era Thinking about the counter rotation, though. Will the CT
Safe.
make his way in? Yeah, okay. But that might still be hunted after time here. Jesse moving in. Era's AWP watching the back. Engagement from Maxter wins that fight all importantly. He's going to regress towards short here. This might not be the best of calls to make, considering that Henry's right around that corner. It looks like he'll get away unscathed.
You can just see there for Young Ninjas, there's a lot of backstabs from ENCE's point of view that they're not aware of. There's been a couple of times where it's been Jasili aggressing either Monster or the short sandbags, and he's been able to catch some very good timings. Adam B would have been unfortunate on that one. You get a kill, you catch off server, you go back towards short pipe, and you miss it by a fraction. The first tactical coming through from the new coach as well here for the Young Ninjas. Abdi was a player on Primer Granite Gaming and only very recently was coaching Team Sweden in one of the Romanian LAN events where you had to have the nationality teams.
Was that ISF, I believe?
It was the qualifier for, I think it was the
Right.
European Cup of it. So it was all the European teams that were there, but you had to be from a certain country. Like, you had to be from everyone from the same country.
How did Team Sweden do?
They made the playoffs. They went fairly deep, actually.
All right. Fair enough.
They did okay.
Young Ninjas set ready with the defaults now. Tactical pause over. A spray through from Adam B. Catches the headshot of Henu immediately out there towards the short position. Boost. Removed from play to start things off. And they slow the whole round down for it.
Nilo just hoping for a repeat. Something up there towards that top of connector position. And for Henu falling, you wonder what ENCE's reactability is going to be. Is it very passive? Is it very deep in the bomb sites? Or is it proactive, looking for map control? Now you can see MIBR getting aggressive and a gamble stack at B. So MIBR's alone now.
Baiting the ire of Maxter, who isn't inside the bathrooms just yet. Maybe about to be, though. Flash forward against him. He's peeking up close and personal and catches ZTR as his teammates rotate away. Maxter with a trade back immediately maintains control for the Ninjas.
Potty just being driven with that attention forward, but you can now start seeing the way that Young Ninjas slow it elsewhere, start showing more presence out to B, and this is going to be a gamble stack back to A. This is twice now in the same round that ends a gamble stacked, and both times does not look as if it's going to be the right read.
30 seconds. Bomb's going to commit. They hear the smokes coming in. They'll try to react towards it. Juicy immediately into the heaven position. We're holding back to watch the graffiti entrance, and no one's going to make their way in, so the bomb should get planted. I don't think the retake is on here. No, they're backing off. The AWP will stick around for exits, and even that will fall.
Completely done. As soon as you gamble up towards A. And for ENCE Academy, you do feel for them because you're always going to risk it when you don't have a lack of information. And you could just see they gamble stack towards B. You're not finding very much. You start moving up to A, and that's when Young Ninjas start shifting the offensive over. The server and Jasisi just holding on to their last couple of rifles. I'm wondering, I mean, the next buy round's going to be okay, but it's what happens after that fact. Milty will be able to buy himself, Potty will be able to buy, Server can drop over to Henu, so there won't be any concerns in round 11, but there may be some concerns in round 12.
So 6-4 for now. How about that buy potential? Again, reset on the table for the next one for Young Ninjas to rip apart the ENCE Academy side. M4s on 4, or powder standard. Single AWP setups for the T side as well. Both teams standing on even footing for the time being. ZTR takes that early little bit of utility damage. Polly looking for that opening frag. Haven't seen one out towards mid as of right now.
Server just trying anti-flash close towards the monster position. This is going to be an all-in pop, and you'd have to imagine for Young Ninjas, it's about gaining this early entry.
They're quick in for it. Hard stack forward. Juicy training back the 4 versus 4. Nade sent. Damage will be done. Incendiary zones. Juicy gets out of the way. Spray through on ZTR. Catches one. Max the trade. Kenny with a responsive. Adam B also turns back for the 1-for-1s going back and forth. Miltsy gets the advantage for ENCE now. Era in a 1-on-2. AWP with him. And dealt with by Poddy's Orb. That's the 5th round for ENCE.
And this has actually been a very good trading game from ENCE over at that B site. You can see the way that it's awkward on that initial setup. You got a lot of util coming behind you. I like that reposition coming through from Juicy, the way that he's able to get out of those toxic barrels, get behind the pillar, try and stay alive for as long as possible. Henu then comes into the fold, MILTY then behind them. The Young Ninjas had a lot of players to fight there on B and just could not come out on top. Back and forth game, the lead not being extended by much.
Ninjas forced to fight back. You mentioned the reset potential that they had in the previous round. Nades on Henu, taking some damage. Sprays on from the man. Not a mass amount being done though, just chipping away at Henu at best. Minimal on everyone else.
ZTR, Nilo starting to work up towards that top of connector position with a front bathroom smoke. Now you've actually got more of a long presence from ENCE Academy this time around. No one towards Banana or the bathrooms.
Let's see. Escaping the eye of the T side. ZTR still traces in. Max does a similar story, and MILTY gets them both. 5-on-3 situation found by the CT forces.
And MILTY just wasting time, focusing his attention back out to long, just in case there's a rat play coming through. Now, he doesn't have a massive amount of support behind him, so you'd imagine he's going to get crunched down eventually.
See, nice up and close snug with Nilo. And Nilo gets the kill for it. Responsive finally in for the Young Ninjas. Didn't know exactly where they were till that smoke had faded. But now that leaves only 30 seconds for Ninjas to go for the hit here.
It's all about the quickness to come through with that acceleration. Rotates will be up quickly. Even Poddy just needs to try and deny that bomb from going down one.
Or to swing. Henu catches one. Poddy with a responsive. AWP up close and personal. Can't hit the quick scope as Nilo gets it back to a 2-on-2 with the bomb plant.
Era and Nilo in a post plant, two very strong entities, and Server and Jasili just trying to see if they could work on, even get a boost up for a high advantage.
Nilo heard both sets of footsteps. He knows that they're both coming in from the same position. Jesse in the sight. The Orb of Era watches it, connects it. Server, last man standing. Watching out that mid position, checking out the long control. Slow walks in. Nilo's AK just keeping his eyes set. Swing through, damage done. Orpa gets caught one-on-one, but can't seem to get the kill in time. The fuse kit is on him, but can't win the fight. Young Ninjas stack up the lead.
And this is the worst case situation, because you're double ego on two players. So I reckon they've got a force buy here. Get a big green forward. MILTY's probably going to just pass that over to his teammate there of Poddy. But it means that MILTY's just going to get nothing in return. Gonna hold it himself. Okay, I think I even remember back to the Enterprise days where MILTY's not a bad secondary AWPer, so perhaps thinking to himself he could find more impact in it.
He's brought it out towards long on the defensive side over there, which the Young Ninjas haven't really attacked directly as of late. Mostly gone in towards the bathroom to take control of that, get the kills in from middle as well. Now it's the monster playing from the Ninjas side up against the Eagles and the 5-7s. Flash is keeping them blinded. The MAC-10 in first and foremost catches Server. Awesome start. One player on short is going to get driven away. He does catch ZTR, and Maxter also burns to a crisp. So 4-on-3, plant will be secure, but ENCE have the advantage.
Very winnable right now. Got a backstab in from Monster that's going to get watched from Nilo. Even Adam B is trying to cut the rotate off from Graffiti.
Era watching Nilo backed up. MILTY's AWP finds Era next to left standing. Nilo not caught, looking the right way. Juicy and Henu make their way in. Flashes forward against their position. And that'll be a long flash, and it's dead to rights. Hadden B alone now. Bomb in the open, making noise. They're going to get right on it from here. Now that he's revealed position, MILTY will watch it with the AWP. AK's on the defuse at this stage. And ENCE Academy will hold the defense, hold the retake, and hold the 6th round.
What a steal that was, and didn't even feel like much of a steal. A lot of impact being found from MILTY with that AWP when it came to the retake. But even just the Deagles fighting a man advantage before that bomb's gone down. Young Ninjas will not be happy about that. The Swedes will think to themselves, that was a very good chance to run away with it, perhaps get a 10-5 half. That's not the case at all now, and instead, there's a very good chance that ENCE Academy could actually get a lead going into the second half because of it.
Now Young Ninjas Tech-9s, Deagles, Glocks and all. Adam B, I think he just spotted Henu's gun barrel there. Yeah, checking the corners, tapping forward to the Tech-9. With Deagle assistance from Nilo, will isolate another pick back. Era will be traded by the Mac-10 though.
That Mac-10's dropped fairly low. Only 6 points of health. This still looks quite promising, and the AK is going to get aggressive, flash around the corner. Only dips in for one, doesn't re-peek it.
Saw the second man, tried to transfer back, was caught off guard though. Reactions fighting with themselves. Mac-10, the server caught off by the Glock of ZTR. 3-on-3 as a result. Still only that one rifle to play with on Nilo's part.
MILTZ in there from Connector. Now, Young Ninjas don't know about 2 players in con, so this could be misdirection.
Especially if they hear those footsteps. Just see, however, AK holds the defensive of the B site. Adjusts towards the bomb carrier. Maxter with a responsive back. But now the AWP's in position for Poddy. Ready to receive him on the site itself. Swung upon the AK, taps him away. Now the short access can come through from MILTZ, so the bomb will be secured here. The retake certainly on for the CT side. Naxa just not hitting his shots and sprays. Dealt with by the Deagler Poddy anyway. It's 7 apiece as ENCE will even up the board.
ENCE have done very well these last couple of rounds to put the pressure on, crunch down on the economical management coming through from the side of the Swedes. And for the Finns, you start thinking about the idea that this could be a very competitive best of one. I look back to what happened previously, because even the 2 last head-to-heads, one of them was one day, the next one of Overpass was literally the next day in the calendar. So in between one of those 2 days, you could see the difference of a one-sided Overpass victory for Young Ninjas, a fairly comfortable series victory for ENCE when it came to Mirage. So maybe there is like more to look at when it comes to the head-to-heads.
Last in this half, ENCE and Young Ninjas have their buys. Both teams with heavy rifle investments and nothing to spare here. Up in the AKs, nades set to respond towards the H's put down on Era and Maxter. Not doing much to the boost spot position, so it's an HP advantage for ENCE here.
Don't know if MILTZ would have heard those footsteps actually. You could see Maxter the way that he's walking forward. MILTZ's attention's turned over to the left-hand side, flash around the corner. Maxter doesn't know where to look, and MILTZ's going to be able to find him.
Good start there for the Ninjas. Losing that first frag, ENCE in control. Rotations back from MILTZ and Poddy. Will try get towards the A site. The bomb should get picked up, not by ZTR, but by Era instead. Right, they went to the B site.
Young Ninjas focusing that attention back over, but they still need to focus their attention on how they want to break this monster position apart. These 2 players outside of B have been very successful these last few rounds. 45.
Incendiary is trying to divide up Nilo and Co. Henry lines up so much, doubles up, almost gets the triple. Deagle pulled out the server. We'll deal with Adam B, and Era is in a 1-on-4. Land that first frag against MILTZ, but needs to get 3 more. And he knows it. Can't deal with Poddy up at heaven. 8-7 for ENCE Academy. From what was looking like a very solid start for the Young Ninjas as well, the mid portion of the half, it was ENCE that started to turn it around.
And that is a shame, actually, for the Swedes, because when you're 5-1 up, you feel as if you've got a lot behind you, that you can start driving forward. You had them on the ropes, but you go back and forth for about 5 rounds in a row, and then eventually it's a little bit of a streak for ENCE Academy towards the end. Nice to see them being competitive today. And I think for the Finnish scene as a whole, Jay, we haven't had like a high-end Finnish scene team for, what, over nearly 2 years now? I think back to when Harvu were towards the top 20 on HLTV, and then even before that, being a team like ENCE. But from now, for the last couple of years, your SJs, your Kovas, your likes of even ENCE Academies, there's been some struggles. So to see what I'm looking at right now, this is positive.
Maybe if they can improve upon that, dominate the Academy and even go to the Tier 2 scene, maybe they could become one of those teams. For now, they're focusing on the execution here for round 16. Pistol around, Young Ninjas on the defensive line. Henu has overwhelmed ZTR. They're looking for players back over towards Toxic Powers. I think they know that Adam B's there. 5 HP, he's tagged, but he sits in the back of the site. Finally looks to strike in the back lines, gets a kill. Turns around, MILTZ there to deal with him. 4-on-3 for ENCE Academy here, but the bomb's been pushed out of the site.
Even Poddy's got the backstab out towards that short pipe, just trying to pull distraction, pull more time, stalling out towards that area. The bomb's still not yet planted. Instead, it's going to rotate up to A.
No, both of these CT players are out. So MIBR going to stick around, and Maxter gets a perfect headshot. So 2-on-2 has been found with the bomb going down.
Bomb out into the open. Super difficult retake in for Young Ninjas. Era and Maxter have a kit between them. It's just whether they can get the magic together.
Both coming in from the B side rotation. Of course, bomb was rotated out towards A play and open towards Dumpster. Maxter will see the bomb. Defuse kit is on him. He's a low HP player in this exchange, though. On the defuse, he'll tap it. Keep his head tucked away as Era tries to defend against it. They do get Maxter in the end. Juicy cool. Now down to the 1 versus 1, and Era's going to charge right forward against it. Henu's caught with a headshot. Era's done it again. Young Ninjas find the equalizer.
Oh my goodness, I didn't think that was possible. With the way of the position, the bomb plot right in the open, the crossfire being established from default and out to bank, it looked as if ENCE Academy had done enough, but Era draws both of those fights out into the open incredibly quickly. The 1v2 comes in, and how frustrating must that be for the Finns, because that looked like it was a done deal. They'd done enough in that round.
Even standings, thanks to the Ninjas' efforts, ENCE got the bomb plant at least. The thing as well, it was like a 2v4 with the Ninjas at one point. Brought back from that to a 1v2, and then from there to the victory. Of course, the Ninjas will buy up as will ENCE with their investments, so Galils, AKs, M4s, the works.
Now, it does mean, because there are so much on the line for the T side, we're going to see a light amount of util, only that single dig and, of course, the rifles. Now, Henu drops very early on. You've still got Maxter super aggressive up here at Party.
Found almost 3, only getting damage onto the second man with a kill that got found. MIBR did find that trade, so that's 1 it gained. But still, the favoritism favors the Young Ninjas here.
It's still quite a bit of information, knowing that they're going to be grouped up, the idea that they're going to be playing together on this one, and he would have been able to come over, that he'd done damage onto at least another individual outside of just the kill that he got. ENCE Academy have got to try and see if they could draw a fake somehow. The issue is that the lack of nades, 2 smokes and a molly is all they have, and they need it for the site here.
Put 1 out towards Dumpster here for Putty. Sent with the Molotovs as well. Back to the back site, flashes in. Players leaning in, the bomb on the back of Juicy. First and foremost, caught off by Nilo. Now ENCE reduced to 2. Low HP on MIBR. Should be dead by Era eventually, and Pony won't last long himself. That's the advantage regained by the CT side.
I just saw how strong and confident that counter utility was. The flash around the corner, the swarm of CTs up there on A. And for ENCE Academy, there was something going for them in that round. Looked as if they had workability, but not to be. Not getting a bomb plant down on the A site means that they can't even force buy again. And for Young Ninjas, consider the idea that they were up 5-1 on the initial state of the first half. I wonder if we get something similar to that come the second now.
Oh, ENCE are gonna have only a pistol basis. ZTR catches 1. Dead to rights. Mess. The rest of it should just sort of fall apart here for the ENCE Academy side. There's just not really much to work with. We're looking at Deagles with no real Kevlar bases except for MIBR, no utility. Formality round for the Ninjas as they look to gain the 10-8, and that's exactly what they'll do with Era and Maxter getting 2 more picks. MIBR and Poddy alone.
They're just trying to get as much out of this one. Hope you don't get farmed. Maxter out of B, all peeking around the corner, and this eco has not even done a single lick of damage. Double digits and a 10th round for Young Ninjas to try and see if they can continue this form. Now, where the money sits, we won't see an AWP in the hands of anyone from ENCE Academy, so focus on the rifles, get the 5 AKs forward, and for Young Ninjas, just try and see if they can not only stabilize the economy float of where they are right now, but build on it, allow it to flow even further, and even look at the kill distribution across the board from the Swedes. It's very tight between them all.
Playing as a unit. Sticking together as one. Doing great work, setting up Maxter to go aggressive in towards the fountain position. And around with flashes in from the T side. MIBR has seen Maxter. Both players trade blows, but Maxter still comes out on top. I have no idea how he won that. He won't win the fight against Poddy at least, so 4-on-4 has been gained. And even Server being low HP in that exchange.
And there should have been no way, absolutely no way that Max even finds one there. And now you have the CTs aggressing towards long instead. It does open up and bridge a position where there is exploitation out here in the bathrooms of Banana being unwatched.
On ZTR, gets the other. Finishing off the job that Maxter had started. Advantage for the Ninjas. Bomb should get picked up and recovered by Henu. Will he continue facing? Yes, he will. Look out towards that long control.
Look at Potty, though. He's already in heaven, mate. He can start siphoning off any rotation and start putting pressure down onto the B players.
I didn't even notice that. Henu has now given up the bomb's position. Position on the rotation as well. Potty could do so much from here. He's going to focus on cutting the rotations back. Hear them coming in. Oh, and 2 players in at water. Adam B detected Nilo. Not even seen. Chance to get 2 picks wasted. Potty's still going to stand and fight. ZTR takes him back. Juicy knows of at least 2 individuals. Gets one, not the second. Henu on the site can engage, but will not win the fray. Will not win the fight against the Young Ninjas. 11-8 now.
I've got to rip in a little bit here, Jay, and say, where's the trigger discipline? They have so much time. They don't need to rush into the bomb side. Mate, just play it calmly. The idea that he hasn't even shifted out to see the barrels, to see out in pit, to be able to see the heaven rotate. There was so much time. Yes, there was the idea that Young Ninjas were getting aggressive towards long, and there was a big hole exploited there from Banana and Bathrooms for Potty to have a massive backstab. But when you're making a play like that, the idea that you can get in behind the B-side players, you need at least 2, sometimes even 3 kills. And that trigger discipline, it wasn't even trigger discipline.
Not great. Not great at all.
That was such a big chance too.
Yeah. Situation's gonna have to pick up soon. Tactical taken by ENCE Academy for the 2nd time in a row. Back-to-back in this freeze time because, I mean, look, they've fought well to try and clap back against the Young Ninjas, especially in that first half. But come the second, the Ninjas have taken full control of this. They've sprung into life, and they look like a dominant force to be reckoned with, the dominant force that we were expecting in this game.
And this could be Whitey just applying some of that mental coach that he has. I mean, one of the great attributes that Whitey has is actual coaching experience outside of Counter-Strike and in traditional sports such as football. So being on the mental side is going to be very important. And after that, just making sure that everyone's calm, that there's no stress, that you can focus in. Because like you said, it has been a decent game. The idea that the difference is only 3 rounds, this best of 1 isn't over. There's still plenty of room for ENCE Academy to come back in. They've just got to mentally get themselves settled.
The scoreline is still separated by 3 rounds. It's just taking a look at the eye test. Right now, Young Ninjas look like the better team by quite the margin.
That is true.
You are right. The whole situation could get turned around with a decent swing round. Tech9's brought out. Nade stacks in. Utility Throne are going to go for the early X in towards the B site. And Nilo and Era and Adam B have it all on lock. So nothing will be gained out of this one. Second opportunity in the gun round of the next one, though.
And this is where Young Ninjas can put the hurt on in a single round. This is what we're talking about, those swing rounds, change the momentum, break the economy. There's quite a lot of money in the reserve for Young Ninjas. There isn't a lot of money in the reserve for ENCE Academy. Yes, there's max round loss bonus, but if Young Ninjas can come away with a round victory without offering up a bomb plant, we are probably looking at them closing out the series because you're 12-8 up, you're then looking at an eco, then another buy round, 14-8, that kind of scoreline. It's difficult to recover from it. For ENCE Academy, they have to strike, and it's got to be now.
Engagement on Henu doing damage to 46. Maxter in connect to support. He's down from the CT side, going to bust open the squeaky door, allowing him rotation potential without giving away the information. But more importantly, potentially allowing them into the connector control on the T side. Maybe they were not from that short position or from Juicy to get caught off by looking in from the CT side. Chance to swing. Server makes his way in. Maxter does catch that player in underpass. Server continues to hunt, sees 2 players. Adam B with the engagement on the player in the back. And Milt C. Nilo gets Server. And it's falling apart again for ENCE.
That was quality. That was such a good bait setup right there for Young Ninjas. You got 3 players all around connector, and they just get driven. As soon as ENCE Academy spot 1, mate, they're just pulled straight into that connector phase. You've got Maxter finding 1, Adam B finding another, Nilo into the mix too. And now for Potty and Henu, this is an unwinnable position to be in.
Oh, shot missed by Polly thanks to aim punch there from Era. Henry now left alone in the 1-on-4 situation. Bombs out all the way on the other side of the map, so there's nothing he can do to win it. We'll stand and fight, hope to get something out of it, but ultimately nothing will get gained. 13-8. Young Ninjas 3 away from the win. ENCE, I have a feeling they might be seeing the beginning of the end here. Buy up. Looking like it's going to be a force. Maybe a half buy with these two rifles. But they're running out of chances to make anything happen here.
Indeed they are. If they had a bomb plant, we could have seen another buy on the table, but not to be. And for Young Ninjas, this has been a very solid second half, not given many opportunities forward at all. Even the idea that in this round streak of 6 in a row, there's been a single bomb plant. So it's just buy eco, buy eco, buy eco, consistently one after the other, because there are no extra cash injections.
Body somehow caught that tag on Max Star. I don't know how, but fair enough. Kill still goes the way of the CT side. The Ninjas, one player potentially isolated. Smokes and Connector will start to clear. ZTR leans in, sees a lot of individuals, and actually him and Nilo getting a bit too aggressive, give themselves up to the pistol players. 3-on-3 now.
And they've got Adam B that rotated from A very quickly, put that incendiary down towards short pipe, focused out towards Monster, deal with that first, try and drop that bomb from Milty. Nicely done. That's exactly what Adam B needs to do.
Still Milty got a tag off here, so Jussi has a couple of players that you can potentially isolate. Getting Error, the high HP man up in heaven. That's a good start. Bomb needs to get picked up outside of Monster though, and I think they know this. Rotations from Max will be a little bit careful in case Jussi tries to go for something else on the backstab. They'll leave the bomb to him, though. He can pick it up and try to commit it to the site. How does he go about this?
Just try and see if he can stall. Try and bait out a mistake. I think he's got to commit B. Now, there is a HE for Maxter, so as soon as Adam B takes contact, that nade could just get lobbed out to Monster.
I made the plan here. Hold back passive and try to go for the retake. If they go to the bomb plant, that's when the nade can come in pretty effective. 10 seconds, smoke down, try to tap it once, information heard, and Max swings for the kill instead of the HE, so it doesn't matter too much. 14-8, and now come the guns for what will be ENCE Academy's last chance.
That's a fairly good effort, actually, from ENCE Academy. When you consider the fact that they're not working with a massive amount in that last round, they do keep it quite expensive, quite close. The factor is, though, that we do need to talk about is economical damage can only go so far when you're 8-14 down, because you need to be getting rounds up on the board. You need to try and create those stills, and unfortunately for them, we just haven't seen the competitive nature like we did in the last half.
Yeah, the Young Ninjas have looked so much more fantastic here on the CT side. Not like they weren't looking bad in the first half, but it's just so much better. As you mentioned, the competitive nature isn't there for ENCE by comparison. Young Ninjas just playing a fantastic game. At least just he can get one back there in Connector, but took a lot of damage for it. 3 points of health for him remaining.
Henu waiting for some over-aggressive starters to come through from the short sandbags. We'll get mollied off. That's a good information tell. Noah's bringing out the open. Adam B loses the fight. They've done a lot of damage onto Henu, though.
Favoritism for ENCE on the man advantage. Nade starts to take that back. There you go. Nilo reducing them to 3 men on the ENCE Academy. Well, 2 and a bit if you include Jussi, his HP bar. Suppression against him out towards Monster will block them away from the B site, and even then they're going to press.
Start walking forward. Server's going to try and sell the fake out to the A site. Deal with ZTR. There's another AWP behind the smoke. This is a good walkout. This is a good read from ENCE Academy. They're going to get the bomb down on B for free.
Smoke's up, plant down. Cute little bonus in the round. Milo making his move in to the top of heaven. Flashed in. Dropping out towards the water position. Milty not catching anything as of right now. Nilo backed up. Smokes up from the T side line. See Milty with a decent shot. And Error with an AWP caught off by that AK. Nice double up. A nice post plant there from ENCE Academy, denying match point for Young Ninjas.
It comes down to just enough of an over-rotation. You could see what Nilo was trying to achieve there. Re-smoke off Monster. You gamble stack towards A. You've got a bit of a gut feeling. Maybe ZTR's calling something out that he's got a read on the round, but not to be. The walk comes forward, and for ENCE Academy, it's a lifeline. It's a way back in. but we need to see more. We probably need to see, you'd imagine, 3-4 more rounds in a row to even have some belief that there's a comeback potential.
Of course, the rebuy will be in there for the Ninja sides. They'll try to put it down before it gets started. As of right now, there's no real contact. M4's just pushing up towards mid. T side trying to rotate away into T-con positions, but not really seeing anything right now from the ENCE side. Maxter has seen two now. Third man unknown towards the stairs angle. Flash forward ahead of the Incendiary that forces him out. Had to either move forward into T-contact or move back into T-contact, so it was a lose-lose situation. He's the first to fall.
And not a massive fan of Maxter even jiggle peeking that. I feel as if when you're that aggressive towards party without a crossfire, you just have to hold it. Whether you get rounded the corner or not, you just can't give up your life. Adam B starting to take some map control away towards a short pipe, try and siphon off some information. They can actually fight from the top of con now.
Well, then looks like they'll do here. Backstab, I think the AK is watching it for Drissi. M4's in, AWP Vera catches the kill. Perfect timing for the M4, drops that bomb. All important. Advantage for the Ninjas here. Server caught next by Nilo. Poddy and Henu, last two players remaining for ENCE Academy.
And this is where the experience just starts kicking in with the play styles and the communication that young Ninjas can bring to the fold there. Realize that they didn't peek up top of con until Era got the pick. As soon as he fires with that AWP, what happens? Everyone's focus is just right there onto that AWP's position. Nilo comes in for the backstab, allows a couple of kills. Poddy and Henu are just saving now because there's no other option in this 2v4, hoping the fact that they don't get hunted at all and die after time. Young Ninjas made that look easy. Even Henu gets spammed down to 11 points of health, but stays alive in the end. One more round to go for Young Ninjas.
Match point. ENCE Academy got 6 to make up to try and make it to overtime, and the Ninjas certainly look like the impressive unit as of right now. Up in for Poddy. Oh, the fly back for the team side. We've got a Galil and a Deagle to show how wrecked the economy really is. Those AK staying in might be a blessing in disguise. But where do they go from here? Nade stack on ZTR does some damage. Good start.
They'll be happy about that when they realize that they can drop him on later. Just try and work that information. Nilo peeks down to Salt Pipe, doesn't see anything. Now, interconnected, there might be another flash. Him and Adam B have gone aggressive in this sort of maneuver quite a few rounds in a row now.
Gun kill for Nilo finds Henu. Drissi caught next by Adam B. 5 versus 3. Server down towards the connector position, and Max is hearing all these footsteps, knows exactly where all these individuals are. Got one man still pushing in ZTR. Poddy's got the AWP pick, but ZTR immediately responds, grabs the bomb, misses the Incendiary, which might be a bit of a problem. Miltsy, however, has got bigger problems ahead of him, in particular in the form of Maxter. 1-on-4 now for Server. Young Ninjas should have this one in the bag for a 16-9 victory to open up their season.
Server trying to do his best just to make it doable, to make it winnable, to give themselves another round. Baxter towards that left-hand side is going to secure the deal, and like you mentioned, 16-9, a good performance coming through from Young Ninjas, and you just have to look at that second half, and it leaves me wanting more from the Finns. I expected more in that second half. A single T-side round, Jay, is all that they managed.
I was kind of on a similar sort of fashion, right? Like, you're right. Like, just getting 8 rounds at the turn of the half, it's like, okay, well, look, they put up a decent fight against the Ninjas. They're significant underdogs in this context, context, I should say. And, you know, the CT half went well. Okay, now we have to move for the T half, and then you just get nothing done for the entire half, except with the exception of 1 round. Like, that doesn't really scream to me like a team that are going to do much in the season. I understand that Ninjas are, of course, a fantastic team, but obviously, when weighing up ENCE Academy, you have to take those victories as they come, and on the opening day, it's been a poor start for them.
And they'll be disappointed for sure. And they had opportunities, I think, back to that massive backstab that Poddy had in a certain round. He got all the way into heaven, got towards graffiti, didn't quite get the round together. And there was a few rounds here or there where you could see there was workability, but not to be. Young Ninjas outclassed them in that second half, and they put on a good performance today. They proved themselves to be another strong team in the Academy League.
Indeed, 1 match played out for the Swedes. They take their opening victory in the Academy League. A 3rd match to play for Flames goes Ascent as they continue on with the day and our penultimate match of the day. They've played 2 best-of-1 so far, and now they're up against MOUZ NXT, arguably the best Academy squad in history. We'll find out how great they are against the new blood of the Academy League. Join us after the break, where we return with even more Counter-Strike. Welcome back to the Academy League. We're into our penultimate match of the day. It's been a long one with all of our best of ones. However, we're ready to get into MOUZ versus Flames. Flames, of course, playing their third match of the day. Been successful in one, lost one. Let's see whether they can go 2 for 1 and make it a full-on best of 3 here against the MOUZ NXT side. Before the break, I said they are probably the best Academy team that we have ever had, at least from the name value of itself. MOUZ, multiple-time champions, but last season they were dethroned by the fnatic Rising side. So the question is, Dwayne, coming into this season, how much faith do we have in MOUZ NXT?
It's more so that we're praising the org, not the current team, right? When I look at team, I look at players, and this is a completely new look MOUZ NXT lineup. The only player from the previous season is Jimfat. Other than that, it's a core 1. I mean, that's crazy to talk about. I mean, we almost never have core 1s or core 2s from season to season, but that is the case for MOUZ NXT.
That's how things work, I think, in a league like this, obviously, with names coming back and forth, and for the organizations to field different rosters. That's kind of the whole point, right? Is to the team, develop the Academy side and bring them up to the tier 1 level. And certainly for MOUZ NXT, having won 4 seasons in a row, they've proved themselves to be worthy of a call-up. So a lot of that roster, as you mentioned, has moved on. They've gone up to the MOUZ NXT, or the MOUZ main side, I should say, and, and other projects as well that they've been around the block with. So in that sense, we have seen MOUZ NXT be the most successful Academy or organization pretty much ever. But however, as you mentioned, the rebuild has left them in a dire spot because last season they didn't do that well at all. And in this season, the question is, will we see them do well in this case in the upcoming weeks?
It's very difficult to tell. If I'm going to be honest from the outset, I'd probably say they'd be unlikely to make playoffs with how stacked this competition is. They didn't have a great season of Advance. They weren't able to make playoffs there. We saw them in the CCT Central Europe event, and they took a map off Big Academy in a best of 3, but kind of got owned in the majority of maps in that entire event. So there's not many positives for MOUZ NXT. Even the idea that Ajax is going to be making his debut. They were playing with Zykes for the last few games, but yet they're not playing with him now. So this could be a difficult season for MOUZ NXT.
Well, hopefully it doesn't start with a difficult matchup. Flames Ascent have already proven themselves to be a team that could be watched out for when it comes to the mid and bottom end of the tables already. The concern is whether or not MOUZ will fall victim to the new blood once again. We've seen quite a lot of Flames today, Dwayne. They've had those little stop gaps in between each of their matches to sort of gear up for the next one and get themselves warmed up and prepared. But certainly it must be a little bit difficult and jarring going from one map, a few hours break, and then the next map, another hour break, and then going on to another one from that. But overall for the Flames, like, look, today's been a really good day for them, I want to say, overall. The NAVI result might not have been all that impressive, but having done damage onto Apeks Rebels and dished out the damage that they did over on that matchup, surely it wouldn't be out of the realm possibility that they do work onto MOUZ NXT the same.
I'd imagine so. I mean, you've got to pin MOUZ NXT to be the favorites just off of the basis that even though it is a newer addition of the lineup, they've still been together for about a month or so, and they've played more officials. So while the lineup's not been as together as long as Flames, they've got more officials under their belt. They've got more game time. But to be honest, like, Flames could win this game. It's not out of the equation at all. It's actually a very winnable series for them.
Well, discussing the details of the history, as you mentioned, the previous matches that we've seen between these two teams, I want to ask you about this map of Overpass as we're about to get into it. How do we feel about this map being played in the best of 1?
Well, I thought Flames were going to get Overpass in their last couple of best of 1s because it's a map that they play very often in the Danish league when it comes to best of 1s. So to Overpass, this should be a comfortable affair, at least in history. They've played a lot of this map. I'm expecting a good performance from them here today.
We'll start things off on the CT side for MOUZ NXT as we jump into the pistol round and see how far this can go for the MOUZ side. Flames Ascent with their third and final match of the day, our penultimate match of today's proceedings as well on the opening day of Academy League. PT50 in for Hansi as being the raid boss here. He's one of the guys to watch out for. Shut down effectively by NAVI Jr. earlier on Dust 2. But drawing out first blood to kick things off here for the T-side line. Goosh down onto Apeks as well. Low HP for him and a casualty.
He's been one of the best players over the course of the last couple of best of 1s. There's no doubt about that at all. Speedy bringing some pace down here towards the B site. And for the CTs, they've got a couple of players close towards the heaven control. QQ just has to try and spot for information. USP
tap on. Nade sent in from the man. Doing a little bit of damage to Inspire. Not a mass amount of it, though. QQ trying to lean in with a teammate right behind him. The rest of the CTs inbound from Graffiti. They'll make their way in, attempt the retake here. The Fuse Kit is on the back next to us. Adex In towards that connector control. Gonna try to join his teammates. Bunny, headshot, gain, double up against Yimfat. Apeks does get one trade back. 2 more to gain. Doesn't quite find them. QQ now left alone. Going back for that kit, but no Kevlar, no util. Landing the heads pretty effectively, but no time left for the defusal. Tap it once, forced out the flames. Going for knife kills. Looking for exits, but not quite finding them. It's gonna need a pistol for the flames set side.
Nicely done. Just simple round coming through from Flames, working the over rotations, forcing MOUZ NXT to only be able to fight from that heaven control and just slowing it down in the post plant, allow themselves to pick up the first pistol. Now, something we've seen from Flames, they've been very good in pistol rounds, Jay, but very weak in the second. So surely not the third best one in a row. Does it happen again? But you do have to look at what's happened previously.
Been a very limited pool of results to pull from. Like you mentioned, MOUZ have been together for a month, Flames less or so. So you have to consider that as being a possibility at this stage. I mean, I hope that's not the case, given the fact that, you know, the pistol should usually be the main catapult that gets you started in these matchups. Flames playing cautiously, because I think they have the same fear as you do, Dweg.
Spitty playing out to Connector is going to hear some of these footsteps towards the short pipe. So the idea that MOUZ NXT taking map control away, you've got a deep Galil in Fez too for that point. Ajax getting team flashed for a portion of time there. You can see Jimfat just playing with that for Mars outside of Monster. The gamble stack now starting to shift up to A because of that short water take.
Waiting for the way in for the T side to back off. They'll look back in towards the B play. Very slow and very cautious about it. Smokes in from Monster will ensure that they can't make a quick hit out yet. The utility to go for the execution when time is right.
Inspire, waiting for a slight overswing, expecting an individual towards the close left-hand side position. Gamble stack back to B. This is looking super promising for MOUZ NXT.
And Smokes had the ready. Fez leaning ahead of it, and there's the 5-7 kill against the bomb carrier as well. That's even bigger for Apeks' part. Fez struggling to deal with 2 players in that. The water control. Christian comes up good against 2 of them. 4 versus 2 situation. Burst back straight through from Inspire. Only goes so far against Jimfat. 1v3 now for Bunny.
Well, it's happened again, isn't it? Bunny's the last one left, trying to make it happen, but not to be. MOUZ NXT, I will give them credit on stacking up the bomb site. Of course, anytime you want to try and win a force buy like that, getting a good read and stacking up the right bomb site is going to be important. They establish some very good crossfires, but the bomb just gets dropped in the worst position possible. Outside of Monster, there's a lot of panic, and Flames Ascent, this has got to be so tough every single time to be losing that second round.
Oh boy. Not great for them, obviously. Down the pistols on the eco, or force by basis, I guess.
They've been pretty good on these, to be fair. Like, even when they've gone back and forth. Because there's been a few like that.
Well, case in point as to how good they can be. Fez just landed the perfect dink on the first man. 20 HP for Christian. Shot back, damage done. But nothing more than that. It goes quiet.
He's actually the player that I know the least about on MOUZ NXT. I've seen him play the last couple of officials with this lineup, but before this team, I'd never heard of him, to be honest.
He's listed as AGL, if I recall correctly, as well. So that might be something to consider.
He is, yeah. He's 16. He's very young.
Wow. Very young captain indeed. I'm not sure I can handle that pressure at 16 personally, so hats off to him. That's where we can lead this team to victory. Damage done to Hansi to kick things off for the T side. Chipping away at those HP bars as is standard here for both Flames and MOUZ. Flames rotating in towards the B side as MOUZ start pushing Monster here.
Hansi just trying to see if he can show some force up here towards the B side, but that aggressive Monster stack is doing so well with the Galil. You've got Jimfat and Nexius just working off one another. So much damage being done. All the information in the world that it's a stack outside Monster now.
Ashes in against the T side. Kicking over, they must be making their way in. SMG burst through. Speedy gets one back. Almost caught the casualty against the low HP CT. Damage done, of course, earlier on by the Tech 9. But now Speedy onto Ace Clutch and finish off the job. Got no job to finish anymore. 2-1 to the start for MOUZ NXT.
I And it's funny with Apeks into the lineup because, of course, Zykes, one of the Swedish AWPers that was playing with the UK team Spade, which went to 7 AM, that went over to America for Fragadelphia, seemed like he was trialing with MOUZ NXT and had left that team, tried to see if he could fill the shoe. Played 3 best-of-3s with them against ITB, Xcade, and Big Academy, but now we've got Apeks into the lineup, so maybe just not what they're looking for.
Nades in for the Flames, or against the Flames rather. They're not looking for this round to go all that well either. MOUZ getting caught off guard there for Apeks. Didn't know if it was a backstab or a player in from T-Con. So I'm going to be a little bit more cautious about that. AK now in the hands of Bunny, so that might become a small concern for MOUZ. Problem is the lack of Kevlar here for the T's.
You've got to imagine that's going to be the big damage dealer is the lack of Kevlar. Bunny going to try and see if he can force some CTs to overpeak, but you can see how passive it is, both on A and towards B. Even noise being made towards connector. There's still plenty of nades for the B players. I mean, Nexius and Christian have got everything to just slow it down.
2 HEs, 2 flashes, smoke and incendiary. The HEs and the incendiary are going to be the big thing for me. Put both of those out towards the monster position, short control. And meanwhile, Nexius detects where Bunny is coming in from, so gets that shot back. That's the advantage as well for MOUZ NXT. Rotations might not be required for the CT side. You have seeing a man that could potentially rotate back from the bank control. Fairs allowed a second boost, but sees nothing this time.
Got to start getting a move on with the time being dwindled down. And for MOUZ NXT, it doesn't seem like they're going to drop any more players in this. Fez has to just try and see if he can get that AK through. That re-smoke down towards short. They've got to go through it.
Seconds. AK trying to lead the charge up. Noise being made in at Monster. Speedy charging ahead without the AK support, and even that doesn't even work that much. Awkward engagements there from Flames, and MOUZ NXT find a third.
We've seen some overpass being played with this iteration of the MOUZ NXT roster. I think back to playing Into the Breach on overpass in the advanced group stage season. And was able to get away with a 16-12 victory there, but not a map that historically gets played very much. I think back to even the last season of the Academy League, again, it was a different core. Overpass was never played in Best of Ones.
Flames Ascent. Needs damage done. Fez catches another great jumping player. Another good burst onto the head of Christian. 11 HP for the man. Incendiary sent back. Flash is ready to try and force forward players in towards that short control. Nexius gets the opener onto Speedy.
You can just start feeling the momentum start driving forward. Even Bunny try and see if he can exploit some map control on the Jimfat, but it's going a little bit passive, and in through the smoke, he gets away with one.
Spy with the trade back, and the T's making their move into the A site. You've got Apeks, however, with the AWP, dropping the bomb. Hansi and Fez now, last 2 players remaining. They must have seen that bomb as well with that kill.
Of course, just work with that information. Dexy is down there towards the bottom of connector. Hansi's the last one left, and this is starting to spiral out of control in these opening first few rounds.
You said there was potential in Flames being able to turn around that Deagle force buy. It didn't quite work out that way. MOUZ now taking every single round after the fact, including the rifle buys from the Flames. Hansi's one taps not quite coming together. Smokes up towards the stairs, and Apeks will get his kill in to make it a 2K. Make it the 4th round for MOUZ.
At least Apeks has some performances and history when it comes to the Academy League. Remember, last season he was playing with the Prospects. One of the teams that had, what was it, Jimbo and Lax in there before they picked up the trio from Little Mix. That would have even been Season 4 of the Academy League, not Season 5.
Flames down to Deco, half bite. Second rain moving towards the quick monster take. Got a couple of nades that they can put down to the boost stack and hoping that might catch the jump facer again, which they will do some damage for. It's the 3rd round that Chrism has taken the damage. They're going for the jump face. Speedy picks up the first and the second with the Deagles. They've struck back here for the Flames, but Jimfat tries to hold his own, only goes so far with it. Apeks back to the A site, will get towards heaven. The bomb's been dropped on short, so could potentially lock out some potential kills with that. Flashes in against the T sideline, is going to reposition.
This is a tough clutch for Apeks. We've seen Flames doing so much with the brutal trading game. Try and get themselves over to the AK rather than the AWP.
Oh, flash right to the face. Walks right into Speedy's headshot angle. Flames with a steal round.
They'll be happy about that one. It's whether they can start mustering up rounds in a row. They recover both an AWP and an AK. So even when you consider what they had going into the rounds, consider what they've come out with it, they'll be well impressed with themselves. They've even sort of struck gold with trying to reset the economy. You've got FAMAS down for Christian. You've got rifles across the board. This could be the swing round that they're looking for.
Tower boost for the AWP, missed it. Hansi, that's not great. The window closed immediately for that. You need to hit that the first time round. And Flames, they recognize that. But at least they have the guns, at least they have the defaults in. They haven't been wrecked yet. MOUZ holding aggressive angles in that short position, though. Nexius in particular, hoping that they make their way in for Monster to just get as many frags as possible.
I have been impressed by the style of play that MOUZ NXT are trying to bring to the fold. You can see the way that they're always on the front foot, always trying to take map control away. It's very positive. It shows me that they don't have a crazy amount of fear at all, that they want to be up close.
Flash well timed there from Nexius ahead of Fez's flash. The QQ will come in with one of his own, keep the player blind, and allow the man advantage to flow in for MOUZ.
Even re-smoke off towards Connector. Just make sure that no one can peek up from that short pipe angle. You've got Jimfat aggressing towards Divider. Apeks with the AWP out to long, trying to see if he can get Jiggle Pig baited. Does eventually bait the shot.
Wide face overall. I'm not sure if it was a bait play, whether it was just a miss. Either way, it didn't connect, so for Hansi, he's forced to move in. AWP of Apeks, hoping he can catch him off in that mid control. He's trying to find their positions to work from as they continue walking their way into long.
They know exactly what's going on here. Stacking up the A site, positioning themselves well. Apeks can take the first duel. That's the bomb to get dropped.
Well, Jimfat sees the gun being traded, gets the kill on Hansi for it. Bunny on site, can't get one. Nades land right at his feet. 50 HP, bomb dropped in the bathrooms though, and Inspire knows this is not going to happen. Save the AK. 5th round over to MOUZ.
This is disappointing coming through from Flames. The idea that you've beaten Sashi on this map, you've taken Astralis Talent to 12 rounds, you've taken Sonic 13 rounds, double digits against Trick. You're expecting more because this is a map that locally they've done very well on.
Not one that they're doing well on right now here. Flames just lost Inspire after time as well. No money in the bank, not a penny to buy into round 8 with. Tactical taken as a result by the Flames side because, well, at this stage, they just need to make a change. First one called in for them, and yes, it is T side. But if they let this get out of control, then the early doors might be impactful enough to reduce them to nothing here on this matchup.
You've got to imagine so. Flames Ascent need to be able to respond back quickly, and this is another draw from them where you've got to imagine they've got quite a lot of leverage. You think back to that first game of the day against the Apeks Rebels. You're going up against a MOUZ NXT that's very new, very fresh, haven't seen them playing many officials at all, and the idea that they've got a brand new AWPer being the 5th today. This is your chance to put pressure on and to come out successfully.
Orbs watching, Jimfat. Ready against Hansi, his Deagle engaging one of Apeks. The AWP forced back with the damage. Meanwhile, in a connector, Crizzen has a triple. Finds the heads of every single player he faces, and Jimfat there with 2 of his own, able to close down against the Flames Eco. Now look towards the gun round here for the T side. Still lopsided considering Inspire's situation, but at least the rest of the players can get guns, drop some back, get the utility, so we should all be fine.
Now, here's something, Jay. Let's start this conversation. Has it just been the Hansi show? Is that something that we've seen in the past couple of best of ones? Because they're down 2-6, and he's 1-8. We have not seen much impact from him when he has been the highlight guy, the guy that's always been so positive.
It's a good question, honestly, because he was the star of the first matchup, and we were like, yeah, well done to him, well done to Bonnie for being extremely good players, and obviously we talk about MOUZ Jr., how they shut him down. Now MOUZ NXT in position. Oh, the spray down from QQ. Just bottlenecking them in. Krista does get caught back as one decent trade from Speedy is found, but just look at the damage on the T-side line. The advantage for MOUZ is so frivolous. And it continues to press them forward. Incendiary against Speedy, out in the open to the triple. Hansi gets one back, but it's still an advantage for MOUZ.
And just knowing that backstab's here for Jimfat, this is the round winner. Bunny chopped out towards that short pipe. Smoke goes down. Might have to just swing in front of it. Players all around. Still plenty of time left on the clock. QQ keeping his eyes locked towards his short angle.
So ready for this. They know exactly where Bunny is. No other place he can be. Might have the room to rotate back into connector at this moment. That's been accounted for here by Alex in the back of the A site. 30 seconds and Bunny spot the shoulder, engage one. Let's draw attention back to his direction. Flash forward evaded, not like it matters. Jimfat gets the kill.
And it's a conversation too for MOUZ NXT with the philosophy of what they wanted to try and achieve with this sort of lineup, because you have to remember, yes, a lot of the players did get moved up to the main squad, but the previous iteration was Shui, who's now gone over to Gamer Legion, Shane, which we don't know where he's disappeared to, Zershin, which has of course gone to the main squad, and then MHL that's now gone over to Endpoint. There's been quite a few players that were dropped from this previous iteration of the team that did not get the promotion forward.
MOUZ. AK is in for Jimfat. Tucked away behind the smokes, footsteps and Tech-9s being heard there in connector, so they're aware that they now have access towards the short position. Half buy involved for this round for Flames. MOUZ pulling away, waiting for the hit.
Trying to get that util forward. Jimfat knows exactly what's going on. Flashes are good for the moment. QQ's keeping his attention locked out towards Monster. And the crossfire is just so solid. Bomb's not going to get planted at all. Speedy's the last one left. Out towards Farrell's position. Just getting tidied in from the cleanup. 8-2 for MOUZ NXT. This has not even been competitive. MOUZ NXT are just bodying them. 8 rounds on the city side, 1. Not a single bomb plant. Not even a round that's looked close.
And again, those two players that were so incredible in the first best of 1 for Flames, Hansi and Bonnie, are now middle to back of the pack. MOUZ, I reckon they're putting them in trouble right now for the Flame Descent side. Smoke, Sent, Orp, watching of Apeks. Anything to receive the T side line. Flashes will go in. It will force Alex off position here.
Can they capitalize on that?
Gap on a smoke for Prism to work with. Does catch off vision. It's Bunny with the kill, though. Advantage for the T side. Utility sent down as well towards the mid position. Prism watching, just ready for some sort of backstab from the Flames. Nades on. Gonna swing. Molotov sends him forward, and Speedy can win that fight.
Now you start wondering as well, MOUZ NXT, what's going to be the follow-up plan? Down by 2, looking for the response. Flames Ascent, putting themselves in a good position.
Swing up, Nexus catches Fez. That's one back. Kill found. Alex watching for more. AWP looking into the mid position, hoping for a contact angle to hold. So get caught back here by Bunny, perhaps. AK leans in. AWP looks the wrong way. There's the headshot. 2 left standing for the MOUZ side. 1 on the back of the A site itself. Nexus trying to hold his own position. Guns will get picked back as Hansi rotates the entire T side back into the B site, and there's no one really to watch for it here.
Can't imagine so. MOUZ NXT probably just look for exit frags because they've got so much money behind them. They might as well at least try and get into the side.
Incendiary is on to drive Bunny away. Nexius comes to position now. 2v4 for MOUZ. Away and NCE was seeing. QQ burst, gets that kill. Speedy caught off. Nexius caught off by NCE though, as he couldn't find a spray to do any damage, or the kill found. QQ caught off by Speedy next. And it's all held together by the Flames side, finally getting their third on the board.
Well, what actually impressed me the most in that round was the idea of how much success gets gained before even the site takers come through. The idea that they've managed a couple of man advantages, they're working with that 5v3 in the context, and then of course, finally they start crunching down. MOUZ NXT realized themselves, let's just try and look for some exit damage, keep that pressure on. Now for Flames Ascent, they've been giving themselves a lifeline. It's a third round, you've got economy management to get built up, keep striking. This is the opportunity to get rounds in a row now.
Getting Inspire pushed up. AK watching ready and wait for players to make their moves into the mid control. Two of them will lead that charge. From one half of the map though, MOUZ have quite an amount of presence up here in the mid position. Inspire waiting for contact ahead of that smoke.
Gotta imagine that Jimfat's gonna have more discipline in this angle than vice versa. Just needs to hold around the corner. Ajax can try and see if he can work with one of those sound cues. Perhaps reposition to the right-hand side and look into Divider with the AWP.
AWP is still looking at the bathroom's position. Gets his kill, Inspire, quick responsive, back in for Alex for the double, looking around that corner for the triple perhaps, hearing footsteps, seeing the taps coming through out towards that divided position. They know it must be around here somewhere, and he lands against the bomb carrier. Quadra around the corner, sees the nade, and he's got him as well. Apeks ripping apart the entire Flames camp. Fez is left alone. And he might even be hunting for the ace here. Alex wants it. You can see him moving in closer and closer for the contact position, but Fez puts him out of commission.
What a lovely sequence coming through from the AWP there. Apeks gets away with so much damage, and that was just quality. That was absolute class with the way that he repositions, the way that he's able to swing back in. And you have to remember, the entire Romanian scene isn't known for being able to produce the strongest of AWPers. I mean, Zello's kind of the only one that comes to mind. So maybe for Ajax, we've seen him prove it before in the Prospects team. Maybe we could see more from him on MOUZ NXT.
Certainly seeing more out of MOUZ NXT in general, compared to the Flame side, of course. Oh, what a shot for NCE. Beautiful scout kill. At least Krizu can respond back here with the M4 involved. Bunny on 7 points of health as well. Not helping the situation in this half bite. Also isolated out towards long, so can't pass that off to a teammate yet.
Jimfat holding with the patience line here in Connector. Try and see if anyone will get over aggressive. Bunny walking forward. The only problem here with the long walk is while he's got a lot of map control, it's the low HP that's going to be the factor.
Against the AWP might not matter. It will in the end. Shot connects. Jimfat getting two more out to, I believe, the monster position is where it's posted. On the short control, looking at the monster. You see out of NCE, not going to land any more headshots. 10-3. MOUZ look good, to say the least.
It's a good performance from them. And I think above all else, we're seeing some decent cohesion. The flashes have been on point. And they haven't given opportunities, or at least not many, to Flames Ascent. This has been a rough first day from them, especially when you start your run so well. You come off of the back of having a dominant performance against Apeks Rebels. It's your first game of the day. You're probably feeling really happy about that. You've come into WePlay, you've done well. You then get a wake-up call against NAVI Junior, and you've come into MOUZ NXT, which should be the more competitive game in comparison to the NAVI Junior one, and it's just not. There has not been many rounds being succeeded for them. MOUZ NXT looking for a 12-3 half.
Pretty likely they get it as well. Flames have had a couple of occasions here and there in this half where they have looked decent, but nothing that has bolstered up any sort of like game here. 7 rounds for MOUZ's lead. And Flames know that they might be in trouble here. Fez tagged early, Bunny, NCE, similar story. Utility damage compounding for MOUZ and already putting the Flames on the back foot.
Just 3 in Connector is going to catch Flames completely off guard. It's something that we haven't seen from them at all. Speedy has spotted out one towards the corner, and at least the Molly's driven Jimfat out.
Nice damage, responsive HE. Speedy takes a lot more than what the CTs are able to receive themselves. Apeks gets Hansi. Bunny responds towards him. 4-on-4. 2 players behind these smokes, and Bunny knows that there must be some more presence down here. Nexius catches a kill alongside Crizzen coming up with one Jimfat. Supports him up at TopCon. And Inspire is all that remains. A 1-on-4 situation. He can't win it.
Crizzen just doing so much in that one. And now even Inspire is being wrapped behind him. Is there a knife attempt? There might be, to be honest. What do you reckon, Jay?
I want to see it. I want to see Crizzen go for the knife. Come on, Crizzen.
He is.
Oh, here we go. Just slowly. Inspire has no... He's blissfully unaware here, lads. Just checking around those corners. And Crizzen... Oh.
It's too wide. That's the thing. Once he gets up there and his back is almost against the wall, there's just no way you're going to get a knife. It's not going to happen.
Patience, man. You want to see patience.
Nah. Get the round over and done with. Make sure you don't lose those AKs. That's what's going to be the main concern.
We'll have 3 of them for the last round of the half here for MOUZ. There'll only be 2 of them for the Flames side, so definitively the better buy for the CTs. Deagles and Galils also in effect for the Flames camp. Jimfat. Crossfire of Nexius ready to receive them on the short position. Damage already been done towards the wall bangs and Speedy there in connector. There's Fez with the kill. Jimfat comes up with a double. Hansi and Speedy able to get a couple of trades back. Inspire walks right into the hands of Crizzen, and that's the advantage regained by MOUZ.
Just even the trading game, you're starting to see the exploitations slightly wide on the timings, not quite backing each other up. While they've got some level of control out here to long, it's what happens after that point. And to be honest, Apeks has been very consistent when he's been deep in A, so they're going to have a tough time dealing with this orb. He might even give them the respect, because he's got an incendiary and they've got man advantage with retaking nades and kits. He could definitely just hang back here and bank and wait for the bomb to go down.
Sit pretty and wait. No need to make a move. Obviously, bomb plant and I is going to be pretty useless to the MOUZ NXT side at this current moment. Obviously, with no bomb, with no money bonus, can really affect things. And lean in towards the backside. Apeks has seen what's going on. Kill found. Hansi caught off by the pistol as well. With utility in hand, he'll get the kill against the AWP, but Crizzen's there for the Suke responsive, and it will be a 12-3 half for MOUZ. Just looking excellent. Absolutely excellent here so far.
And just looking to respond well in the Academy League. The idea that last season they came 5th in their group, 6-6 when it came to wins and losses. And while people maybe didn't have as much faith in MOUZ NXT the last season, no one expected them to get grouped. Everyone expected at least the gauntlet, playoffs probably as well, but not to be. And the way that they've come out of the gate with this new look lineup, the way that they've composed themselves in the opening best of 1 for their liking, 12-3, I don't think you could ask for a better start.
We're up against the new boys of Flames, so...
Confidence is confidence, mate.
Oh yeah, confidence is definitely confidence, right? But it's like, you know, obviously when it comes to feeding into the gauntlet and then moving on from the group stage and not getting eliminated this time in the first stage, it's only one result out of many more teams and many bigger teams required. Flames Ascent going to start off the pistol round with positivity as Speedy picks up the opening kill onto Jimfat. For second half now live, and so suddenly it all goes to hell for MOUZ. All 5 alive for Flames Ascent. Speedy, Fez, Inspire all got kills. And it's a pistol gained by the Flames.
I wonder if MOUZ NXT forced by here, just knowing that it's the second round.
If they've been
actually not a bad idea.
If they've been watching the show today, they'll know the best call right here is to force buy and then go 16-4. Like,
yep.
Let's be honest here. They won't do that. They'll play the safer option. So 16-5 is what we're looking at.
And Flames Ascent, again, you're not giving them a massive amount of breathing room. It's just whether they can find anything out of that. Hansi starting off with a couple of anti-eco frags. And in all honesty, I can't wait to see what he's going to be like once he gets the big green. Obviously, we don't know how quickly that is going to be. But you would imagine there's going to be more comfortability and there's going to be more pizzazz in the server for Flames Ascent once Hansi gets on the big orb.
The AK is in for the MOUZ and XT side. No big AWP for them yet. Very early doors. At least in this half. Upgrades, of course, to the M4s across the entire CT board. Not taking this as a bonus round. They're just going to go straight in with all the firepower and try and just win a round outright, not take the risks. Flames. Going to need a decent showing. A long way back on this comeback. And they know that.
Bunny playing out towards connector. You've got QQ on the other side towards a short pipe. Very deep, very passive right now from MOUZ. They flash around the corner. Damage gets done, but Speedy finds the opener. Nicely done.
Effective start. Flash evaded by Bunny. It's out of the way of the contact potential there from the MOUZ default. Nexius taking some damage as a result. Apeks just tapping forward, trying to catch the jump facer of Inspire. But outside of that contact, outside of those prods for information, nothing truly has been gained. No advantage, no further damage onto the CT side. Still sits at a 5-on-4 for the Flames, and MOUZ start the rotate to B.
I like what Apeks is doing here, just trying to see if he can sell the fake, put some util down towards Divider, keep them at A, and now you can start seeing the connector walk start grouping up with Nexius outside of B. No one making any noise, they can get the heaven smoke set up, and just commit with 30 seconds.
To the E-Throne, Fez gets his kill on Crizin. Bomb dropped in the open, and rotations are called in by the CTs as a result. Speedy still has an angle to play with down there at water, trying to look out from the bridge. Nexius gets that kill. A bomb should get planted from JimFat. Risky stuff. He's playing for time, though. Bunny's going to get a kill in, and they just drop the bomb for it. Not even a bomb plant bonus here for MOUZ and XT. Focused so heavily on getting the kills that Flames felt no pressure in just charging forward and getting their picks back of their own right. 12-6. They're halfway back.
You just consider the idea that it was already a man advantage going into the post plant for the MOUZ and XT side, like getting the site XE together. And then straight away on that initial play, they get up towards the short sandbags and they lose a kill to Fez. So it's always going to be very difficult to recover things from there. They're back down onto the half buy. You don't have a massive amount of upgrades. You've got some pistols, you've got some Kevlar. There's some workability here.
We'll take 9 straight in for Crizin. Half invest eco kind of round here for MOUZ. The Flames have not allowed the force buy to wreck them again. Turned it not only into a conversion eco, but also to what might be a decent CT half from here. Apeks first to fall. Hands to Hansi.
HE placement's pretty good onto QQ. Try and see if it can set up the dual crossfire. This is a bit of an off angle coming through from Hansi.
Being exposed towards that bathroom's entrance, which is a bit paranoid about, and for good reason, because that's where they are. And Bunny with a crossfire, Hansi with a triple, Bunny with a double. And there those two players are at again. Started the day off so wonderfully for them. Starting to make their case as top fraggers on the Flames Ascent side. Not quite there yet, Speedy's still on 14. But their efforts have brought them back within 5 rounds.
And this is where, for MOUZ and NXT, they're going to be very calm in the pressure. You've got some good coaching staff behind them. JimFat that's been there for quite a while now. And of course, some of the newer players just to control themselves. 5 rounds to the difference. Just try and close it. Apeks with that AWP, trying to get aggressive out towards looking to the long control. Hansi waiting for the walk over, and even JimFat trying to see if he can jump over the slide just to spot information.
Spray on Nexius. Do some damage as Speedy gets caught at 20 HP. Hansi's there to support. Rotation away in the retreat from the Flames. Not the best of starts on him in this round here.
Even the flash deep won't give him a massive amount of information. They were hoping to fire the AWP, try and see if they can work out where Apeks is. Slow walk coming forward. JimFat doesn't see it and instead gets caught on a timing.
1 kill back for the Flames. 2 trades available, pretty easy for them. If they come in, of course. The big thing, isolating Bunny, isolating Speedy. Hansi wants to push forward for even more there in the mid-control. Rotations back from connector have been solidified by MOUZ. He's a little bit too late. Apeks, however, peeks in, deals with Bunny.
Just a slow walk around the corner. Now, Hansy's very aggressive. They've got that long pick, but it doesn't seem like the bomb's going to go up to connector and over to A. Instead, they want to leave the AWP as a lurk and start shifting everyone over to B. This is a good read from Hansy.
Great kill to find the setup player, the utility. Might force MOUZ to rethink the strategy here, that they rotate back in to connect. It looks like they do. Good sandwich in Hansy, but he doesn't stand his ground. He does get a lot of dink damage onto Nexius, and that might force him into the A side. 10 seconds. Alex has got to get this kill on the backside. He has no idea where the player is. Molotov's in against Inspire. Wrap around the truck. 5 seconds. Gets the carrier. That's enough. That's all we needed to do. He will die, but he'll get the round for the Flame side.
And they knew they needed to get that bomb down straight away, even try to hunt down, see if they could drop those T-side players after time. Not to be. Adex and QQ stay alive, and Flames Ascent give us and show us more in this second half on their CT side. This is starting to turn into an impressive comeback.
Getting real solid for them. Oh, another late corner freeze time. I think they were trying to get a tactical pause in there. Missed out the marker for MOUZ. They get the guns back in. Damage done to Adex to start things off. AWP. Sat back waiting and holding for contact here. Speedy leans in to the pipe.
Gonna re-smoke down, try and set up a one-way for his teammate there, Speedy. Does he find anything? Does MOUZ NXT even commit with it? It doesn't seem like they want to get too aggressive outside of Monster.
Engagement finds the kill. Nexius down. 1 man out of the round. As far as it goes for the time being, though, MOUZ are only now starting to form up towards the outside of Monster. B looks to be the hit, though.
That was proper gimmicky. Coming through from Flames Ascent, getting that one-way smoke down. Works out for the first kill, and even this crossfire on B directly looks very solid. You can see the way that it's going to be a walk contact out of Monster.
Flashes in, completely miss on Speedy's part. He still gets caught off dark guard. 1 point of damage being done towards him. Jinfat finds Inspire, and Fez can't find more than 1 single trade. QQ gets 2 in turn, and MOUZ NXT get the man advantage in turn. Bomb plant will be secure, but all 3 players are tagged up here.
The Flames Ascent are going to go for this for sure. Got money in the bank. Might as well try and see what gets out of it. Even the HE placement onto Chrisen is down very low.
M4 leading in. Bunny. Lock into that M4. Hansy puts the incendiary down. The flash forward. QQ caught off by Bunny's transfer spray. Adex now alone with the AWP. Sees the first man. Drops him. Looks back in towards short. On the water control. Sees Hansy. Oh, the jumping USP. It's good enough to get the kill. You don't know how he pulled it off there. But it's good enough for the Flames.
Now, Hansy knows in that sort of duel, I've heard the scope. It's going to be a difficult shot to hit up close and personal. So let's put some pressure on. Let's jump around the corner. Obviously, you're not expecting yourself to win that duel mid-air, but you're getting that understanding that as soon as I drop down, bang, there it is. I'm going to get that kill, and he gets him in mid-air. MOUZ NXT, you look at that round, they missed the smoke for heaven, and the flash was pretty awful too. That is some poor utility usage coming through from the T side, and you could just see what Flames Ascent are able to do off of the back of it, and the idea that they get a retake scenario in a 2v3, that should not have been possible at all.
MOUZ need a moment to talk things over here. Just taken 1 tactical pause. They've got to get it together, though. They've got to fix up whatever's going wrong. Because the situation is just starting to get a bit dire here. Thought they were going to finally win their first of the half, but from the 12-3, we've been brought back to 12-9 here, Dweg.
Now it's going to be the quick pace, charging towards the Monster Rush.
Missing no time, but burning alive to that incendiary. Fez wraps in against 2, catches them both. Nexius can get 1 to return. Speedy's forced away from Ram, but footsteps and firepower. Heard of the Tech 9s, heard of the pistols. Still dealt with by the M4s. Adex alone in the 1v4.
Adex just trying to see if he can make this round expensive, try and take some weapons out of play. And for Flames Ascent, this is such a winnable situation now. The idea that you've come back from such a deficit to be in what looks like an unwinnable stance of a 9-round deficit. You've now brought it back to 2. They're charging forward. They've got a good economy game. We're starting to see more out of Hansi. You're getting some support around him from Bunny. Even Fez with some of these last multi-frag kills over at the B site. Spitty locking things down too. MOUZ NXT are running out of steam here. Missed monster smoke, by the way.
Standard. At this point, missing a lot of utility here from both sides. Hansi's AWP. Watching for the boost, expecting there to be something out towards Parkside. So far, so little has been gained. There's the contact, there's the kill.
Nicely done. Just that reposition, just ever so slightly. Now, Adex is bringing that AWP out towards long. AWP, the AWP duel goes the way of Adex, but he's got no idea about the trade player. That's an easy kill for Bunny.
Advantage for Flames Ascent once again. On their way in from the mid control, Jimfat and Nexius. Move forward up to the A site. Rotations are in from Bunny, trying to hold his own. AK watching and waiting. And spraying and bursting through against them. Nades up. It's QQ. Eyes set, doesn't see anything. Runs right into the hands of Inspire, who reduces them to 2.
That was really clever of what Inspire did there. So he tucked himself in towards the front side of the long entrance, and then Bunny's just making all the noise. He's jiggle peeking, he's bringing that attention forward, and MOUZ NXT just think that there's one long player. Instead, there's 2.
Molotov sent. Left and right hand sides. MOUZ still trying to fight their way into the site. Nexius caught blinded by the perfectly timed flash, and Jimfat won't last long at all. 11 to the board of Flames, what I believe has been 8 in a row. MOUZ have yet to start on T side.
Incredible. What a half this has been from Flames Ascent. And just knowing that you're keeping those AKs in play, you're going to be up for damage in these rifle rounds. MOUZ NXT, they're looking for one of those steals, aren't they? And how many times have we seen long extended comebacks come down to the thinnest of margins on some of these swing rounds? MOUZ NXT, they're waiting for the steal. They know it's going to be presented sometime.
Now upgrades and the half-buy pistols. MOUZ dealt with on the first casualty. Hansi picks up the shot, picks up the kill. Bunny. Hoping for contact, as with the T-side players and connector. Fez on the other side of the map, on the B play around the pillar. Be watching and waiting. Smokes down. Stop them from making their way in from that monster entrance. 3 players up on shore, that's going to be the bigger concern, and Fez recognises that. Flashes in against the CT side. Fez trying to engage, gets that kill alongside Speedy and is transferred towards Jimfat. And it's all 5 alive for Flames Ascent. 12 apiece, they have brought it all the way back.
You wonder, are MOUZ NXT going to win a T round? Can it just be the absolute flawless second half here for Flames Ascent? They've put on some impressive showings, and for MOUZ NXT, they've still got a couple of attacks left. I want to see them use another one, because this is getting completely out of hand.
Well, one thing I can tell you, Dwayne, is that over the course of the day, Flames Ascent have definitely been a CT-based team, because this isn't the first CT side we've seen from them be as good as it has since the start of the day.
Not like this, though.
Oh, no. At this kind of comeback, there's definitely something wrong on the other side at the same time. But just to give a little bit of praise to the other side of the board. You said you had a very little faith in MOUZ NXT today earlier on. And certainly you can see exactly why, with Speedy getting up to speed himself. 2 kills found, Jimfat forced to trade.
You could just see the prod, the aggression, the positive nature here from Flames Ascent, wanting to get up close and personal, take map control away. And now there's even a long info player coming forward. Bunny thinking about moving forward. If he clears out the front side of Party, if he clears out the majority of the front of the bathrooms, they'll end up with 3 on B.
Press forward of Apeks. Trying to look up towards that boost spot position. Or part. Can't seem to find them. Incendiary sent. Fez. Driven back and killed off by Jimfat. 3 on 3. MOUZ working back into that B site. They finally found an opening, but Hansi takes that man advantage right away. Inspire has got to stand and fight and doesn't do so. Jimfat makes it a triple without taking a single point of damage. Now the bomb goes down for Apeks as one man leans in from Bunny, going to make some noise out here towards short control. AWP adjusted against. It's all Jimfat now. Needs the ace to bring it together for MOUZ. The jump face is seen for Hansi's part. And now the AK of Bunny leans in as Hansi makes noise. Engagement, spray to the Quadra. Jimfat still unscathed. He gets the ace for it. A clutch at last to bring around for MOUZ NXT at last.
Oh, just when you felt as if Flames Ascent were going to get the taste of what it was like to lead this game, it is a clutch and an ace to come through from Jimfat, the 16-year-old, one of the guys of an OG of the new iteration of this lineup, does well, establishes himself with the information play, isolates that to absolute perfection with the individual duels, and now the second tactical for MOUZ NXT, because they've got to turn it into more. That's just one round.
Unreal. The thing we were saying, like, oh, 16-4, 16-5 at the start of the half, you know, where we was just set there just like, there's no way. No way Flames bring this back. MOUZ could still bring it in to the victory, but obviously it will still be a much better affair for Flames considering the comeback. Oh, what a shot for Apeks to start. MOUZ feeling the rhythm again as they double up as well.
So much impact. Finally, there's some response. But Spinny's down at 40 points of health. He's got another player out to Monster. That's Fez that gets a HE placement through. What a recovery this is turning out to be.
Nexius. Snap back in connector as his teammates start to walk up to the Monster control. AWP watching. Smokes in from Fez. Will try to block them away. So responsives are there, but a minute and 10. It can just be utility bait there from the MOUZ side.
Apeks might try and walk further of this, try and see if he can catch a timing, but no. Spinny sees him on the other side, and you have to remember, this was a double man advantage. This was a 5-on-3 from the first 15 seconds of the round for MOUZ NXT.
Flames back in control. Inspire has been seen. Fez catches him off, getting a bit greedy. Nexius going for that M4. Jimfat, I don't know if he was known there. Either way, he'll press on to the ace site. Should get a free plant at least.
And trying to get that deeper molly down from the stairs to cut the rotate. Not to be. Plant open for the bank position. Get a smoke down just to get some coverage. Oh, this is tough. He doesn't have information of where the last couple are. He knows that Fez was in the bathroom somewhere.
20 seconds extending out towards long is going to give him very little time to secure this plant. Smokes down at least. I don't think the CT spotted him. He's going to look for the kills anyway. Both players seen and neither one goes falling. Flames are set, back to evens. Had a hiccup there, but they're back in. MOUZ. Money's been set back on the loss bonus as well.
And just to have the idea that MOUZ NXT have responded with their first round in the second half, and it comes down to a 1v2 ace clutch.
Yeah.
Like, when you put all the context into that, that's a mental round, obviously coming through from Jimfat, which probably will not be replicated again. It's very difficult to have that as a commonality. Overall, Flames Ascent have been the better team in this second half, and they've proved it by the streak. Bunny, aggressive, up here towards the fountain.
If it comes down to a clutch like that, then it shows that really you shouldn't have won the round in the first place. And the damage being compounded upon with the 4 casualties leaves us Tech 9s and Deagles on the MOUZ side. Flames Ascent know that they are in the driver's seat. Put the throttle down all the way into round 16. If they can make it happen, assuming there's no MOUZ players to spin the wheel. Deny destination.
Spitty got a teammate so close behind him, a Fez. They can work off one another, try and get those anti-rush nades in, get the smoke down again. And for MOUZ NXT, they're going to commit off of the back of this. This is going to be a B pop.
4 players at the ready. Utility in from Apeks, and I think Kristen's going to get some as well. Hansi picks up one in towards mid. Nades from Speedy, not quite on position to do a lot of damage. No further smoke for the CT side, but blind sprays can still be alright for Speedy. Incendiary's throne will block them. Well placed there by Fez.
And now you start seeing the counter rotation, get up towards connector, move up to the A side. It's all about the matter of timing and how many players they can over-rotate with this.
Still got Bunny on the back of the A side here. Nades at the ready. Jump facing, didn't see anybody. Now he has players up close and personal, and the M4's pressured by Apeks as Deagle strikes, and it's an advantage for MOUZ here.
Hansi with that AWP, gonna get aggressed upon. The T's are getting further forward. Doesn't know about Apeks close to the right-hand side.
Right around that corner, he wants to be careful about this. Rotate back. 3-on-3 situation. They're all inbound from Dumpster. The M4 undetected, but doesn't get anything with that spray. Just damage being done. Hansi's alive. Crizin with 1, with 2. The Tech-9 taps the headshots and Inspires all alone. Gets 1 kill to a 1-on-1. He's an inspiring clutch right here. He's on the defuse. QQ forces him back off of it, and that should be enough, I think, for MOUZ. Time on the defuse. Inspire still sticking it. Still trying to force that man out. Still trying to force QQ to get up the ghost. It's just taps and tags and just about getting the kill for a defuse in time. For Flames, it will not be the case.
Oh my goodness. How are we getting another steal round like that? MOUZ NXT coming out on top. Oh, you didn't think there was time. Down to the thinnest of margins, and Flames Ascent. That looked like the one. That looked like the one that was going to get you the lead.
Third tactical called in by MOUZ at this stage. And Flames just hitting a glass ceiling in this one, Dweg.
It will be heartbreaking if they don't win this game.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The biggest fake comeback in the Academy League.
Lord help us. Lord help Flames. They're praying right now. Desperate, absolutely desperate to get control of this one. It came down to another clutch, another 1v1, and then 1v2 in this case actually for the Flames side, but they didn't quite win it. But Tech-9's pulled out in decent shots, rifles in for both teams again. Flames starting to run out of cash here though. Need to get a response, need to close this one out fast.
It seemed like they wanted to go for the double boost, actually, to look into Monster, but considering they've made noise off of the back of it, they'll just leave Speedy on the other side. Now, there is no kit, so if Flames get forced into a retaking scenario, it might just be a save. They've got to be here on the front foot to try and take Jules and to win the round out before allowing a bomb plant in.
Almost the damage dished out towards the MOUZ side. Flames taking none of that return, taking no kit this round either. Got the utility on minimal amounts. Very broken buy-in from the CTs, and they know it. Have to hold this one confident. Look at Inspire, making his way closer towards Bridge, making noises. Apeks is going to get drawn further and further towards it. Flashing Incendiary in. Jim Fat making his way out of the sight, spamming through the smoker. Toxic Barrels. Fez gets his kill. QQ can respond, but Inspire holds down against the trade back here on short control. 4-on-3, making it 2 as Inspire doubles up. Speedy gets Apeks, and QQ is left alone.
Excellent hold coming through from the B-side players. You can see that Jim Fat, yes, he saw one of the players out towards Pit, but he wanted to focus the attention to the Toxic Barrels. Inspire, the IGLs come through with a 3K, and he stepped up when the team needed him the most. And for MOUZ NXT, there's not a buy on the table here.
No.
Without a bomb plant, they can't buy, so I imagine they'll half it and have to play for OT.
That seems to be the most sensible call in my eyes. Deagles, Kevlar pulled in, so yes, it will be the half invest. Steal this one or allow Flames to get to match points. As you mentioned, Dwayne, play for overtime, our first overtime of the season. If it does happen. HE sent up and out towards the jump face. Inspire catches a little bit of that damage, but not as much of it as they'd like it to.
Flames Ascent just need to make sure that they don't offer up another steal round. MOUZ NXT have been able to prove themselves deadly with the ecos in hand. Bunny just jump spotting up with Hansi with the crossfire. First kill, B's presented. That's only the lurk though. That's just a distraction.
And for swing, spray through from Bunny. Eagle out. Shot on from Hansi. 5-on-3 situation, Incendiaries. Try to block them out from the long control. Hansi jumping for information to spot players, but not want to give away a kill here. Hold the AWP solid, at least for the time being.
Just wants to make sure he doesn't get caught with a HE or a nade out into the open. start repositioning. Both CTs pretty much on top of one another. Interested to see this sort of setup.
They're ready. M4 standing with a crossfire. Backups on the way in. MOUZ lose another. Jimfat caught towards mid. Apeks down towards long. QQ1 trade. AWP stays in play. And it's match point at last for Flames. They've been on this comeback for a while. Just one more to go. But MOUZ, similar story. One more to even it up at 15 apiece.
And it's incredible to think of the idea that we're going into round 30. We've seen 5 T rounds, 24 CT rounds being won between both of these teams. Now, out of those 24 CT rounds, only 1 have received a bomb plant. So I think that just shows how much of a lack of T side both of these teams have been able to bring to the fold, that they're not even getting into bomb sites the majority of the time.
Fourth and final tack caught in. MOUZ needs something bigger and better than what they've had in the last few. Like you mentioned, they've had some real struggles in getting bomb plants, getting into the bomb sites. If they get locked out with confidence like they did over in round 28, then it's done. It's over. Without even looking for them outside. The tacticals have been effective for them at least. That could be something to note here, something to gain in that previous freeze time. He goes passive on the defaults for both teams.
Handsy waiting for that boost. Jimfat just jump spotting over rather than having a boost on the slide. And Nexius is going to be able to spot a pixel of information. So he spotted 2 in con. That's early info at least.
Smokes go down. They suppress the contact further.
There's that one-way smoke again that Flames are trying to use on the short pipe.
Seeing anything for it. They're so passive here on MOUZ. No one is in a monster, not even QQ, technically. Very bad passive there, expecting Flames aggression. Won't see any of that right now.
And now you can start seeing the way that they're taking this connector control, just clearing out all the boost angles, making sure there's no cubby corners being held. And Flames Ascent have got 2 on B right now. Now, they have been baited for quite a bit of their nades. They've only got an incendiary left on the B side to stall the ENCE.
40 seconds on the clock. Then going to back up with his teammates down to push forward in from Monster. Well, Jimfat, the first man in with the bomb on his back. Nexius going to take control of it. Flashes keeping all players blinded on both sides of the fight. But Inspire draws out first blood in that exchange. Nexius gets 1 and Jimfat follows suit. Nexius with 2 more of his own. And MOUZ find their confidence to burst into the B side. It's a 1-on-4 for Hansi that looks like we'll go the distance, Tweg.
It does seem that way. Beautiful entries coming down, even with Flames having 3 towards that B side. Hansy's going to try and do his best to swing him out to the open to force some of these duels, but it's not going to happen. 15-15. Wow, what an end. Just when you thought Flames were going to be able to do it. And even though we've seen some struggles across the T side, oftentimes you get into OT and a lot of teams do well on T sides.
So Flames better fear that. Because if that MOUZ that we just saw right there in that round is going to carry forward to overtime, then you're in trouble.
But how many?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah. Like how many times have we seen it on the other side work out for Flames and their lockout defensive confidence? You're right, Dwayne. It really is anybody's game. MR3, 12.5k. Guns in for both sides. AKs, AWPs, as standards. You would expect. Let's get OT started.
Flames just trying to see if they can get on the front foot, take a lead, because that's been something that's been so difficult for them on the comeback, is that they've never really been on the leading position. They've always been coming back on the back foot.
Hearing footsteps, seeing Apeks, looking for Chris. Oh, the turnaround from that AK just comes up good, just about.
Even Jimfat could get a good timing. You've got Inspire playing close towards a trash can right now. You've got a rotate from Fez coming up, but it's all about when Jimfat decides to move. And when he starts walking forward, there's a spam into connector, actually. That's Nexius to fall.
Picking up the latest. It's all important to keep it at a 4-on-4 with the HP advantage that favors this CT side. Chrism might become a concern. Apeks Seeing nades come down to clear up the forward contact in mid, but 40 seconds for the actual hit itself.
NAVI setting up that crossfire, making sure that he backs up his in-game leader. NWP strikes immediately.
Spire now leans in towards mid control, but sees nothing. MOUZ on the rotate, and suddenly Speedy has it all to do. Locked in a corner, watching for Monster. Is he going to swing? He will. See the utility coming out. No, that a player out there. He missed the marker, though. I think he might have been seen. QQ swings. Hansi with the AWP pick finds Crizin, and Apeks will fall to the AWP, and he'll double up for the triple overall. What a sequence, and a round from Hansi as Flames finally claim the lead.
NAVI showing up when it matters most. You think about the idea that he actually drives them away from that A site. That single pick towards the front side of the bathrooms committed that over rotation, and it gets uncomfortable for a moment there with your B site player maybe peeking out a little bit too early. But NAVI on that rotate, getting up to heaven, just consistently putting that damage forward. And Flames Ascent take back the lead. They're up by 1. Both teams are looking for a 3-0 on their CT side.
Nice nades on for Jim Fat. Tagged up initially. Flashes in towards the short control. Speedy, his M4. Watching for QQ's position. The jump face from another CT. Get the information for the time being. It's very slow on this default again.
Even Bunny, you got to wonder what the counteraction's going to be as soon as he sees contact, because his other A player is that AWP Hansi that's gone very aggressive towards long. They'll need him back in the side.
There's a shot from Bunny, perfect for the head of Jim Fat. Incendiaries and flashes to try and stall them off. Flash would be a bit better than the Molotov, but either way, MOUZ don't have their hearts set on the A site here, at least not for now. Bomb's going to rotate back, they'll leave Crizin as the late lurk. UQ setting up the B hit, and there's 2 players to defend it.
I love the way that Flames haven't over-rotated here. They've kept 2 over towards the Monster side, but MOUZ NXT are going for the double bluff. They're going to end up back at A, and Hansi, look at this position.
He's so ready, sees 2, gets 1, and backs off for the second man, knowing that might be a dangerous position. Crizin starts walking, he's detected outside of bank, and Bunny picks up the next frag. All 5 players of Flames right now at 100 HP each in the 5-on-2 situation. The upper Hansi has seen Apeks. The shoulder bait will force him out to make a mistake, but won't capitalize with a kill. The bomb will go down. QQ and Apeks up against the world.
They did a miracle in this 2v5. Even Apeks looking towards that backstab. You got a lot of players coming up from bank and dumpster, and of course that AWP towards long, which is known.
QQ seeing and hearing the footsteps, catches one off, but only one. Fez, instant response. Apeks is AWP shoulder baited. Open plant, of course, means it's going to be difficult for them to hold down or hold their fuse. Fortunately, Hansi has the AWP shot and has the 17th round.
Flames Ascent, 1 more to the absolute death of the 3-0 in OT. No one wants to be up against that position. MOUZ NXT, what have they got left in them? A lot of players up towards this A side. It feels very fakey in the mid round. They're trying to see if they can pull over rotations, try and force mistakes, but you can see it in the playstyle, the way that Inspire is not getting his teammates to over rotate. He's calling a very smart game on the city side.
This is going so well for Flames. Even to make it this far from a 12-3 deficit. Extremely well in the second half and in this overtime. Like you mentioned though, Dwayne, just 1 extra round would really put some hurt up on MOUZ, would really put them in a spicy spot. With the kill coming in from Speedy, it's Spice on QQ. He's the first man down.
Even Inspire thinking about spamming close towards that boost position. You can start getting the glimmer of idea that it's going to be a shift out towards this B site. You've got Nexus as a lurk up there from the top of Connector, trying to see if he can land the pick, try and sell more of a fake up to A. There's plenty of util. At least they're happy about that. So you got Spinny playing anti-flash and then Fez working on the contact.
Apeks. Caught, tagged up. Smokes in, flashes over, leg shot on Fez, gets the opening start here for the T side line. It's not kills yet though, the HGs don't even catch Inspire. 3 players on the crossfire to try and lock against the T side execution, which is inbound in a few moments' time.
Even Hansi's thinking about that rotate. He can get quick up to the heaven control, and Apeks falls. That's more information now.
5-on-3, Inspire. Still being on less than 30 HP, but still fighting for all the headshots. He's getting a double. Falls back into the fire as Jimfat finally gets a trade, but only one trade. Inspire and Speedy hold it. Inspire with a triple. With that little HP, I have no idea how he did it, but he did. 18-15, match point for Flames.
And now it's about closing. Just closing it down here. You've done well on the comeback. You've given yourself some brilliance on that City side. You've gone into OT where a lot of the times, just because it's a one-sided half one way, OT doesn't always go down that sort of route, but 3-0, you put yourself in a perfect position. And MOUZ NXT, they need perfection. They really need to make it 6 rounds in a row, to get it to 18-18, to force it to 21-18, to make it possible on the CT side. And for Flames Ascent, this is the one. This is the chance.
So close to the end. Over to the T half switch, and we saw how dire things can get for Flames. Regulation saw them only get 3 in their half. They only need 1 this time, though. Just 1. 1 good hit, 1 good execution, 1 good steal. That'll be enough.
Just knowing that that first AWP is out towards long. They're going to run boost over. Apeks, can he hit it?
Fancy's AWP, sees him, and Apeks hits it easily. Fire back, instant kill. Reacted so quickly to it as well.
There's not much you could do about that. The reason you're trying to get the run boost over is to bait the AWP, and he still caught ya. MOUZ NXT. We know how solid Apeks was on that City side of Overpass, being one of the most lethal entities they had. Start finding some more form, more consistency with that big green. Flames Ascent don't seem all that committed out to the A side, and now even Fez gets dropped in connector.
Nexius. That frag getting found. Inspire leads the charge back in. QQ catches 1 frag, 2 left standing on the Flames camp. Bunny and Speedy are making their way in through the monster pipe. AK's up, Speedy watching. There's the kill for Bunny. Gets Jimfat, QQ trades, Bunny doubles up. Needs to get picked up. He's isolating 3 kills, but not able to get the quadra. And will be unable to hold the round.
Yeah, no AK's being picked up. Oh, I said that. Actually, just 1 right at the end there for Nexius. So they come away with some leverage going into the next round of OT. Flames Ascent just lost way too much in the mid-round. You think about the info play, the idea that even Fez gets caught off towards that connector control, a tactical timeout to speak to Kosti, because they know we've got 2 chances. Let's not make it the second one. Let's make sure we close it in the first chance.
MOUZ have exhausted all their tacticals. Flames still have 1 more after this one. Guns will come back. The AKs will be in effect. M4s, the AK, the AWP, all out in play for MOUZ. Flames just AKs across the entire board here.
And this is where you're looking at one of your star players, a HaNSE, a Bunny, to get you out of trouble, to get yourself a double entry, to crack open a round and to close this game. MOUZ NXT, anti-rush nades going down, jump spot over towards connector. Could be a B-pop, actually.
Apeks strikes first here with his AWP pick. Fez core. Isolating that quick flashbang in. Speedy gets a double, but QQ caught 1 to make sure it's still a 3 versus 3 situation. And Speedy's also low HP.
Yeah, so they actually just back off because of that. They had a lurk coming down towards connector. So I think the idea there was that they wanted to show presence, trade out on monster, but not actually commit. It does mean that it's been an expensive one. You're down at the 3v3. You've got Speedy on low HP. And HaNSE and Bunny are going to have to be the 2 guys to get locked out for. Jimfat is going to be the roaming player towards A, towards the long side of the bathrooms. And he's going to start hearing footsteps soon.
Swing in. Jimfat caught off guard. Falls away with that smoke. Stops them from making any real progress around that bathroom's entrance. HaNSE's going to try to suppress him, though. Incendiary thrown towards the other side entrance in mid. Flash into engage. Bunny's seen him. Headshot game. 3 on 2.
Lovely duel. But what they don't know about is another player in the bathrooms. Christen's aggressive again.
Out wide. Bunny engages upon him. He gets the spray and transfers to the second man as well. Speedy was low HP. And now HaNSE has it all to do. Bomb on his back. Weakening against Nexius. Does not see him, does not hear him, has no info, and neither does Nexius outside of the general position of HANCE. 20 seconds, that bomb's got to commit. It's walking forward. HANCE with utility in hand, switches to the AK at the wrong timing. And MOUZ have Sue on the trot.
Oh no, that was the one. Mate, how was that second kill got presented from Christian? I don't know. That was unreal on the spray transfer. Whether he was low or not, an instant headshot to the second player at the top site of Party. You have to look at that round from Flames Ascent and say, didn't do a lot wrong, got unlucky, got a transfer like that against you, but you have to focus in. You've got to focus on closing now again.
Hero-like stuff from MOUZ NXT players, and Flames are not allowed to walk forward. They are not allowed to gain control. Smoke set, Fez. Nades out to the boost spot. Nexius alongside Crescent. Hold their angles in for the Flame side.
There's so many players on B. This is such a good read for MOUZ NXT.
Flash in, spray through from Nexius. QQ follows suit on Speedy's trade, doubles up, triples in, but tries to run out of ammo. Crescent holds his nerve and holds down the round. 18 all. That's 3 in a row for both sides and both CT halves. No T-side resurrection today, Dwayne. We go to a second overtime.
We do, and this looks very favourable for a team like MOUZ NXT, because you've got to consider the idea that they could very much well put themselves up 21-18, and just the comparison of the two teams, you would feel as if MOUZ NXT have got more of a foundation and more experience between them to close a game when you're up by that sort of differential, where you can't say the same for Flames Ascent. 1 T round could make the difference, the entire difference here.
Smokes in, the AWP of Apeks watching. Flames. Double OT held. Fairs with the AK wrapping around that corner. Missed the smoke of the gap. Smokes come back from the T's. Nexius. Leaning in against Fez's position. Gets that kill. Starts things off.
And Fez just being eliminated means that there's no more push. No more of that control towards the short water. Even Speedy taking so much damage down to that spam. And Christian still aggressive in from the bathrooms. He's got Apeks with him. And look at the information QQ is finding.
All the way up out towards Monster. Meanwhile, Flames pressing the mid. HANCE looking for the frag against the player in the bathrooms. Can't see him. Smoke start to clear. He's been seen as he crosses out to harder cover. They couldn't lock on the shot. So they know that there's presence in the mid control. How much is about to be revealed? Apeks, off shot, misses out, forced to fall away as QQ continues the backstab, and Flames go in for the execution. Crescent held back here behind Dice. Flashes in against him. Bunny leans forward, checks out the backside, gets that kill. Crescent with 1 trade, not the double up. AWP, head on a swivel, 3 on 3. Bomb's got to go down from here. HANCE takes 1 that misses the shot. QQ spray also comes back against him. HANCE with a shot to connect. And an advantage now for Ascent as Apeks trades to a 2 on 2.
Oh, Speedy's low. And look at him out in the open. This is an easy kill for Jimfat.
Gets it as well. HANCE alone, but out towards long. Reduces it to a 1-on-1. Nade sent to the general angle of Jimfat, doing some damage. Re-peeking. He's on the defuse still. He's on the defuse! And HANCE didn't know. He couldn't get there in time. Another clutch goes the way of MOUZ.
And HANCE's got to be fuming in that one. He's done so much right. The bomb's not planted for him. You can't rely on your AWPer to close the round in a 1v1 like that. And for Jimfat, that's played really well. You know that that bomb is for the truck side. So you had the information called out already that Ajax is playing in towards the bathrooms, might have repositioned towards long. Just get on it. Because if he's either in bathrooms or long, there's no way he's going to get you.
M4s and an AWP. Apeks. First man forward into the top mid position, top of long, looking into the park. Jimfat. M4 held. AWP for Apeks also in position. Speedy. Where is the man? Where is Jimfat? Right there, engagement goes the way of MOUZ still.
They're going to put some pressure on from the top of connector. Jimfat shouldn't be able to get away with much more than that. He's done some damage onto Bunny and tried to recover some information, but now Ajax, he's got that backstab. This is an info play.
Might even be good for a kill. Sees two, gets one, turns away from the other. Focus on cutting the other players off from T-Con if they're in there. They're not, fortunately. Fortunately for the T sideline. MOUZ lose one back here for Fez. He's trained on QQ's part.
I love the way that Ajax doesn't double force it back there. Doesn't look in for a second peek. Instead, just fall back. Give the respect forward of the man advantage. Now, you've got Chrisen that's on the rotate up towards this A site. And Hansi and Inspire just trying to clear out as much of A as possible.
Get to the site. You see the bomb plant. Orb in for Hansi. Caught off by QQ. Inspire forced to respond. 1 on 3. And there it is for Chrisen. Slowly walking. Prodding out towards the man. Gets the shot back. 20 to 18. And there's no way forward for the Flames, it feels like. You can feel like they're getting closer on these T rounds. Like just one T round might be enough. But they're just not quite finding that finishing blow.
Just the info players have been too solid for MOUZ and NXT. You think about the idea of QQ aggressing Monster, getting a backstab T-Con. Ajax doing a very similar thing from Party. Allowing himself in that long control to get so much out of that. Jimfat swinging wide into connector, putting pressure on the Speedy.
Any damage done to the man. Minimal amount. Speedy's ready for him. Flashed in. Gets the headshot. That got lucky. They turn around at the right moment alongside Bunny finding Adex. 5 on 3 for Flames Ascent.
This might be the one. This is the T round that everyone's looking for. But Nexi is making the info play, aggressing through from Monster. Does get caught off guard, and Fez makes it a couple. This is surely the one now.
Considering how few T rounds we've seen in this entire matchup, this could be the winning moment for Flames Ascent. Not officiated yet. They have their CT half to play, but again, we've seen 2 3-0 halves from the CT side. This is the first one we haven't seen that go down for the Flames. Victory is in the palm of their hands.
And this is where pressure is going to be on MOUZ NXT to at least get one. Get that one T round to force it into another OT at the absolute minimum. But Flames know we probably couldn't ask for a better opportunity than what we did just there. But there's one thing about getting the opportunity, and it's another thing of actually using it. MOUZ NXT with the tower boost. Can they find anything? No, too slow. Won't happen.
Dismantled anyway. Flames struggle with that in their T-half, and well, now here MOUZ are. Similar story for them. T-side posted up and waiting to receive. Speedy backed off with the M4. Holding top of the default box, trying to look up and over into the short position. No info gain on the MOUZ side though.
QQ's been spotted on that jump face from Inspire, so that's at least something that they can work with. You got 2 CTs out towards long. QQ trying to see if he can catch a timing on one of these pillar players.
AK is just holding with smokes being sent down. Incendiary sent through. Kristen was not seen there. Sprays from the man do some damage to the Flames. Nothing major though. Just tags back and forth.
Check out Bunny, mate. He might be able to make the round-winning play. He's super aggressive out towards long. He might just start the backstab in because Fez has already got a kill towards Monster.
Yeah, keep your eyes on that long position. Bunny might be in for an engagement. He wins one against Chrisen. 5 on 3 now for Flames.
And this is where Jimfat has got to fight just to try and get that bomb control back in favor. QQ making noise. Flames Ascent have got so much to work with now.
QQ and Speedy, 2 more, back and forth, still favors the Flames side, 16 seconds, and the bomb is in CT control. That should be round done.
Gotta imagine so. Smoke goes down, Nexus has to try and see if he can peek through it. Speedy finds 2 in the round, and Jimfat just saving onto the AK. And realizes that there's just no chance in the round. Try and look for an exit frag somewhere up here towards the top of Park. Not give over another AK to your opposition. Flames, that was a strong round, a good one from them.
And evened up for that. 20 all. Dead set even. Now they just need to push past the finish line. Again, they have their T round. MOUZ need one back to try and take it to another OT. Guns in for both sides. M4s with the 1 AK save from Speedy, and the shot for Hansi connects.
Opening man advantage, the juicy one that they're looking for so quickly into the round as well. QQ in a very similar position of where he was in the last. Even Nexus is being spammed up to about half HP.
QQ engages Inspire, but doing very little damage to him. There's Nexius on half health as well. Not a great outlook here for the MOUZ side. Flames hold their mark.
Constant spam. Back and forth from both teams in a monster. We've seen a lot of this grill angle be liked for the Flames on the City side. Even the read. Got 3 over towards that B site. The quick rotate that can come through from heaven as well. And for MOUZ NXT, they're going to start shifting the bomb back up to T-Con. You've got QQ and Connector. You've got the lurk still for Jimfat outside of B. But time is low. 50 seconds. I do need to get a move on.
Orpa watching. And make the moves up into long very quickly from Nexius. And QQ press up towards the mid control.
Oh, bait and switch. Bunny getting aggressive. But it's going to be the long take. Is Hansi ready for this?
Jimfat finds Fez, Speedy in hands with a couple of trades back, and Bunny gets the kill on QQ. 1 man left, the Nexius 1-on-3 situation. Bomb should get planted. And the retake trying to come through from the Flames side. Nexius with the all-important clutch. He can't make it happen. It's match point the Flames.
And that's just the A players doing so much damage. The idea that Buddy gets a multi-frag, that Hansi does the same. You could see the way that MOUZ NXT had that lurk out to B, wanted to pull distraction, allow themselves to split up in A, and it just doesn't happen. Notice that too. Not only is it match point, Jay, but the AKs. 3 AKs being saved for Flames Ascent here on the City side. This is the one. It's got to be the one.
3 AK is in, saved on the AWP's part as well for Hansi. You're right about that, Dwayne. No attack pause for MOUZ left, so they just have to take this round as it comes. No chance to adjust. Just get in, do your thing, and hope to God that it works out. Similar story for the Flames Ascent boys. Set their defaults in. AKs back under pass, waiting.
QQ trying to see if he can spot a jump spotter going over towards the top of boost. Hold back in case any aggression comes towards a short pipe angle. MOUZ NXT are desperate for an opening man advantage. I think the majority of rounds that they've won have been over towards the B side, but we've seen more A-leans to them when it comes to OT.
Minute on the clock. Speedy tagged to 50. Flames off on the back foot start. No casualty taken yet. Sat back with the smokes being sent down for Hansi. Watching mid, AWP in against Apeks. That's the start.
That's what they're looking for. Ortview up duel going their way. And what they don't even know about is Inspire. Aggressive up there towards that B site, holding the crossfire. And then, of course, Bunny. Another one of those A players close towards long with a crossfire from Hansi.
AWP in. Shots not ringing out. Not connecting to the man. Swing out from Nexius with a jump face from Jimfat. That's the AWP overwhelmed the 4-on-4. Long control established by Bunny. His AK not being checked entirely. Nexius adjusted a headshot. And MOUZ now have control of the sights.
Free smoke goes down towards Dumpstar. Inspire out to the open. Jimfat has to fight, and things are looking so good here on the
No way.
for MOUZ NXT. Fez and Speedy, this is so tough to bring together.
I can't believe it. Are they really about to do this? Flames needed 1 T round and they had match point and everything. I can't believe it's going to go bottle out here. Speedy with 1 and 2. Jimfat with the trade feds on the side. Back to 1-on-1 on the defuse. Where's the last man? Nexius inbound from mid. On! Oh, the headshot comes through. And MOUZ NXT, what a play on.
Oh my goodness, we go yet another overtime. And you've got to look at that round. And you've got to look at the AWPer and say, why did Hansi peak again? He saw so much info towards that banana control, and he's so wide. He's so overexposed towards the bathrooms. They had man advantage. If he just falls back, goes to bank, goes to dumpster, they're going to close that round, but instead he gets dropped, and MOUZ NXT open up the bomb site.
That's discouraging. Flames had everything to play with. And now look at MOUZ rejuvenated by that round. Fez looking to try to shut them down though. He's had enough. He's angered. He's got a 3K. Finally, Nexius puts it back away. But he's done enough on the center of the site, decimating all that came towards him except for one. Flames Ascent will pick up the pieces, get the first of OT3.
And this has been a wild game. A wild best of one between the lot. And from MOUZ NXT's point of view, it comes down again to getting at least one round on T side, because I reckon at least if there's one T round being gained, you almost secure another OT at the very minimum.
(22-21). Flashes over with the incendiary scent. Hansi, AWP looking into the mid control. Wrap around and went for the smoke. Minute and 22 the clock. The CTs rotate back.
Inspire holding the crack angle and connector for the wide face. Hansi playing off towards the divider angle, instead waiting for the boost to come up from the stairs position. Very passive from MOUZ NXT. Not a lot of map control being gained at all from them.
Works in towards Monster. There's, gap in the smoke, sees Nexius. That's a good start. Forced to fall back by the spray back on the MOUZ side. They've got the start in that advantage.
And that could be enough information to start bringing it over rotation, just knowing that you had a player outside of Monster setting up nades. What they don't know about is QQ, as aggressive as he is, but Inspire loses the fight to Jimfat and Con.
Rotation potential as well. MOUZ might just take it. Bomb's going to be a little bit far away, though. They're going to have to act very quickly if they want to hit the A site.
Oh, there's a little bit of hesitation now. They've got to go. And this is a strong-looking crossfire from Flames on A.
Jimfat, first man in. He's low HP. Bunny hit this shot first and foremost. Nades to the backside. Bunny still gets the cutoff. QQ forced to wrap that corner as he goes a bit deeper. Shots in. Hansi also gets involved. Crizin now with no time to plant. 23 for the Flames as MOUZ struggle.
You look at that round and think, was that the right play? I don't mind the quick rotate from Connector, but anytime you're rotating the bomb through T-Con, it's going to take a while. And it means that you give so much breathing room for rotates, and you could just see there from Flames calmly playing defensive up there on A. 23-21, 2 in a row, trying to make it 4. Can they make it that far? Can they make it to the 25? MOUZ NXT at least close this half with one round. One round on T side.
Orpin gets the kill for Hansi. Apeks first to go down. Flames looking for another flawless CT side. That's all they need.
They've got another M4 back towards the bottom of Dice. So keep in mind, if Hansi has to retreat towards the site and play close range, he might pick up that M4 rather than the AWP.
In. Shot connects to Crizin. Triple up against Jimfat. He's right around that corner. Flash against the man does force Hansi to fall away.
They're still holding quite aggressively. Him and Bunny trying to work off of that util. Now you've got Nexius trying to see if he can walk up over towards that B side towards a short water control just to make something happen elsewhere.
AK swing from Nexius. Spray through on Speedy. Damage to 33 HP. Down low at the advantage now for the Ascent camp. Still playing with 2 men up.
Nose flash. Don't even have a smoke for the Heaven control. Flames Ascent. This should be the 24th.
That flash missing for Jimfat. That's not ideal. Fez caught next. Nexius with a kill. Speedy to return fire. QQ now standing up as Speedy picks up Nexius. And QQ can't respond to Speedy in the backside, but Hansi there almost just as quickly as that. 1v3 now for the last T-side member. Trying to see if we can plant that bomb down. Nades dishing out the damage. The plant will come down from the, or tapped once there from the default position. 10 seconds. There's just no way forward to this one. They will make their way in. Get him after the plant. But around for the Flames, the 24-21 now.
They put themselves in another 3-0, Jay, but sometimes, even if you are 3-0, the job's not done. They know one more round needs to be gained. Oof. Calling this is going to be so difficult, just knowing, do we go to another OT? Do MOUZ and XT go flawlessly? Because again, you think about the amount of T-side rounds we've seen. I think there's been a total of 7 when I think about regulation, when I think about OT. There's really not many. 7 or 8 rounds at absolute maximum. It's just all been CT sides the entire game.
But again, Flames just need that one round. 3 on the trot. They just need 1. That's it. Apeks picks up the first. Speedy core.
There's been a lot of match points, though, coming through from Flames Ascent. Not many match points when we look over at MOUZ NXT. Hansi trying to see if he can put that molly down into connector. There's another player out towards long. That's Jimfat with a rifle.
Spire holding with the AK spray. Flash in. Jimfat falls back. Spray through. Bunny gets his kill. Advantage now. Brought back to a 4-on-4.
Ooh, Crescent, though. I like this. Trigger discipline with the backstab. He might only see 1. They haven't spotted the bomb control just yet, though.
It's Crescent with a kill back. MOUZ double up. Now it's on to 2 individuals here for Inspire and Fez.
And now start even working out B. You've got respect. You've got an open B site, but this is still a tough round. They need to get this post plant in, and I think they need to get aggressive. They've got to start taking map control away. I wouldn't even mind a boost up towards Heaven or a fight towards Graffiti. You've got to get yourself aggressive and in front there.
Site will get gained. Incendiary is put down. Fez watching at the back of the ramp control. Inspire should get a boost in against Fez. To look into Heaven, only to get dealt with by Crescent's counter backstab. Another one in from short, a quadra for him. 22nd round for MOUZ.
Just to show you how desperate that was, their idea was to chuck the bomb up on a boost to Heaven to get the bomb to A. Like that's how desperate we're talking about in a 2v4, that you kill the Heaven player and you get the bomb down to A, and then both of the T-side players are just completely split. Would have been nice to get that boost in after the post plant, but not to be. MOUZ NXT trying to force it into another OT once again.
Orp in for Apeks. CT side, the big green set for him. Hansi and his Orp. Move in from the long control. Apeks going to meet them head on. Ready in the bathroom. Shot does not connect for the CT side. It does for the T.
Hansi's done well with these AWP v AWP duels, and now, do they check the long cubby corner? This is the big question.
I don't think Kristen's held much of this position. They're going to walk right past him. 1 man, 2 men don't quite fall, but Jimfat looks for a double of his own, and that's the advantage for MOUZ instead.
Look at Bunny. They don't know about him. He's going to try and get the trigger discipline.
Player right behind him, though. He heard the footsteps. He's going to hide in that corner, wait for a teammate to come back. Fez picks up 1, and QQ... unknown. Bunny can actually win this whole round right here if they don't check this corner. They shouldn't do so, but it's all a case of timing.
He's got to get QQ out. Needs to get him in front of the dumpster position.
MOUZ catches him. Spray back for Bunny, does not connect Jimfat. Now with a triple in the round, looking for the quadra. Fez giving up where he is. And Jimfat going to check the edge of that smoke. The Molotov sent back behind it, trying to force him out of the way. Fez does not know that Jimfat's repositioned. The Repeat sees him, he wins the fight. What a quadra, what a hold. To think Bunny had so much and got so little from the back corner. Flames Ascent might not get their round in this overtime.
Oh my goodness, that was the one. That was the closer. I think you couldn't have overpeaked there. As soon as you start aggressing towards dumpster, that's it. You've given up the ghost at that point. And that might be the nerves. The nerves kicking into the young Danes in that round, because they had everything so much in that 2v2. They just needed a little bit more patience.
24-23. Flames still hold the lead, but will it be yet another overtime? MOUZ won it. You know they do. Fez and Speedy tagged up. Heavy Fez is now a dead man.
It's not looking promising, if I'm going to be honest. That incendiary down towards a boost spot was perfect. You've got the spam involved too. Fez is going to fall. Speedy's down at 20 points of health. And look at the control outside of Monster. There's 3 CTs establishing across. Oh, Nexus is close to going down.
10 points of health. 10 points of HP for the man. QQ and Nexus on the defensive line. Nexus in particular being tagged low to 10 HP. Acknowledge. There for the Flames. QQ dead. Nexus wrap the corner. Jimfat there to support it, but both players go falling. Flames have the B site, and Bunny gets another. Crism with a kill back on short. Now the known entity here, flashing his way in. Both players are low, and Inspire's looking to challenge the Molotov. Sends him back, but not that far.
Oh, he's been able to isolate one of the jewels, and now for Bunny, the bomb's planted for him. Look at the wrap. He's going to try and get up to the heaven control because he knows he can play it from here.
AK headshots need the perfect angle, though. He's such low HP. Bomb in the open, engaging. Damage done. Kristen's got no utility. Taps it, sticks it. Head tucked away. The HE's not going to be enough. He's got it to another overtime. That's the second time that's happened to Flames here. Oh... We're going to go the full way. Dwayne, I see you on cams. You look broken, my friend.
Imagine what Flames are like, mate. They've had so many chances. They've had so many rounds to close it. And it just hasn't happened. That's what hurts the most. Because, again, MOUZ and NXT have not had as many match points as the Flames have. And you could just feel the crippling pressure for the young Danes in this one. Damn, that hurts. That really does. MOUZ NXT, let's see what they can do now on CT side.
Get the opening. Keller's what they can do. Hansi straight in with a tower boost. Nexius caught off at heaven. Down and out. Good start. Apeks looking to try and kind of similar trade. Sees the shoulder of Hansi. It takes him back to a 4-on-4. So that advantage doesn't go anywhere there for the Flames.
Seems like a walk contact and NXT to come through from the monster control just because the CT's got so aggressive out towards A.
Damage to MOUZ. QQ. Tagged up. Flames press the issue. Incendiary sent. Here they come. Inspire looks on. Crism with the kill. Speedy with a responsive. One man down. Tags against several individuals. All 3 of them, in fact, on the T side. 3-on-3 situation. Apeks. I think he was caught at the end of that smoke. Spam to 1 point of health. And he still presses deep into the bomb site.
This looks very promising. This AWP is just going to have to try and see if he can get some no-scopes around the corner.
Caught up by Bunny instead. Jimfat trades it back on Inspire. 2-on-2. Flashbang blinded. Bunny gets 1. Jimfat left alone still for the 2K. Now up to a 1-on-1 against Speedy. Checks the backside. Checks the front. Caught off by the spray. Flames with another T round.
And it's so quick. As soon as you get into the half, they're able to strike quickly. If only they could do that when they needed it in the last couple. Not to be. MOUZ NXT down again. And Jimfat, the clutch minister, he's been unreal in this game of Overpass. Up to 40 kills now. Couldn't get it over the line, though, in that 1v2. And Flames Ascent worked off a lot with the opening pick on the tower boost.
Able to turn it together. Bring it into a round. That's the important thing. And they're getting more and more of these T rounds here, Dweg. I wonder if this will start to compound to a decent matchup for the Flames in the end, whether it can be the victory. Risen swing, sees Inspire, tags him up. Nade, won't be able to get the kill for it, do some more damage at the least.
And we're still yet to see the 2 T rounds, aren't we, in that one half? That's the one thing we haven't spotted. It's always been none or one at most. Speedy working back into connector around the corner. Kristen's able to strike with the first, and he's still alive.
4-on-4 situation. Bunny leans in. Molotov sending us against Kristen. Forced back. 37 HP. Dead. Advantage taken back by QQ though. 3-on-3 situation. Smokes in. Sprays back and forth from both sides. HP evened up on Inspire's part.
Flames can't even act off of the back of that. Yes, they can gain top connector control and start spurning up to A, but the bomb's still in T-Con, and that's going to slow this entire round down. They're going to leave QQ alone to defend up on this B site, and he's the low HP player. This could work out well for the Flames.
AWP pressing. Trying to find an angle against the CT side. ENCE, the man there with the AWP to lean in against QQ's position. Flashbang turned away from. Low HP, got to get the perfect spray to the headshot. ENCE says no. 3-on-2, Flames once again on the B site.
HE placement down here towards that default position. Try and get as much out of Bunny's HP as possible. Inspire going to try and see if he can cut the rotates off from Connector. Work with that information. Boost
up, meanwhile, from the players in the Graffiti. Those are the two that are left in play for MOUZ. AWP will peek and prod and see what's going on, really. Bunny known towards default, and they'll draw attention back from Inspire. Flashes in, re-smokes on short to isolate the man, but the AK peeks in, gets the headshot immediately. They line up for Nexius, and Flames getting too aggressive, give up the ghost.
No, that was the one again, mate. How are we continuing to go forward? Oh, there should have been no hope. No hope for Nexius. They line up, they try and peek together, and I get it. I get what they're trying to do there, but it's miscoms. If you have the player that runs through the smoke and the player on the site to peek the same direction, you don't line up. Oh, that's heartbreak. And now we're even seeing a double AWP set up for MOUZ NXT.
Oh, Lord. Flames Ascent. Really shouldn't have done that, should they?
If they both peaked right, mate. If they both strafed right, that's it. That's round over. That's a 2T round.
Now got to focus on how they're going to get their second T round here, if possible. They got so close to Egg. You're right. Like, just to how close these games have been getting and how CT based they have been. Any T rounds to make the difference between winning and losing. Shot on from Apeks. ENCE caught first.
All of the AWP duel. Again, more time's gone the way of ENCE, so that's an important pick to come through. Fez being driven away from that incendiary towards the short control. They've got 4 on B, so there's a quite heavy gamble right now for MOUZ.
Fez fallen back. Leaning in, QQ caught tagged up the 51 here.
Both AWPs on A. This is unorthodox, and Ajax is getting aggressive again.
Shot on, Bunny down. Advantage sits to the favor of the CT side. Apeks looking for a bit more here, but so far so little is gained. Flashes in, Apeks watching, shots not connecting. Fez does fall. Speedy advantage for him. Crizzen lands on the next one. And Inspire left alone.
Just trying to see if he can get the bomb down. Not to be. The AWPs fighting so much in that round. 3 from Apeks, 2 to come through from Crizzen. And MOUZ NXT, it didn't seem like they were going to take a lead going into the next half. If we're going to be honest, it looked as if Flames had a very good opportunity of getting 2 T rounds in a row, but not to be.
Once again, the smallest of margins. And I think as well, there was a chance that they just held away from peeking in from that short control, then maybe there could still have been a 26-25 half for the Flames. Guns in, AK's AWP, M4's standard. Flames switch over to the CT half, MOUZ NXT. 2 to win, Flames 3 to win.
Bunny, gotta be careful about how wide he overextends. Flash around the corner, lineup is close for a couple, but he only gets away with 1. And Crizzen doesn't actually take that much damage in response.
Smokes on. Suppressing. Re-smoke back up to the short pipe. Sprays through on Crizzen, doing damage. But not quite getting the kill.
ENCE thinking about getting an aggressive maneuver forward, try and get closer towards that divider entrance. What they don't know about is just how far pushed up Jimfat's able to get.
AK watching, Inspire's going to get caught. ENCE with a responsive 3v3. AWP in. Trying to watch out for them, but can't seem to catch anything there in the mid-control. Here's the footsteps into the bathrooms. Close range. Goes for the no-scope and connects it. Repeats on QQ and drops him. And the Flames have 26. Surely they must.
You gotta imagine so. Now it's just down to the Orbs. Ajax, the Romanian. Can he make it happen? Got to get back over to that bomb territory and look at the range. That bomb is being watched upon.
In the charge, Apeks grabs it, and a shot for ENCE doesn't miss. Quadra in the round. 26 apiece.
4 kills away from the 50 bomb. This has been an impressive performance coming through from ENCE. Always when he's got the AWP on the city side. And he might be the difference maker. Get them out of trouble. Make sure it doesn't go to another OT. And for MOUZ NXT, if you're looking for someone to create an impact, it's got to be Jimfat. It always has been. Pressure massively for both squads here.
Molotov sent, damage done to ENCE here. Similar story for Jimfat, but ENCE got the worst of it. 66 versus 92. Both teams hold their position. Speedy takes some damage on an engagement. Aggressive there in the short control. Inspire can't trade it. Fez forced out of the way.
This looks pretty promising for the T-side round, actually. The idea that you've got an opening pick. Yes, it's been traded back, but you got some damage. You got some spam bullets to connect onto Fez. Missed monster smoke as well. There's workability to come around this from QQ. And now the CTs are getting aggressive to long.
And he's got a win against Jimfat. Doesn't do it. AWP ENCE got a scope in against him. The wall bang through the post. Leaves him dead to rights. And MOUZ about to get another T-side round, it seems. 4 on 2 for them.
Oh, and even Fez. Fez is the one out to the B side. He's the one that's got to defend on 30 points of health. And that opening spam could do so much of a difference. What a double entry that was from Jimfat.
Has the A site. The bomb will rotate there. Slowly but surely, but it will rotate there. Time's starting to run a little bit low, so it's going to have to get a move on relatively soon. Inspires M4 holding QQ, gets picked up, and that should send them into the A play for permanency now.
Inspire's fairly quick to try and get these rotates off. Now, Jimfat's low on HP, so there is a way in which this goes back to a 2v2.
Incendiary's on against Apeks. Oh, it actually bounced up. Okay. Hitting one of the awkward parts of the hitbox there from the truck. Now Inspire makes his way in. AWP would have been heard there. Jimfat is low. Apeks is not, and Jimfat connects the kill anyway. Match point for MOUZ. 27-26. Just need to get one more round.
One more round for MOUZ NXT to close it, and that hasn't been something that we've said very often. It's always been them to drive it back to another OT, not to be in a position to close it down. And that was a phenomenal round coming through from Jimfat. So much impact out towards long with that baited AWP shot. And Flames. One more to bring it into another OT.
Positions held. ENCE looking for that first contact in towards long. Won't see much of it. Nexus caught first and foremost down an underpass.
Jimfat not even in a position where he could put further pressure back onto that AWP. You can see how quickly ENCE gets that pick towards Park and just falls out of there. Now you've got Nexus trying to see if he could put some pressure down on B. Inspire jumping over. Good information. Spots one.
Swings back for the spray. Nades on from the CT side, the AWP. Working his way into the long position for MOUZ.
Nexus trying to see if he could find an advantage towards Divider. The AWP is swinging out wider. ENCE may have just seen a pixel.
Open shot connects it. Down to 3 now for the T's. Apeks flash turned away from, trying to catch off one of ENCE. He refaces and both players miss. QQ now up against it in a Divider. Gets Bunny. That's one pick back to return. And they make their way into the bomb site here. Plant's got to be secured.
Get that down for Jimfat. Try and get Apeks set up into the post plant. Getting super aggressive to the top of dice with the orb.
Going over towards Bank, hopefully, to see somebody. Doesn't catch vision as of yet. Flash is thrown as Apeks escapes out towards long for a rotation here. The rifles will hold their nerve. Apeks. Keep position, flashes in, Jimfat turned away from, finds Fez, good kill, double up against Inspire, Speedy turns it back to a 2-on-2, QQ leaning up, AWP engaging, Speedy gonna get caught but still alive, the AWP pick comes in, and a 1v1 against the last Hansi, the jump face, sees him off the bomb, the swing forward and the kill is found, and at long last it's MOUZ NXT able to claim the map at a ridiculous 28-26. They claim their first win in the Academy League. Jesus Christ, don't Twig. That one went quite the distance, and I think probably needlessly so.
And that was a tough one. It really was. We saw both of the teams having some excellent CT sides, but the struggles on T side continued into overtime. And you feel for the Flames. I'm going to have to tally it up later, but I think there was maybe 8, even 9 match points for the Danes, and they just couldn't do it. They just couldn't close it. And for MOUZ NXT, they steal it in the end.
Yeah, that got a little bit silly towards the end. Unfortunately for MOUZ, they were able to close it out, get those 2 T rounds that they needed, and just find the victory they were overall required to find. So yes, they will take their first win in the Academy League. And as well as that, for the Flames Ascent camp, look, it's the best that they can do. They got themselves 1 win over the course of their 3 matches today. They can be happy with at least that start here in Academy League. But just knowing that you had that opportunity to get 2 against MOUZ of all teams, it's going to sting a little bit, I think, in the morning.
And knowing the idea that they've beaten Sashi on this map of Overpass, they've taken close games against Masonic, Astralis, Talent, Tricks, like some top Danish teams, this is a wake-up call to, do we even want to float Overpass again? Like, do we just want to ban it out in the wave of the best of ones? Because looking at the way that that went, it did not prove the results that we've seen for them locally.
No, absolutely not. But we'll find out how far they can go in the Academy League from here on out for the Flames side. For now, we're going to head towards a short break and go towards another Danish team. Astralis Talent are taking on the 0-0 Prospects after this break, so do stick with us here as the Academy League will roll on. Welcome back to the Academy League. We're about to jump into our final match of the day. Astralis Talent take on 0-0 Prospects for a chance to take their first victory of their respective sides in the Academy League. For the final time tonight, I've been the Eternal Jay, my co-commentator is Dweg, and this is our final match indeed. So this is going to be an interesting one, Dweg, because there's probably a lot riding on this one, especially for the Astralis boys. Knowing what kind of turmoil Astralis are in right now, you can imagine that these guys are biting for one of those all-important call-up spots at this time, mate.
Yeah, could be. Whether that's true or not, I mean, they've just got to focus on the here and now. They've got to focus on the Academy League. They had a very good run last season. And I think when we compare that to the very early days of Astralis Talent, this is a solid team, and this is a team that we're looking at to go deep in this entire event.
Absolutely. Listen, this is going to be a fun time, I think, for them to sort of like, you know, continue on what was a pretty poor start in the early seasons of WePlay Academy League now, to come in and take some very good positions and go so far as to make the playoffs in the top 4 position in last season, especially. Like, we're looking at Astralis and having a lot of high hopes around them and their talent lineup, because this is a team that I think is formed up, right? We've been talking a lot, me and you, about the Astralis talent lineup, because they've been one of those teams that compete in the Tier 2 space. We've seen them a lot in the Nordic Championships and all the other stuff going on in the Danish scene, and they haven't always been the best team overall. Certainly, this is a very strong addition of Astralis Talent, and I'm very, very optimistic as to what they could do.
Yeah, again, they're a team that I think have found form towards the latter part, or maybe the earlier part of the year into the middle of the year, and now to where we are today. Had a couple of guys, I mean, like Mister, have an opportunity of playing at the RMR with Astralis. We know that Bro is going to be standing in today, so you've kind of got some newer pieces that have had some experience playing on LAN, try and bring it back here to the Academy League, and knowing that you're going up against a Prospects side who would like to do better than they did last time around. They came last in their group when we look back at Season 5. I don't think that shows a big picture of what they've been like outside of the Academy League, but last time on, the best of ones weren't too favourite to them.
Yeah, 6th place is where they came up in their group stage, so that's even lower than where NAVI were and where MOUZ were, of course, when they dipped out in last season and everything. So we're talking about a team that, again, have not had the best of times. They did manage to make it towards the gauntlet, at least in Season 4. So it shows that Prospects right now, they've got a decent idea as to how they want to shape their team. Of course, they're very different Prospects from Season 4 than what it is right now. So for this particular team, obviously, shoes to live up to, and their first outing in the Academy League wasn't all that hot.
No, it wasn't. But again, I've been thoroughly impressed with what they've been able to do outside of it. I mean, very recently, we saw them getting a deep run in one of the CCT North Europe closed qualifiers, beating Little Mix, Astralis Talent, and LDLC. So now they've got a chance to try to play them again. One thing that they also did do was only a few hours ago, Jay, took on Ecstatic, one of the teams that have just come back from the RMR, and they pumped them in a best of 3. They had a very one-sided best of 3 on both maps. So it shows that their run of form in last couple of weeks or so have been very solid.
So whether that run of form will continue right here as they start off in the Academy League. The map will be played is Inferno between Astralis Talent and 0-0 Prospects. Dwayne, jump into the pistol. Give me a breakdown on this one.
I think Prospects are going to be able to handle this. I think it will be a very close and competitive series. A couple of head-to-heads back and forth between the two sides. It's going to be a fun series.
All right, well, let's jump in and see how far they can go. This is going to be our final match of the day. Very stressful one for both sides. Astralis Talent, of course, on the CT side to kick things off. The 0-0 Prospects get their Glocks in. Up towards that banana control, leaning in. Smokes back as they hold their way onto the B site. Forced back away from Oltex. He'll tap his way forward, but won't get much of the kills. The damage will come in, and Bro and Patty will kick things off.
You can just see how much gets gained there. Hype trying to see if he can gain some of that map control back over towards construction. Franson doing well, and now the info that everyone's towards banana.
3-on-3 situation. Taps forward, Jarko, kill on towards Franson. Next to left standing and Hype and Alex. Engagement from Hype returns to an even standing position. Damage done by Alex will turn it to a 1 versus 1. Now he's high HP against Christo here. And the swing forward of the USP will try find the man. He's going to draw him all the way deep into Church, into construction. Try and waste the timer and catch him off with a kill. 0-0 Prospects claim the pistol.
And just when you thought Astralis Talent had enough, you think about the idea of that initial site hold, the way they played it very defensive, wanting to get the retake sorted. They then start charging down mid. They put some pressure onto France, and feels like they've done enough in that sort of engage, but not to be. 0-0 Prospects coming out on top, and Astralis Talent come in with the force buy. You've got a scout upgrade for Christo, a couple of upgraded pistols here or there, looking to see if they can try and charge up in the second round.
It's the opening start for the Prospects. Astralis Talent will get right back in with the guns here. The Deagles, the Scout, have to work with their way forward into position here. Very awkward force buy for Astralis.
And because of that, it means that you're probably going to be more on the front foot, try and see if you could take a weapon away. If they're able to pick up one of these rifles, that could put them in a great position. Now, Bobek's been seen, the shadow advantage being watched, Jarko doing some damage, and now trying to set up Christo with the scout.
Engagement from Franson not quite working out for him. Took a quick swing and a burst, but no kills found. Smokes down to the T side. Minute on the clock. Hype tag to 2. Spooky can trade back onto Bro. So 5-on-3 situation. The bomb will try and commit towards the B play.
Astralis Talent just probably try and see if they can spam through those smokes, deny the bomb, but realistically, there's not going to be much that goes their way here at all. All techs towards the back of construction,
nice.
even being spammed up by Spooky. Nothing they can do about that one at all. Prospects doing well up against the force buy. Even hunting down the scout, trying to put some pressure down onto Christo. 2-0.
Nicely done. Prospects. T-side start will continue down this route as well. You must imagine so. Astralis broken by in this one, so they'll follow suit with a broken eco. At least save the Deagle and the Scout for a little extra something, so there could be firepower they can play with. But yeah, the bottom line is the scoreline, and the scoreline says Prospects 2-0.
Got to think here for Astralis Talent, there's not going to be a massive amount of upgrades around the two saved-in players of Christo and Jarko. And maybe even a chance to talk about some of the newer signings. I mean, Patty, we saw him most recently playing with Los Reyes and Sashi. He only joined the team 6 days ago to the month, right? So we're probably looking at about 5 weeks. Even Castle, the current coach of Astralis Talent, is going to be the interim coach for the main roster too. So you wonder where his maybe responsibilities are going to lie for the next couple of weeks.
We're spreading a bit thin there on the Astralis side. Because then who becomes the coach of the academy team? Or does Castle just do both?
He might have to. I mean, anytime you're the interim coach, you're not going to be the main coach for long. So there may be just a small period of time where it gets more difficult that you have to coach 2 teams.
Well, caretaker coaches can last a lot longer than you might think, right?
That's true.
Darko finding Spooky, kicking things off with the Deagle. But just that one pick, not much more.
Start working, perhaps some of the long control. Christo thinking about aggressing. Ow, the Scout does get caught for a moment there and instantly traded. Ultex pretty much by himself. Needs to get some support and a crossfire from Jarko and Bro to rotate in from Library.
Decent open up. Responsive back from the Prospect side, a 4-on-4 situation. Just get held here on respective teams. Mac 10 in to engage. It's Hype that finds Patty. So advantage back for the Prospects. Site game, plant will be secured. This will be a round.
And if you're maybe not too familiar with the Prospect side, Hype is a revelation. He is one of the best players that they have on their lineup, the AWP player. I'd say one of the best players in the Academy League. He's definitely caught my eye this year.
All right, so a lot to live up to in his sense. Very slow start from all individuals involved right now. There's just Prospects taking the formalities of the pistol, the conversions. And the guns will be back in for Astralis in the next one. They're going to do any damage here with these Deagles. So far, so little. Franson finds Bro, and that will be the 3-0. 4-0-0 Prospects. Now the guns will come in for Astralis.
And this is where we'll get an opportunity to see what Christo's going to be like on the big green. There was an individual that I think's had some tier 1 experience. I remember when he went to North a couple of times. He's been a part of the AGF roster, I believe, 4 times in his career. So when AGF North, kept going back and forth, went up for Lingby for a little bit, and now slotted himself on Astralis Talent.
Astralis. Try and utilize him here in this rifle basis, the AWP's on Christo. Adrenalina's the first contact man here for the CT side, looking down from mid, but not catching anything as of right now. Again, this matchup has been very, very slow. Very, very quiet on these defaults.
And even when we think back to the head-to-heads, we saw a best-of-3 going the way of Astralis Talent, and then only the next day a best-of-3 going the way of the Prospects. Inferno was seen once, 16-14 in favor of the Danes. Let's see if a similar result comes through again today. Christo trying to see if he can just spot over the top of the smoke, put the incendiary down. Patty receiving some pressure towards Banana. He's now down low on 12 points of health.
All sorts of utility and HE is put out towards the man. Christo with a wraparound. Prospects trying to lean in towards that mid control. Flashes over from the short position. Bobek. Peeking in, prodding out. CT's back away from the B play. Bro. Swing in, spray through, on towards 2. Gets them both. Nicely done.
And now that's just all the information required. Alltex trying to see if he can fall back to the site, keeping his eyes locked towards the apartments. He knows the Bobek's up there somewhere.
Jump face spots the man, Jarko. Watching the crossfire, here's those footsteps inbound, spray down, Bobek falls, so does Alex. One man left in hype. Dead to rights. There's that first round for Astralis.
And that was very impressive from the City side. The way that Bro starts leaning in, little bit pressy, on the front foot with that rifle, spots out the mid play, gets a multi-frag, and then just comms that information over. You could see even Alltex like repositioning back towards Mini Pit, keeping his eyes locked on the balcony. And then even Jarko on a slight crossfire is just able to work off one another, the off angle working out well. And Astralis Talent, the first one that they win is actually very convincing.
Lockout defense, as we call it. Prospects just not allowed to into the site, let alone for a bomb plant. Alltex is caught off by Bobek, not ready for him to be so close, and Bobek gets both the kills on him and Christo. A's been opened up single-handedly here.
Well, that's a way to respond pretty quickly, isn't it? Double entry straight in towards A. Bro, for a chance, might be able to deny the bomb at the bottom of Banana if the spray is good, but this round is kind of over. Jarko is just hoping for a response in Library.
You talk about confidence from Astralis. Confidence right there from Bobek. Nicely played. So that'll be 4-1 on the board. The Prospects. Astralis are already out of there. And here's a fun thing for you, Dwayne. I was told the other day, is it Bobek or Bobek's D? Because that's how. Bobek. Is it just Bobek?
Yeah, that's what I've known it as.
Because someone's been shouting at me that apparently it's XD, like the letters. You know, with the.
Nah. Let that one pass.
Are you just so lazy you don't want to say the D in Bobek's D?
No, it's just Bobek. It's just there.
All right. Okay.
You get some like aliases. There's always like a little bit at the end, but not everyone says it. You know.
Here's another one for you, since we're talking about Astralis.
Okay.
Zipnix or Zipex?
Ooh. Zipex, I think.
Zipex. Okay. Glad you said that, because that is correct. Officially.
Yeah, there is like, you know, depends on the region of where you're from, maybe your accent too.
Well, us being English-British, not going to be very culturally in tune with everything, are we? Let's not get into you know, the Norwegian names and such, because that would just be a whole other mess.
Some of them are tough. Yeah, some of them are difficult.
And what's difficult for Astralis right now is mounting back this comeback against the Prospects side. 4-1 is the scoreline. Orp, the AKs back in. The SMG is a bonus weapon for Bro.
Christo not going as over-peaking as he did previously, but still holding kind of aggressive towards that long angle. You can see the anti-rush nades going down towards that boiler position, just kind of disrupting the default, not allowing Prospects to get up towards balcony and into boiler as quickly as possible. They've got hype on that big green. You've got a couple of guys playing anti-flash towards that top of Banana position. Astralis Talent very deep on B right now.
Sam flashes over for hype with the smokes coming down as well. Bro engaging. Bobek gets the kill. Alex trades back onto Patty. 4-on-4, making it 3 as he doubles up. Astralis is just forced out of the B site instantaneously.
This is good pace and good pressure being applied from the Prospects. They've got some acceleration behind them. They've got the no fear factor on some of the head-up duels. And for Astralis Talent, there's just no way into this. Christo gets smoked off from City Spawn, gives himself an avenue to save. But another save call means that a 5th round's going to get gained by the Swedes.
Nice T-side control. Prospects looking real confident with these entries. Last time it was Bobek. This round was Alex. Nice and effective. easy control. Astralis, I can't afford to keep getting forced out like this, right? Like, I can't keep letting the single man just get 2 entries and then just run away from the site from there. I understand the running away part, but you've got to hold a stronger defensive for me.
It's easier said than done. You've got to remember they are coming into this game with a stand-in, and they are losing Mister as well. So just on the cohesion point of view, it's going to be slightly more difficult. You've had Patty as a fairly new signing as well. So it's understandable why it's a bit of a slow start, and perhaps we're seeing some cracks. I mean, even for Bro, a player that I know a massive amount about, he joined the tiki-taka lineup towards the end of some of their like big amount of success. He was playing with the UK lads in Zara and Jeans. Been playing in like the Middle Eastern scene a little bit with Al Nassr. Played on the North Macedonian team of Portugal in 0 to 100, and then only very recently was a part of the mix side that went to the RMR in Fantasy with Rylax and Topper that came through the Open qualifiers.
Dweg triple threat, managing to mention the UK scene and Tiki Takin and the mixed team that made it to the RMR all in one go.
Got to get it all in there, yeah. And he's only 20, so he's been a part of a lot of lineups. Not many Danish lineups, though. That has to be said, even though he is a Danish player.
Wonder if the communication thing works in opposite, right? If you're like a national player who's played internationally and then you've gone back to your own local scene, and how that works in terms of talking your own thing. That might be something we could investigate, actually.
Maybe.
Consider that later. Smokes down, Jarko. AK set in a quad. Placed in by bo1, gets the kill. Double up though, Ultex trades it back to a 4-on-4.
Look at the space that Fransen's being able to find with this. I just like that walk up, taking a lot of control away, positioning himself very aggressive. Could get caught at a timing and be seen by Library. Oh no, it works out for Fransen!
Backed up. AK finds the shot. Ultex thought he was completely safe. And he thought wrong. So well timed there. Advantage now for the prospects. As is standard, it seems.
It even hype. This should be an easy kill onto Bro. Yeah, of course it is. Towards that log position, just siphoned in on the angle. And you do feel there, because I don't think Patty's done a lot wrong. He just hasn't overpeaked Library because he doesn't want to give his life away. But he's also been caught on a timing where it seemed like bo1 was going to get seen, and instead he didn't at all. And now even the Hun's coming through to drop these last couple of players.
Patty spotted as well. Fransen just knows. Make his way in as soon as he sees that head. Christo has caught 1 exit frag. Just working his way in. Go for the headshot. Don't even bother with the knife. Back pushed up against the wall. Even though I'd love to see the knife, it doesn't happen today. Christo can at least hold on to the AWP here, so that's something for Astralis. But they are letting these rounds escape them quite significantly, Dweg. Quite confidently as well. He might even get hunted after the fact. Oh, flashing perfect. Tag to 24. It looks like he'll keep himself alive, but only just.
This has been a super slow start coming through from Astralis talent, and when you consider the idea that they played quite a lot of Inferno in a previous season, Season 4 of the Academy League, it wasn't something that got played a massive amount last time around. Of course, they went 4th in their group. Back in Group A, 7 wins, 5 losses. You look over at the side of Prospects coming dead last in that same group. Not allowing much success at all. They did go back and forth with best of ones, but yeah, wasn't the best of times. So for Prospects to come out of the gate like this is sending a message.
They are here to play, it seems. Nice names on Spooky. Tagged up, but takes the frag. Does get traded back by Bro, who does damage the hype in the back as well. bo1 leaning in with the AK. Christo's orb turns it into an advantage now for Astralis.
Good pressure being applied there from the half wall. You could just see the way that Astralis talent, they didn't want to be on the back foot as much. They wanted to really fight for it and just continue to overextend, and eventually it comes out on top. Fransen looking for that response out from Boiler. He's been fairly successful here.
M4 swing, Fransen. Trying to prod at the man. Unable to get the shot together, though. Hype. Slow walking into the brackets entrance, and Christo's orbs watching him with his back turned towards the man. Sprayed through, goes it right for Alex. Fransen trying to transfer towards 2. Almost got Jarko, but in the end was going to get overwhelmed. 1v3 anyway for the man, so he got Jarko. He had to deal with Christo or Bro. In the end, Astralis will have their second.
I think Jarko's definitely a play that's kept his repertoire quite high in some of the low-end Danish teams and was waiting for that opportunity to join a strong lineup. I remember him originally on QB Fire, going out on Arbe, playing on Los Reyes and Sashi, pretty much sharing the career with Patty. Him and Patty had been teammates for many years. Both of those players getting the call up forward. And a second round being called forward for Astralis Talent. Cristo trying to play anti-flash to look back in from mid. You can see even towards the half wall, it's not as aggressive this time around for Astralis Talent.
Cristo's again prodding towards mid, which has seemingly just been completely unoccupied for 0-0 prospects in the early round. Playing as far away from that AWP as possible. Spooky. And pushed up all the way towards that half wall, hoping he can spot somebody, but gets so little info because there's nobody there.
Altex down towards the balcony position as of right now. So if he drops off towards Big Pit or Mini, that's going to get heard from Franson. Jarko just playing onto the crack angle to look into Boiler. Seems as if prospects want to show presence towards A.
Smokes up. Spooky and Hype. Nades sent towards their position. The flashbangs do get sent over. Jarko about to swing. The incendiary's thrown. Altex gets his kill. Alex with a responsive. Altex now all alone with Cristo coming in with quick support of the AWP. Center of the site though might get heavily pressured in tunnel vision. Can't look towards two directions at once. 38 seconds. The hit continues to come forward. It's been slowed for a second, but they'll pick it right back up with a backstab. Hype is dealt with, but Bobek and Alex get those trades.
And this round's finished. This has got to be an instant save coming through from Astralis Talent. Nothing that they can work with at all. Just end up backing off. And what I like there is the disciplinary factor on how late Hype is able to get into the mix. You can see the way that they've already jiggled out of the apartments. They're putting a lot of pressure down towards short. And Hype just slows it right down. He's able to get into Moto. And yes, he doesn't get a kill, but he does a lot of damage onto the AWP. He puts that pressure onto Cristo. And then he just gets traded instantly. Jarko finds nothing down there from Big Pit either. And prospects are putting on a good show in this first half.
Things are looking pretty stellar. On T side of Inferno, it's a matchup. Worked wonderfully thus far here for this T side. Long-term game obviously is the big concern for the prospects, but in terms of the short term, as you mentioned before, Dwayne, this would be a hell of a start if they can take down Astralis, and so far so good. Still only 9 rounds deep, so there's potential that Astralis can usurp them here, but they're not calling any tacticals or not making any major adjustments here. You mentioned the focus turned away from this talent side, given the fact that they've lost one of their main staple players, and Castle's doing other things as well. Still in server for the coaching role. I'm surprised he isn't calling in a tactical at this stage. Patty gets that opening frag. Throw there, the trade back. Sees 2, gets damage on 1. Falls away with a HE that should finish off the kill. But no, he's escaped.
Saw how quickly Franson was trying to get out of trouble. Those were some good protocols coming through from Astralis Talent, trying to take the fight head on at the half wall. You can see the way that they end up just retreating. Now, they've still got the short play. We've seen Cristo kind of move around with the AWP quite a bit, playing out to long, playing in the site. He's got Altex with him. You do have to remember, though, that the AWP does not have armor in this round. So this might change the style and how they utilize him.
AK sent for Bobek. Trying to play anti-flash against some sort of Astralis push, but no one's going to go set themselves up for this. Bro and Jarko are very far back passive on the B site. Prospects will set up the utility bases for the hit.
Get that crossfire set. And you've got to wonder for Astralis Talent, do they play it defensively or do they try and fight in the site, go in front of the util?
They've got one man in the back lines out towards New Box. One player past the CT smoke. Jarko gets that kill on Bobek. Spooky makes his way in, is covered off with a 2K. Finally Hype with a trade back, and a mod from Franson should force Bro out of the way. Double modding, in fact, needs to get a kill, can only get damage onto Hype, but the 2v2 favors Astralis for the retake.
And knowing the fact that you still got the AWP involved for Cristo without armor, that might actually be to the downfall, and Franson's thinking about an aggressive approach with the AWP looking into CT.
Altex, I think he might be seeing at that crack, not quite from Franson's part. Altex will be allowed to cross pretty effectively. Cristo caught off. Altex with the kill. Now Hype on the site gets one headshot, 1v1. The spray so awkward for Altex. He pulls out his knife, and Hype's given the perfect chance to get the kill. What happened there?
I have no idea. There should have been no chance, absolutely no chance that Hype is able to win that. You think about the initial trade. Yes, he can drop that first play, but not the second. Just continue the spam, continue the bullets towards him, and no, he doesn't go down, he wins it. That is ridiculous, and that is what we expect from Hype, that X Factor, the X Factor potential to pull off a round like that.
I didn't expect that at all, honestly. I have no reasons as to why he won that. The spray was so awkward. And it was all down to the last man there. Astralis, that is a tilter. You have to take a tactical after that because that was right there. It was dead to rights.
And this is actually shaping up to be like some of the opening best ones that we had today, Jay, of those one-sided first halves, those double digits. You're looking at 8-2. We've seen Inferno recently. We're not expecting this. This has been a slapping. And Astralis talent know how important that last round was to them. They're back to the eco, some upgraded pistols, and an MP9 for Jarko.
Up against the AKs, the AWP for Prospects. Here they come. bo1 leaning in alongside Alex. Checking position, the Molotov will get sent back towards Cubby corner. They'll make their way in. Alex raring to go, ready to receive. Smoke's being sent down. But they'll just stall them here.
Even Spooky, just going to be that distraction element. Try and maintain the top of the banana control. bo1 with a smoke in front of the library with the molly beside him. Try and work into the arch control. Bro down to 33. Prospects just slowing this round down completely.
To do so as well.
I like their positional advantage that they've got in Arch. They can end up putting pressure down on Banana and get bo1 just to cut rotates.
I don't think they know he's inserted here. I think Altex is playing around it just in... Christo, rather, is playing around it just in case. Check the position. USP dead. AK wins that fight every single day. Now it's 2-5-7s in on the B defensive. You're right about the A rotation, though, with bo1 continuing to fight. Altex goes down. And now Jarko, at least has the SMG to try and... Never mind, I was going to try and hold some sort of fight, but just domed it in an instant by France, and Alex gets Patty back towards Banana. So, bro, 1 on 5, and there is no fighting for him today.
Not at all. Nice kill comes through from the 5-7, but he's not going to recover a weapon at all. That's just no chance. You're getting sandwiched in from both sides. He's going to try his best, actually, to fight off the last couple of individuals. But for Prospects, the round is won, and that's the important nature here.
That's 2 times I've called a Cowster's Curse there in this round.
He gets a free AK, so that's actually not bad.
It's good for him. He's going to be tentative about making the peek in, though. He knows that Prospects might be all around him. It's going to be 9-2 to the Prospects board. Meanwhile, Astralis know that they are a little bit of trouble. AK does get recovered. Spooky just missed him. Just about held together. So that's firepower. Free rifle for the gun buy.
And just knowing that even Bro has been one of the more highlight numbers up at 7 is probably not that rewarding for the team overall. Like, yes, it's great that a stand-in can come in and just be the missing piece, try and help them out here or there, but you're not expecting him to be up there with the top. You're going to hold the AK for a little while longer. You need more support from the riflers and more help from Christo with the AWP too.
Speaking of the man, set in towards the banana position, thinking they're going to need some sort of rush play. There's counter incendiaries to block them. Mid control is where Prospects will lean in from. Franson is backed away and waiting.
Even Altex out onto the balcony. It's starting to hear some of that utility come down. Quite quick in the short control from Franson, but even quicker to long with the bomb.
But out towards long. Kill comes in for bo1. Kill found a double up. Jesus, right. 5 on 3. Yeah, making 4 on 3. Bro gets 1 back towards the mid position, but this is not a retake for Astralis, surely.
I mean, it's more rolling than a bakery, mate. What's going on here? This has been a fantastic T-side for Prospects. And even bo1, just how clinical that double entry is. So quick and fast into that A side. Siphons off the round immediately.
You actually killed me with that one. Oh, dear. 10-2 for the Prospects. And you are right. This is a bit of a steamroll at the moment. The T's just not letting up. Astralis talent can't seem to find any sort of answer to the Prospects camp. Bro, even struggling to get the exit frag on Spooky. Oh my god, how has he pulled that off? That is just silly.
It is silly, and that now puts into question what the next few rounds are going to be like. Obviously, they've still got money to buy. Christo could drop an M4, Patty can drop an M4, and Bro can buy himself, but it doesn't stabilize the economy at all. It makes it more difficult to work with. Prospects. Just individually outclassing. You can see the way that they're reading the game very well. They're finding massive gaps in the defense too. And just the entry potential. That's what's really caught my eye today.
They come out to that point of the halftime where we get to see the board. Kill on Alex, finds Patty, another instant start out of Banana, ahead of the smoke. Bro's desperate to find any sort of trade, might get caught by Hype back here, doesn't see him, they don't see him either. Transfer for the double, finally gets something involved, but Alex responds in kind, a 3-on-3 situation. Yarko makes it 2.
And now for the last couple of individuals of Franson and Bobek, just start working their way up towards the A control. You've got Franson close to balcony to try and dive out to the apartments, try and get a lurk smoke maybe, get him to dive down towards mini pit. They've got to deal with Altex first.
M4 holds back. Waiting for position, Bobek. Christo with the AWP shot, drops that bomb. And Franson is left alone. Surely nothing that he can do here. For once, it is Astralis to look confident. Gets that 1 kill on Altex, so that's something back. AWP, it's half HP here for Christo. Smoke down against him, and the player out towards mid control. Might be the big concern for Francis. Going to try to bait him out. Looking in for the headshot. Oh my god, he's caught it. No, no. Don't let it happen, boys. Astralis, you can't let this happen.
This is so winnable. Knowing you're up against the AWP, could think about the reposition, look out towards that library control, the pre-aim, the jiggle, he knows exactly where
oh!
And Branson's gonna win it! What a mental round once again for the Prospects!
I don't believe it! I don't believe it! Oh, that's gonna hurt. Astralis, why have you done that? Why have you let them do that to you? Franson is more than happy with that. Jeez. That's a full-on 1v3 clutch for that AK. And this just goes from bad to worse. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse either, Astralis have to force the buy because what choice do they have?
Prospects looking to try and put some further damage on, even towards Banana. You've got the first entry coming through from Carve, and they make it a second. Try and see if they can continue that pace even further forward. Try and keep the util down. Christo has to just swing out just to deny some damage.
It is a rollover. 4 players dead, no trades from Astralis. Altex just wondering how he found himself in this predicament. And to be honest, I'll be asking myself the same question too, because if Prospects have just held control of this one. They've been waiting a fair while for that MOUZ game versus Flames to finish up so they can actually start this one. So they've come in real hot and heavy with an opportunity to play. And, well, they've taken that opportunity by the horns, ran with it. And they've ran right into Astralis and completely mowed them down. 12-2. Last round of the half.
And just again, we've seen a 4-game winning streak coming through from Prospect. Some decent teams. The last one was only played a few hours ago in a best of 3 against Ecstatic. And they picked into Inferno, which was 16-5 for the Prospect. So one-sided result there too.
Alright, Christo is SMG. Altex and Christo down. Barely any damage done to the T side. Force him back. Bobek going to try and make his way into the apartments. All outside of the brackets control as the T's play their default.
And it's funny, actually, because some of the Ecstatic guys after that game were like tweeting out saying, oh, you know, we're playing rubbish. I can't believe that happened. We deserve better. Like, that wasn't a good show. Maybe it's just Prospects. Maybe that's just all it is. The idea that they're romping a team like Ecstatic and now they've come in here against Astralis talent, and it's been competitive. I mean, it's been a storm. So that maybe there is just some real good form in recent history for this Prospects team.
I mean, given the circumstances right here, you have to argue that to a certain extent. Even if you disagree with it, you can't deny that the pattern tracks.
They're just looking so sharp.
Jarko, no. Jarko.
Oh, no.
Why does it have to happen like this, dude? Oh, God.
Just everything going right for Prospects, and so many of these rounds, and even for Bro, you're thinking about trying to get over to the B site. You're already starting to take jewels towards CT spawn. You got a player out towards that right-hand side. Alex should be able to finish it off, Bro. Just trying to see if he can make that AK land anything.
Desk slammers for days. Bro picked up by Hype. 13-2 at the half for Prospects, and we've seen some pretty one-sided opening halves so far today, Dweg. Nothing quite like this. I mean, it doesn't feel like Fransen's at the top frag position because, I mean, it doesn't look like it from the numbers, but to be honest, it really feels like these guys have just been on a roll. And I don't know what you do if you're Astralis at the moment.
I'm very excited to see what Prospects are going to be like this season. Again, we look back at one of the events they even played, like the SD TV Invitational, which was off HLTV. They got a top 4 placing there. We've seen on HLTV them doing quite well in the Alyssa Invitational, the CCT North Europe Qual, that they then obviously have gone into the main event. They're now 1-0 up in the Swiss. So you can definitely get the tell and the vibe that they're doing very well in a lot of these events. They just didn't prove it in the last season of the Academy League, but my goodness, they've come into Season 6 and they're showing us the potential that we know that they have.
This looks pretty fantastic so far. It's only one match, and only one best of one, sure. But it feels like a smurf, honestly, with the way the Prospects are playing. Astralis. Pistols in for the pistol round. Last chance over to hold any chance. The Spooky just like, no thank you, Christo. I'm happy to take the frag back. Lose half my health, but blind. Wrapping around the smoke. Gets the headshot in. It's a 5-on-3 for Prospects.
Fransen's still got another couple of flashes to get them in. Alltech's desperate to find a trade back onto Alex towards his banana control.
Alltech's will try press on, leading the charge for the CT side. Jarko gets a kill in with a combination alongside Bro. Fransen with a trade back. Bro doubles up. Bobek gets 2 of his own. And that is the pistol for the Prospects.
Astralis talent have to force buy. Like, that's just the bottom line here. You've got a bomb plant. You've got a couple of casualties. You're down 2-14. You can't play for OT. You just got to buy it up immediately. Try and put that pressure back on. And even when I look back to the last season, there wasn't many one-sided losses or one-sided wins for Prospects at all. So this has definitely come out of left field from what we've seen in recent history. Again, Season 4 was the debut, but that was the old lineup. You've only got Spooky from that lineup with Lax and Sly and co. And then, of course, last season where we saw all the boys together. What a start this has been, Season 6.
Certainly the Prospects, you can say that much. 2 more rounds to go to the victory. 2 rounds for Astralis on the board. It's not looking great. Mac-10's just held in. Alltech's. Galil leans out, hoping to spot somebody out of the A site. That's all they're holding on to at the moment. There's a tiny amount of hope for Astralis. Nothing tangible at this stage.
Even Fransen with this HE, you've got to imagine as soon as he gets smoked off from long, he could put that HE in, try and get mass damage towards brackets.
Nades on, perfect. Nice from Fransen. Finds Patty. That's the start that should lead to capitulation now for Astralis. Quick in ahead of these smokes. Re-smokes down from the Prospects. Hype with Fransen combined. Doubles up 2 more. Hype with a kill. Follows suit on Alltech's. Damage done. Galil out in the apartments. Face down by the AKs. Pixels away from being spotted. Flashes forward. Does at least get a trade. But 3 more to get.
They've just got to make sure they don't get too hungry in this one. Make sure that Alltex doesn't get a bomb plant. And make sure he doesn't take too many casualties with him. Alex has got a backstab. Alltech's for the moment will get wrapped in from the back. And Spooky just holding down from mid. There's no way out. You're trapped on all sides.
Bobek catches Alltech's as the last man standing. 15-2. Match point. 13 match points to play with Dweg, which is...
It does happen sometimes. Like, you just get a team that's on red hot form, and you can come into a series and within the first few rounds, you can feel it already over. Just not being able to put up the challenge, and they've just been pumped.
Yeah.
Prospects have just been the better team by a country mile in this one, and I don't think this tells a massive story of what Astralis talent will be like in the entire group stage, but it tells us what they'll be like today.
Oh, fast forwarding from Astralis, doing their best to try and get some sort of pace change, and well, Alex is going to rip it apart. Got that first pick at least, but everything else goes the way of the prospects. Francis and Spooky with the latest. Christo reveals his position, heard on the incendiary. 1v4 for him, Mac 10 versus the Worlds. It's just not going to happen, is it?
No, not at all. Prospects putting on one hell of a show. A real eye-opener, I think, for the opening match of this Academy League season for them, just of how red hot that they can be, how they can play with confidence, some of the individuals that they've got behind them, not even giving Astralis talent a taste in. And the idea that they did so well in the group stage, the gauntlet stage last time around, even the playoffs, Jay, making a top 4 placing, nothing is successful today. That is Prospects railing them to the absolute ground. And a great performance coming through from the Swedes. I liked what I saw today.
Yeah, look, as you mentioned, solid start from them here in this tournament, solid start in the Academy League. It just looked solid. That's all you can really say for these guys. They had a fantastic time. Astralis absolutely did not. Back to the drawing board for them to figure it out. You're right about team cohesion, but the thing that shocked me the most is that they never really took a chance to adjust. They didn't have any tactical, they only took like two tactical pauses in that entire map up there. So I just feel like their hearts weren't in it today. I feel that the cohesion, as you mentioned, missing out like guys like Mr. definitely isn't going to help the situation at all for this Astralis side. But you can't keep letting matches like that going, because if that's going to be your season, I know it's only day one, but if that's going to be a repeating issue, then we've got problems for Astralis.
Even when you consider the idea that they had a couple of head-to-heads a few weeks ago, I think it was about 5 odd weeks ago, you have a best-of-3 series going the way of Astralis talent, you then have a best-of-3 series going the way of Prospects a day later. All of the maps were competitive. All of them were down to some decent affairs. So the idea that it just comes out like this, I mean, it's not a great showing at all from Astralis talent. There'll be a lot to look at in this series today and try and work on it. But I still think there will be a strong team going into this group stage. I think this was just a wake-up call, and definitely a game that they need to look back on and say, geez, what happened?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like you can't let this go unanswered for the next days and for the next weeks here on the Astralis side. A lot of work to be done by them, and of course a lot of work to be done by us in the coming few days. For today, this is all we have for you on the WePlay Academy League. Our opening day has now concluded. I'll just bring you back over the results that we've seen over the course of the day. Of course, we started with Flames Ascent taking on Apeks Rebels, beat them out on the Flames side. fnatic Rising defeated OG Academy. Big Academy beat MIBR. NAVI Jr. got Flames. Young Ninjas got ENCE, and then of course MOUZ beat out the Flames before we saw the absolute stomping from the 0-0 Prospects a moment ago. And that leads us to our first few standings with our first few victories. Not everyone has played out in the tables themselves, but of course now we've got an decent idea as to who stands where. Have we got the expected results today?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there was too many surprises. The only one has to be, of course, the last series between MOUZ NXT and what happened there against the Flames, right? Like, that's the only one that is slightly off kilter. Maybe not the most expected result, at least when you look at the scoreline and the fact that how that best of one just went down, how one-sided it was on the CT basis. But yeah, overall, I think a sound day, not many too surprises.
Yeah, well, we'll see how things will go over the course of the next day, as tomorrow we have a bunch more matches for you, just a similar amount as what we saw over the course of the day. 7 best of ones with fnatic taking on Apeks, Big taking on NAP, Apeks versus NAVI Jr., MIBR versus Astralis, Flames versus NAVI Jr. again, Spirit Academy versus Prospects, and ENCE Academy versus Prospects as being the matchups for tomorrow. Any particular ones you're looking out for in that one, Blake?
I want to see what Spirit Academy have made of. We obviously didn't get to see them here today. I know that they did very well in the last Academy League, so an opportunity to see if they can do well again. And I want to see what Prospects are going to be made of. If the idea that you can put on a performance like this against Astralis talent, let's see if you could put on another good performance tomorrow. Well,
we'll find out how far that performance will go here for the Prospects side. Was it a one-day off? Was it going to be something that we continue on for the Academy League? All that and more to ask and answer as the season rolls on for today. That's all we've got time for you, so I want to thank you so much for watching, and again, shout out to the folks at WePlay for allowing us to stream the matches on our own. We'll see you back here tomorrow to continue with day 2 of the Academy League.
Rebel, 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 not for